I'm about to can some potatoes, so I'm gonna be making a little bit of noise.
It'll be all right.
Not that much noise.
Oh no,
How
that
you
will be
doing?
good. I'm good.
What you
I,
doing? What you up to?
I was out last night, Lord. I think I got home at midnight. I ain't get home. It wasn't too late, but yeah.
Where did you go?
What you said?
Where did you go?
Oh, it was the first football game of the season, girl. It was Lord have mercy. It was,
Oh,
and it was a night game, thankfully, child. Cause hold on. Okay, let me click what I'm supposed to be clicking so I can see the comments.
you can. I don't see any comments.
Well, nah, let me. I had to. I had to put it on my other screen. Ain't no. I don't even think it's nobody in here yet. It's a one person watching, and that's probably
You gonna be watching in it. Is that true?
me.
Y'all
Yeah, cause I
comment
got my.
below if you watching or when you come in or if you catch the
Yeah.
replay. Say hi to us. It's been a minute, sis. I think I got my phone fixed.
Did you? What did you have to do?
So this same thing happened with my husband's phone recently. It just bust out and started saying something about a SIM card, right? So he goes in and of course they're like, "Oh no, we can't fix it. You gotta get a new one." And I just hate the capitalism of it all. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want a new one. I bought this one. It ain't been in no water. You know what I'm saying? We ain't damage it or nothing. Like, what's the problem? The problem is that people in the Congo got to dig stuff up so we can get a new phone every 2 to 3 years. And I'm like, it's like we don't have a choice. Like, do I need a house phone and a walkie talkie? I need those anyway. I need the walkie talkie anyway.
Do y'all have y'all don't have like a cell phone repair place? Like,
Um, so my phone actually did get fixed. So I immediately got mad when my phone stopped working because it was doing the same thing as his, right? So I was just stubborn and didn't even go for
yeah,
like for
yeah,
like 2 weeks. I was like, first of all, I'm tired of everybody being able to text me and get me out of my mind all throughout the day. Anyway, y'all don't know I work from home. I grow the food at home. You know what I'm saying? I love it at home. I school at home. Like I be busy at home. So I was like, Instagram me, email me for a few weeks. And then I went the other day and the lady fixed my phone. It's still working, kind of. Like I can text and call. Before it was like just emergency calls.
yeah.
And now I can text and call. So for now. So I didn't have to get a new phone. I was thinking maybe I would try to get something refurbished because I was just so stubborn. My husband was looking like, so, when you're ready, we're gonna go get your new phone and stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to buy a new phone.
I mean, before if it was me before I bought another phone, I'm sure Houston has like a phone repair. Like I don't go to my carrier store for nothing because they're not in the business. They're just like a
Oh,
car dealership. They're
fixing it,
not in.
right? But I feel like we
Yeah,
used to have more of those. Like when the phones, okay, I feel like there's less of them, and maybe I just need to look
it
harder.
it
When you
it,
can take the
it probably
battery out
is.
of the phone and the SIM card and switch all that and lock it up and you know what I mean, break it in and all that stuff. I feel like there were a lot more places, or maybe they were just easier to find. Um,
That's probably the case. There probably are less. I'm sure it's one somewhere though, because if it's one, it's two of them by me. I don't. Lord knows I don't know why, but uh, but I would try that first, and because I don't go to my carrier store for nothing because they in the mode of telling you buy a phone because that's how they make money. That's just
yeah,
like car dealerships. Car dealerships don't want you to fix your car; they want you to buy another one. That's why.
fact.
That's how they make money. So, and that's a lot of businesses. So, yeah. I mean, I probably would try to get it repaired before I bought another one.
If
And
it
then
stop, if
I
it
don't
stops
never.
working again, I
Yeah.
will do that first. But
But I
I
was
was
just,
so
I
happy.
was
She was
just,
like, "Did you want a new phone or a fix?" I was like, "Girl, a fix." She was like, "Would you
yeah.
give me just a moment?" I was like, "Girl, let me just lean over here and let you." Like I'm gonna give you all the time you need because really I didn't come in here because I thought you were gonna just like first try to tell me to get a new phone and then it was gonna be a whole protest in here, you know. But
Yeah.
so far I'm back. So maybe I just needed a break.
I guess so. I usually don't buy. I haven't bought a brand new phone in forever. Usually when I get another phone, I it's not a new one. It's newer than what I had, but it's not a
Brand new phone.
no.
Did you get insurance on your phone? Because I feel like I've had insurance and then they
I
told
do
me,
not.
"Oh, we don't cover it anyway."
I do not. I do
And
not.
then now I don't have it, and they be like, "Oh, but you don't have it," and I'm like, "Yeah, but when I had it, y'all never really covered anything that happened anyway."
Yep. Yep.
So it's
That's
just,
why I
I'm just
don't. That's
telling
why.
you just to tell me no later.
Yeah, that's why I don't have it. I don't. It's not. It doesn't seem to be worth it anymore to do phone insurance. It's just not really, not in my opinion. I mean, maybe for certain people, for certain circumstances, but my circumstance, it doesn't seem to be worth it to do phone insurance. So yeah.
Agree.
Girl, so oh Lord have mercy. Last week, so, and I want to apologize to the people that's watching. Last week we had a bit of a kerfuffle. So I did not know that. Long story short, I thought some stuff. Child, I ended up, believe it or not, I was in Houston last week. But then I did not, let me tell you something, it was captive audience. I was not free to roam around like how I wanted. It's not like I got in my car and drove down there. So let me tell you what happened.
I want to know. So you saying you was kidnapped and took to Houston?
I was not, no, I was not kidnapped.
Mm.
So let me tell you what happened. So the alumni chapter. So it's a lot. We have alumni chapters all across the nation, and the goal of the alumni chapter.
Sweet.
Oh, my Grambling State University. We have alumni chapters nationwide, and it's one in Houston. Um,
Okay.
but
For
it's
the
probably
people, in case
actually.
the people didn't know who we
Yeah,
were.
I feel you. I feel you. I be forgetting that we ain't just talking on the phone. But anyway, so the goal of the chapter, at least my chapter in particular, the goal of the chapter is to support Grambling State University, like the current faculty, current students, the institution, but also it is to do work in your community. And what that means is if these kids, if there are kids that want to go to Grambling State, or even if they don't want to go to Grambling State, let's say they don't know where they want to go to school, it's still to support those kids and okay to help them find where they want to go, what they want to do. Because let's be honest, a lot of kids, for a lot of different reasons, may not have a lot of direction as to what they want to do later in life. So
Mm-hmm.
we take kids anywhere from ages about 12 all the way to seniors in high school, and we try to kind of give them ideas, guide them, give them things to do in the community. So I don't know if you know, but they had the national Pepsi National Battle of the Bands last weekend in Houston.
Mm-hmm.
I know that we supposed to be taking, so we took a group of kids. We had two buses, and we took a group of kids down to go see any of the kids who were interested, who are like they play instruments or they're thinking about getting into playing instruments, or like I said, maybe you already in your high school band. We took them so they could go see. I forget how many bands it was. I think it was anywhere between 6 to 8 bands. So we took them to Houston to go to that event so they could, see
That's
different bands.
wonderful. I bet they
Yeah,
had an amazing time.
baby, we had a time.
I'm pretty sure my in friend Angie was probably there too.
It was a
She
lot of people there. We had a
she
good
always
time. So, and that's what I mean by I was not free to, because like we got on the buses, rolled down there, went to the event, we ate, and then we came on back. And that's
that's
why,
great. That sounds like so much fun. I bet the kids love that.
Yeah, it was fun. So a lot of the kids they got to, and then they got to see some of them got to see bands that they had never seen before, or at least in person. And then some of them had never been to Houston. Just different things like that. Cause understand some of these kids they ain't never been out of their neighborhood before. And then rinse repeat today, cause they got one today at 6 o'clock this evening. But it's not in Houston though. It's much closer to me. It's an hour and a half away. So we're gonna take a section of kids to go out there this evening and go see them and then come back to the house. So but yeah, so that girl, but we had a good time. But girl, and I'm so crazy. When the alumni association said, "Yeah, we're gonna do this," I said, "Okay, I'm game. I want to chaperone and help and everything."
Mm-hmm.
I didn't pay attention to where the stuff was. I didn't pay attention to
You just in
nothing.
that
I,
thing. You gone.
I showed up where we were supposed to meet up at to get on the buses. Got on the buses. We ride. I said, "So where we going again?" They talking about Houston. I said, "Oh Lord." I said, "Oh, we going to Houston? Okay."
You was
So
so in
yeah,
for the kids. You ain't even took care of where
I
y'all was
wasn't. And then understand this. Even though I'm not in currently in a band, I'm still a band head. So I still love live
Hey
music and
Shay. Hey
all of that
Mallory.
kind of stuff. So oh hey Mallory, I ain't see you, my bad. But yeah, girl. So girl, we got back so late from Houston to where that next morning I wasn't no good. I wasn't no good. I said, what in the world? I woke up and I said, I don't even know who am I, where am I? So I was like, Lord, have mercy. But yeah, so that's where we was last week, y'all. That was because of me. That wasn't because of Aisha. Aisha was ready to go. And I was, baby, I didn't know myself from anybody else.
You know me. I was like, well, I guess I'll go in the garden, get some work done. I had to get everybody's hair finished and retightened. Now I got to do my own because we started school. We officially started school this week that just
Okay.
passed. We soft started the week before.
Okay.
So my daughter had to start her because she goes to like a few things outside of the house, like her science class is always outside of the house. She has a teacher for that. And he's right down the street, like 9 minutes away, a black teacher, and he loves science. Like she take all his little dissection, stuff. You homeschool don't mean you want to do all that stuff at your house. I
Because
don't
let
want
me
to
explain to
dissect
you how
animals
let
in
me
my
explain
house.
let me explain to you how dissection, though I love science dissection, I kind of liked it, but I didn't like it. What I didn't like about it was the smell, all that formaldehyde and all that stuff. Well, we dissected stuff that was like preserved in formaldehyde. Girl, formaldehyde, no, that
They
stuff.
do
I'm not
too.
doing it. And
They
I,
do
I
too, but
mean,
she loves it. She takes he does like an anatomy cause of death class every summer, and they
mhm,
have these animals, and they have to figure out how they died based on how the
yeah.
organs look and stuff. And I'm like, girl, she be coming home with pictures like, look at the cat heart, mom. I'll be like, mm-hmm, that is so good. I am
Yeah,
so proud of you. Like,
yeah.
so
Dissection was not my favorite. I was actually good at it, but it wasn't my favorite. I didn't really care for it.
it's nice that we found a black man who's very excited, and he doesn't just
Yeah.
dissect, but it's like chemistry,
Oh
physical
yeah.
science. He does like middle school, high school science class. So,
Okay.
we tell him to be excited about that part of it.
That's cool.
Yeah, so she started that, and then she's in this little teen leadership group thing where they have like events and dances and meetings and stuff, and so they started that. So I was like, okay,
Okay.
well, let me finish planning out my homeschool since we didn't go live. So
You crazy, I know.
that's life. How y'all been in the chat? What y'all been up to? I'm about to can some potatoes if anybody's wondering why I'm making so much noise. I hope it's not too much noise.
Was the canned potatoes Are they potatoes that you harvested or potatoes that you
They was
Right.
they a 10-pound bag of potatoes for $2.99
Okay.
from
Yeah.
Costco.
You can't beat that with a stick then.
I was like, look, let me go on and can those up. Put them on the shelf. I think that's one thing that's different about, like, I guess what I would say, what would I call myself, an urban homesteader, is that I don't grow everything. Like, I don't have the space to grow everything. So I very much like buy stuff when it's in season and on sale and learn how to preserve it like I grew it. So, like, when I get that land and when all my trees go in the ground and stuff, I'll know how to do it. But for now, if it's on sale, it's going in a jar.
Yeah,
Or
there's nothing wrong with that. There were certain things that my granny had no desire to grow, or well, I say no desire, but I don't know even know if it was no desire. It probably was a reason, but I just never really knew what the reason was. And she would get stuff and can or preserve it in one way or another. I think that's another thing that some people forget. Even maybe if you're not growing all of your food, you still could preserve things that you buy so that they last longer. Cause you know a 10-pound bag of potatoes, that's a lot of potatoes. You're not gonna eat them all at once.
right.
Or at least I hope you ain't eating them all at once. But I don't know. I guess it depends on how many kids. If you got 10, 11 kids, you might.
No, I mean we eat a lot with 3 kids, but still, not all in one day anyway. And the thing is they're not always $2.99. So I'm gonna go ahead and get a
Yeah,
few of them at the time, and then that means they're not gonna all last, because
yeah,
this is gonna be over time. So in this way, I could do something with it, or I know they'll
yeah,
still be good when I come back for them.
yeah. That's true. Um, Girl, you took me talking about that hailstorm. This Army Chickadee say what's up with the Texas weather. What's up with weather period? Wait a minute.
That's
Pork
what he was
chops.
so
Wait a
Texas
minute.
weather.
Oh, pork soup. I thought she said pork chop soup. I was gonna say
Bag,
what?
about a huge bag of red potatoes, and they gonna go bad. That's what I'm talking about. They thought they was gonna go bad.
My daughter bought a huge bag of red potatoes and they were going bad. Are the potatoes parboiled before you Army Chickadee asked, are the potatoes parboiled before you can them?
My potatoes are soaking in cold water with lemon juice to kind of like soak some of the starch out of them, and then I'm gonna put them in the jars and pour boiling hot water over them. So it's a hot pack, but they're not going to cook first.
Yeah,
That makes
they'll
sense.
go in raw. That
They're
makes
gonna be
sense to
dry.
me because I feel like I'm one of the ones, and well, I'm kind of picky. When it comes to potatoes, to me, I feel like after you can them, like if you can them raw, like more or less raw, I feel like the texture probably will be almost perfect when you get them out the can. I feel like if you cook them before and then can them, it's gonna be mush. I can't do it. I can't do it.
I don't like. Yeah, I think it's perfect
And
this
I've
way.
never
If you
even
still
tried
soaking
it, but
them,
just I've never even tried it, but just cooking potatoes for as long as I've been cooking them, just kind of in my mind when I think about, I could just kind of imagine, like. But I
you're
don't know.
limited on what you can do when it comes out. Like for instance, I canned butternut squash. Oh, I did not like it at all. And the only reason I canned it is because they had already been sitting in my pantry for a year or something, and I was like, "Oh, I got to do something with these," so I canned them. And luckily, my daughter loves to bake and stuff, so she made some like pumpkin muffins or something. Because I had pulled them out the pantry, I was like, "I want my jars back. I don't like this." I tried to cook with it, and I didn't like the texture. And my whole family is big on texture anyway. So, and my son was looking like, mm-mm. So I was like, I'm not doing that again. Who want to go in the
Yeah,
kitchen for their son and be looking like, girl, this wasn't it. So nobody liked it. Normally, I go for like 3 out of 5 family members. If 3 out of 5 family members like it, okay, it might have been all right. Nobody really liked that. But she made some pumpkin muffins with it, and it worked out well. But texture is everything because, like, you have to think about what you're going to do with it when it comes out. And
yeah,
I
and
don't
if you,
know. And all you can do is mashed potatoes if you let them get mushy, mushy. I mean, what you can pop some gravy on top of that if you're going for mashed potatoes. It'll
yeah, but I
it,
don't, but I don't. The amount of times I eat mashed potatoes, I very rarely eat mashed potatoes anymore. I mean, they're cool, but you know what I mean. It's not my go-to for potatoes. Like I don't know, I prefer them other ways other than mashed more than. Like I said, mashed is cool when all else fails. But
yeah, I mean, this way you can make you some like breakfast potatoes. I love me a good
yeah,
like breakfast potato with some
yeah, like
pepper and
hash.
onions or something in there.
Uh-huh.
You know, um, I feel like you just have a lot of wiggle room.
Yeah, you want to have some versatility to stuff. Unless, I mean, like I said, y'all, cook your stuff how you want it. If you know you don't like nothing but mashed potatoes, by all means, have fun. Don't invite me to the cookout. Because I'll be standing in the corner, won't be eating nothing. I'll be trying to plan plot what I'm going to eat when I leave the cookout. But yeah, child, yeah, I was watching somebody else. They was canning tomatoes and they was saying something similar because they were canning their tomatoes whole. And they were like, "Well, I'm canning them whole because I have more versatility as to what I can do with them when they
Yeah,
come out of the can." Because she was like, she said, "I'll make some tomato sauce, but for these, I want to be able to make other stuff, stews and soups and stuff." I
I'm
was like,
thinking some more like whole meals in a jar, like beef stew. Well, the first beef stew we didn't love it that much, but I think I can use like a thicker beef. And now that I know you can just add whatever dry spices in you want, I think I can do a better job at that one.
okay, okay.
But like meals in a jar, oh, I want to can collard greens.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Can me some collard greens. What's some of y'all favorite stuff to can in the chat? Let me know because I'm just trying to fill my little pantry. But normally, what I do is buy what's like in season and on sale, and that's what we eat, and that's what I can and dehydrate too because I can afford it. And there's 5 of us. And then my husband and my oldest, they cook. They have days where it's their day to cook dinner. And I try to just remind them of what's in here. Like, hey, don't forget about that pantry.
Yeah.
Don't forget about that stuff I dehydrated. Don't forget, I try not to do the freezer too much, to be honest. Um, and when I do get stuff like, I need to can some chicken right now because we started school and we're about to start going to book club on Mondays. And so, like, when the chicken is 99 cents a pound or something like that at Randall's, I'll get it, stick it in the freezer, but I don't want it to stay in the freezer forever. Like, I get it just so that I can pull it out, cut it up, put it in some jars, and put it on the shelf. I'd rather keep stuff on the shelf mostly until I get my big old generator, my solar powered.
Army Chickadee said, "I think Callaloo may be a canon option." I think
Okay,
so.
can it
I think,
like green?
yeah, probably. That's probably what she means. I think it would be a good canon option as well.
Okay. I think you sent me
Because,
some seeds for that. I haven't grown it yet, actually.
girl, let me tell you something.
My
Beware
baby potatoes.
when you start eating that Callaloo, honey. When I tell you, I used to kind of watch. I would see people in the Caribbean, particularly Jamaicans, cooking callaloo all the time, and it did look good. And I was like, oh, that's cool. I'm gonna try that. And you think it's gonna be something casual, honey? I can't hardly. You can't pull me away from that callaloo. I see why they eating it like I see why.
Yeah.
Like I like collard greens, but I might be low key in love with callaloo. Like
That's
for
bad.
real. And
Okay,
I
yeah.
and I don't cook them the same. So it's not that because I don't. You can't cook them the same. I don't though. I cook callaloo like traditional Jamaicans cook callaloo, but it's callaloo is so much faster. Like it doesn't. You don't have to boil them as long at all. Not even close.
You mean it cooks faster because collards can take a while, but I think that's why
Yeah.
collards are a good candidate for canning as well
Canning, yes,
because
yes.
it can take the process.
Yeah. Now I will say this. Don't get me wrong. Callaloo is not, especially raw. Callaloo is not super tender. So yeah, you do. When I cook my callaloo, it takes me maybe 20 minutes or so. That's about how long it takes to cook it.
Mhm.
Um, but girl, let me tell you the taste. Oh, the taste. Callaloo will make you hurt yourself. Make you hurt yourself. I enjoy jams and jellies. I saw a recipe like this. There's a YouTube channel called Feed and Teach. Let me go see
Feed
what
and
Shay said.
teach that does
Let me go.
canning recipes.
Let me
I
see
see
what
a
Shay
lot of
talking
people. Is anybody on TikTok? I see a lot of people asking for TikToks that are like step by step. And I do have a few, but I was like, y'all go to my YouTube. Because I do feel like my YouTubes are like more in depth on
I agree.
what I'm
Um,
doing. It's kind of
which
hard
I
to
which
put everything in a small video that makes somebody feel confident enough to go try it. I had to watch this one particular video. If I can find it, I'll post it below this video. That made me feel confident to pressure can because the person was just talking about building the pressure up slowly, properly venting your canner and stuff. And then once you go ahead and build it up to the pressure, it kind of stays close to the pressure easier. It doesn't fluctuate as much. And I was
yeah.
like, okay. Oh man, he makes the callaloo. Oh, feed and teach make the callaloo. Oh, he cooks Jamaican dishes. Try with dry shrimp
Do
or shrimp, pan
I done
bacon.
I done looked it up, honey. This little stuff, these
Oh,
little schools and stuff. But he ain't the only one. He makes stuff look good. It's another guy. Well, it's several channels, but yeah, I've never seen this channel. I'm gonna have to sit down and watch some of his videos. But definitely, it's so much different stuff. It's a woman called Jamaican Cooking Journey. She she be cooking. She be making all kind of stuff. She be cooking. And it's another guy I just found recently. I can't think of the name of his channel to save my life. He cooks a lot of stuff. Ross Moko cooks a lot of stuff. If you're vegetarian or something like Ross Moko, he doesn't eat meat. But you can actually go to Jamaica and he has a resort. I say that lightly because when people think resort, they think the Hilton and all of this type of stuff. But no, his stuff is like if you really want to go to Jamaica and experience Jamaica like Jamaicans experience Jamaica, you go to his place. Cause like he has a place by some body of water. I don't know if it's a river or what. It's gorgeous. But he grows his own food. He cooks for you. He cooks breakfast for you.
oh,
Um,
that sounds amazing.
yeah,
I would
it's
love
almost it's more like I think you can book Ross Moko's place on like Airbnb and Verbo. I think that's how you can book to go there. But it's not like a hotel. So if you bougie and need a hotel, cancel it. Don't go there. But it's not.
not too bougie.
Well, I mean, well, what I'm saying is, you know how some people are when they go places, they want it to still be America. When I go places, it don't have to be
Yes,
America for
that's
me. I
true. How
want
you
to
gonna change
experience these
somebody's
places.
plate? You're supposed to go and appreciate everything that they are or get out. Like this is
That's
not
what
your
I'm
spot.
saying. I don't. These people want to still go to the Hilton. They still want to go to the Ritz. They want to go.
I like that.
His
You know
place
the
ain't like that.
Hilton and
So
those. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. His
Finish
place
your
ain't
thought.
like that. I don't want people to think. I don't want. Well, you know, you was bougie when you know you need to. You not like me. I can camp in a tent and be okay. Like,
Fact.
some people not like that. Like.
And I would like to point out that places like the Hilton go to other people's countries and displace people so that they can have land on their beaches and stuff. When them people been fishing and living there for years. So don't
For
get me
centuries.
started
For
because I'm
centuries.
kidding.
For centuries. But yes, and that's another reason why I'm not like so many people. Oh, let me go to the Bahamas. Let me go here. I'm not against travel. I love travel, but I also feel like there's a way to travel without. Because
Support the
see,
people who
say what you
actually
want.
live there.
Yeah, say what you want. This is the diaspora. These are my cousins, the people in the Caribbean and stuff. These my cousins too. Like, and so you go and when you see how they live versus how it looks on the beaches, and then when you get into the dynamics of that, because they do it in Haiti, they do it in Jamaica, they do it in Turks and Caicos, they do it in the Bahamas, they do it. I could go down the line, all of the Caribbean, they do it in Dominica, they do it. You know, I could just go down the list. Like that stuff is not okay. And let me be real with you. When I came to college, there was a lot of people from the Caribbean that I went to college with, and we used to wonder. It took a long time because for a long time, the Americans and the Caribbeans, we did not get along. Like the black students, the African American students from America and the Caribbean too, we didn't get along. But it took a long time for us to sit down and that part play the part of it. A lot of those Caribbean students have worked at those resorts. And please, y'all, when y'all travel, do not be disrespectful to people when you travel. Those people working at those places because they're working to support themselves. Don't talk to them crazy because it's out of order. Because some of them said it. They was like, yeah, black people would come and they would talk to us just as crazy as the white people. And I was taken aback. I said, that's crazy to me. That's absolutely crazy. You're at work. It's just like in America when you go places and people are at work. You shouldn't be talking to them crazy. Like just because you having a
But they
bad day,
do
don't
do it
mean
in
white people
America
can be bad
too. They
person.
do. They do. People think that you have to earn their respect when how you treat people is about you. Everybody's just a person. Like you're not better than that person because they work
At
there or
all.
whatever.
At
So
all.
that's about you how you talking to them people and treating them no matter they could be the janitor or the maid or whoever. But people act like
Exactly.
that in the US too.
They do. They go up in McDonald's and because you having a bad day, you want to pull
Yes.
a
They
cashier
treat
over the counter
people
and all
based
this
on
kind
the
of stuff.
job they have.
Crazy. But yeah, then so but we finally sat down and we squared it away, and us in the Caribbeans got straight. But for a while, we was having some issues because them Caribbeans was forever. Y'all lazy, y'all this, which don't get me wrong. I cannot lie. Some of my classmates were lazy, but I had to let them know, okay, but I'm not the one though. I'm not lazy and I will gather you. Be careful talking to me crazy. You know what I'm saying? But
Like,
we
what
got
is
it
your
squared
purpose?
away.
Is your purpose just to tear somebody down who you don't understand and you don't know where they come from? Like, I would never come to your home and start talking about you without even learning.
Exactly.
Like, you came, you didn't try to learn or like really integrate or like, you know what I mean? Get to
Yeah.
know you just saying some stuff.
Saying
You just
anything.
saying some stuff.
Saying anything. And real talk, it kind of went both ways. The Caribbeans was saying whatever, and the
By
Americans was
design. By design, because we don't know anything about
retaliatory.
each other at first.
Yeah, retaliatory. We saying stuff back, but then eventually somebody said, "Okay, this got to give," because all of us is black, and we all broke, and we all, like we have some similarities. Like some got to give. So we probably sat
Thanks.
down and got together. I say ass is that your homemade juice.
Nope. That's the juice on sale from Costco with some ice in it.
You right, Shay. I don't know why people treat people like that. I'm very respectful unless you're disrespectful of me. Like, and even
Me
then,
too.
it takes a lot for me to come out of a bag, and it also takes a certain dynamic. Because I remember one time I had to tell my close friend. My close friend she used to have a much shorter fuse, but I had to kind of get her together. But she would be having a bad day, and she would just be going play like. And I'm like, girl, stop talking to them people like that. They fixing your food. And she was like, which somebody, which somebody? I said, your food
And
is
that's
coming
the
out
thing
here
is
with urine and spit in it. Believe that, if not
because
worse. I
you're
said, your
expecting them
face.
to be more mature than that, and everybody is
And they're
not.
not.
So
I told
stop.
her in a minute.
Don't do
I
that.
told her, I said, girl, let me explain something to you. I used to date a guy who used to work at Taco Bell. And when he told me, he said, be very careful. He said, because I worked with a guy who he didn't care. He was spitting, licking your food, and you ain't did nothing to him. Don't do something
Oh.
to him. He'll fool around and really put something in your food. And I was like,
Mhm.
oh. And so that's why I'm extra respectful and understand that even sometimes when you're respectful, these people still low down. You know what I'm saying? So that just slowed me up from going to restaurants to be fair. Because if you know people, you just never know who back there. But yeah, I told my friend that, well, I said, girl, okay, they're going to spit in your food. I
Listen,
said,
don't sit at my table if you don't know how to talk to people. Thank you.
I told them people at that counter, I said, I may have walked in here with her. I said, but please don't mix my food with her. Thank you. Love you guys. Please.
I don't treat people like that. Have a good day.
Yeah, so you spit in their fucking food, not mine. But yeah, child. But she's a little bit better now. I think she kind of gets it. But the killing part is she used to work at KFC back in the day. And here's the thing, I know my friend, it doesn't matter what somebody does to her, she would never like spit in anybody's food or drop it on the
Yeah,
floor or
yeah,
do
yeah.
anything. She would never do
Thing is
that.
that
So she
we
expects
treat
that
people
other
like they're
people won't
us.
do it. Yeah, she
That's the
expects that other
problem.
people won't do it. And I said, but you not everybody though. That's the thing.
My mama always
You
told me like everybody's not like you, Aisha. Like stop walking around expecting everybody to act like you. That don't make no sense.
no. No, because if everybody was like you, we'd all get along, wouldn't we? Be fabulous. So, like, but yeah, now ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time.
Mm-mm.
Did you ever taste your sriracha pepper? Bad oh army chickadee be
I
going
recorded
in.
it. I'm gonna post it. I recorded it because
Okay.
I just canned. I'll show y'all. I canned them like jalapeno peppers.
Yeah.
It was spicy. It was a little. It
Yeah.
wasn't as spicy as the the sugar rush peach pepper,
Okay.
but it wasn't red either because
Okay.
I had to pick my peppers because of rain.
The
It's
I
like a
saw.
right now.
I saw.
So we'll see. I want to let them get like right on the vine or on the plant and then see what it tastes like.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure it'll be hotter if I let it get uh
Of course. Of
more
course.
mature on the plant. But they gonna do real well as some like some little pickled peppers to go on nachos or tacos or whatever.
Are they hotter than a jalapeno? Probably. They're not.
Not green, not
Okay.
green. It wasn't.
Okay. I may have to grow some of them. You may need to set some seeds to the side at some point.
I can do that.
Shit, Army Chickadee talking about, but that makes no sense with FBA, baby. Don't get me started on them people. $8 FBA, all them they all child, don't get me started. Zero credibility
I
there.
feel very exhausted by labels right now.
Yeah, I do too,
And I
but
just think that it's
understand.
just me right now, and right now I can grow the food. If you
Yeah.
got questions about the food, trying to make your voice heard locally
Yeah.
or your feelings felt local, or your impact felt on a level that you can touch.
Yeah.
We can talk about it. Other than that, I don't know. I feel I can't put my efforts or like energy towards the argument really. I don't even fully know what everyone means by the
Oh, I
things that
do.
they're saying.
I
Feel
well
me?
see. I went and looked. The
Because
reason I
I
went in. The
probably
reason
feel
I went
parts
in.
of it, and I probably don't feel parts of it, but I just don't have the time or
Yeah.
energy to dig deep enough.
Yeah.
To,
I researched it for the simple fact of I would see what appeared to be, and I say appeared to be because on social media you have to understand a lot of these accounts are trolls, even when they don't look like trolls. But when I would see pictures of it, it looked like maybe a black person, but they would be denigrating somebody else black, or like say maybe they're from the Caribbean, or they're from Africa, or they're from South America or Cuba or just anywhere not America, and they will be so quick to denigrate them and this is that and the other. But understand those labels are created by a machine. Those labels aren't even created by black people. That's the killing part. Like the people who follow ADOS and FBA and stuff, I don't think they realize that a lot of that stuff. Okay, so the same people who do Project 2025
Mm-hmm.
understand they're not stupid. They go and find people in the black community and use them. And these people create platforms and mislead black people because they know that if we ever coalesce, okay, so black people are the global, well, anybody minority is the global majority, meaning white people are actually the global minority. Like when you look worldwide, it's more us than it is them. So they know if we coalesce, that's a wrap for the people who so-called in power. Well, might as well say in power. But anyway, so yeah, they create stuff to mislead people and all of this because when you see people who are dead set on saying that they're basically Native Americans, I don't think that they understand that in a way that that's out of order. When you jump up and you say, "Oh, I'm a Native American. We were here first," blah blah, blah, that's erasure of the actual Native Americans because historically there is no proof of what they're speaking of. Did Native Americans mix with blacks? Of course, by all means. But some people, for instance, think that they're Native American because they qualify for the Cherokee stuff. When the truth is, you weren't really Native Americans. The Native Americans owned slaves as well. The Big Five did.
See, that's the thing is there's
So
so many different like versions of the same timeline because I just try to remain open because I just feel like I don't know everything, and I feel like the more that I know that, the more open I can be because I've seen people's family records go back to basically like changing I guess classifications in the census to say that you're one thing and then the next census
yeah,
says that you're something totally different. So I do think they're like I guess some these thoughts are not coming from nowhere. I guess is what I'm saying. Like, but again, I have
I
not
don't.
been able to have the time myself to
Yeah,
go fully back. But I do see some people who have been able to trace their family lineage back. I think there's probably a combination of
yeah,
a
I do
lot of
too. But
different things.
I
Which
do
is one
too.
of the things you're saying is that natives were with black people. And then one of my friends or mixed with black people. Then one of my friends was telling me to read. They came before Columbus, talking about like Africans who came because you know
Yeah,
that
they
black
did.
people went everywhere and started
Yeah,
everywhere. They just didn't pillage and plunder
no, they
and kill
didn't.
everybody everywhere they went. So it's a more peaceful travel. Some people say,
Yeah.
some people mix. So I think there are a lot of possibilities kind of mixed in.
There are a
Um,
lot of possibilities, but I'm talking about these groups that say that all black people are Native American, majority of their bloodline. That's a lie. I'm sorry, it's just a lie. It is. It's like I've already had my DNA done. And I've known, and I've seen several people have done it, had it done, and all of these people, yeah, they got 0.0002 Native American in them. They all be
yeah,
from
that's
West
why I say
Africa.
it's a combination. Because what about $5 Indians too? What was they?
$5 Indian.
Yeah, you never heard about how certain people could pay to get certain benefits at a particular time.
Yeah, but that's pan. That ain't bloodline. That's
But the
pan.
same, yeah. But then they start to again mix in. America's a mixing pot
I
anyway.
mean, well, understand. Well, what I'm saying is this though. Like when you say you to me, when you say you are something. Okay, so for instance, like, and I think that's why now, if you try to get them tribal benefits, they actually take your blood to see if
Is
you
that
are.
what the reason why they're saying that? I'm just
What?
asking questions for understanding because I don't know. That's why I started this conversation saying I don't know.
Well,
The
I know
people
my.
that are saying we are or all Black Americans are specific Native American. Is that what you
They're
think
they're saying they're
the
saying that
purpose of
to.
it is?
They're saying that I think a lot of
Ghanaian
them don't
roots.
even know where it came from. I think so many black people have been turned against. Because let's be real, when they most of the time it's better now, but let's be real, when we was growing up, most of the time when they show Africa, what do they show? They show starving babies with them flies at the corner of their mouth and all of that. Hold on one
Yeah,
second.
by design on both sides.
Yeah,
We don't
they
know what the others going
yeah,
through, what they really live
yeah,
like, or any of
yeah.
that. The
They show
history
all they
is
show of Africa is a bunch of poverty. It's always negative stuff, and they're not understanding that there is a drive to show Africa in a negative way. So they want to disassociate from that. And then so when you're provided this thing that says, "Oh, well, maybe I'm Native American," they would rather associate with that than associate with Africa because all they've ever seen of Africa is negative. When you see stuff about Native Americans, what do you usually see? You usually see Standing Bear, or you see these things where Native Americans are portrayed as heroes, and this, that, and the other. Which, like you said earlier, it's both actually. Native Americans, yes, they did have heroes, but then they also had some assholes too. That's everybody. Like that's everybody. It doesn't matter who it is. You have heroes and you need both. You need a protagonist and an antagonist for stories to even exist. So that every time I find somebody that's so dead set on I'm indigenous, I'm indigenous, I'm indigenous, it's usually because they don't really truly know Africa, and also they want to disassociate from slavery because that's perceived as so negative. People act like they don't have any other way to look at slavery except for the negative, 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 negative. Bro, like I said, it's different ways to look at everything. Now, am I saying
I,
Native Americans
I
never
have a
mixed with blacks?
question
No.
about this.
When I do believe Native Americans did mix with blacks. I do, but I also know that Native Americans owned slaves too. I know that too. And some of them,
True.
that's how you got some of your rights. And then I do know that, certain people wanted to be Native Americans so they could get certain benefits. My friend is actually, I got a friend I grew up with. She actually is like almost a quarter Native American. And she told me, she was like, yeah, when you get to a certain age, nowadays, the Choctaws, they take your blood because they finna look at your blood to see if you actually qualify for benefits. Because I didn't realize how many benefits she get. Like when she went to college, she got 25% off of her college tuition. 25% is a decent amount. I did not know
Wow.
that like coming up, all free school supplies. She never had to pay for school supplies. That's a benefit that they get. It's a lot of benefits that they get. Like when they get ready to get land, they can buy land and they benefit from loan incentives that other people cannot get because they're part of Choctaw Nation. Like it's a lot of stuff. And I was like, oh wow, I didn't but see when I start hearing that, I'm
I
like,
mean,
okay, now
if you have to prove it, then I guess the people who need to be weeded out will be
they do, but that's not
weeded
the
out
part that
anyway.
the part that I'm talking about is like it's like, cause understand a lot of these people that's hooping and hollering talking about they indigenous, they not going out actually trying to get our benefits. They just want a way to say that, oh, my people didn't come from them people, them Africans. My people didn't come from them. That's what they want
Oh,
to be
that
able to
was my
say.
question. I do have a question for you. I want to know how far back do you think we have to go to know where we come from? Because when some people say like that Black Americans want to dissociate themselves from Africa, like I feel to me, I can look back at my lineage here and be proud enough of that. Like it's not that I don't connect. I do connect. I do love. Like I appreciate all cultures. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And I just embrace what embraces me. But I wonder,
yeah,
is it? Do you have to, dive fully deep and say like I am, like Dr. Umar style, like
baby.
you are
Don't you see
African.
initially with
I am,
Dr.
and I'm being funny, but not.
I
You know
know.
what I mean? 'Cause Dr. Umar, we know he extreme with it, but he's like African, And
Well,
I have a lot of things that have happened on this particular land that I can touch, feel, go back to
yeah,
that make me proud
yeah,
of being here. I don't know if I have to fully just be like I'm fully black. I'm
yeah,
like black, 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 and what
yeah,
that means to me and how far I can touch. And I love all Africans who love me and all cultures who love me. You
yeah.
know what I mean? The same, but I don't know if that has to be a part of what makes me proud to be black. I guess that's my question. Like, how far back do you have to go? Does it mean
I
that you're
don't.
saying something bad about uh that, or is it just that you're embracing because I feel like a lot of people who are black that come from other places feel like or say verbally like you don't know where you're from and you don't and I'm like, well, there's a lot of history that can be learned when you get here. We can
Yeah,
start there. How about
yeah,
we start there? Because the reason why people want to come here and the reason why people who look like us can work here and be educated here, like there was a lot that had to happen for
yeah,
that to go. I don't know if anybody was coming like during the 60s when we were getting hosed down like they are now. You know, there things had to happen for that progress to be made. So it's okay to I think tap into history here without I think you can appreciate both, I guess. But I wonder how far back do you have to go and do you have to feel like Dr. Umar style, I'm African, you know, if you I don't know, is that a requirement?
I don't. I think it depends on a person. I think it's an individual thing. I think it's wherever you feel comfortable at. Do I say it's a requirement? No, because let me go all the way in. Let's go further.
Uh-huh.
Dr. Umar, he hoops and hollers as being African, African, African. But let me be all the way real with you. When you boil down to it, he don't really he been to Africa and he done told people I can't see I couldn't believe here. He bougie. He bougie. He done said he done, but see, you have to find.
It's their
See,
bougie part for Africa too. That's the
it
thing
is, but
too.
I
And
guess it
it's
ain't been
like
to
it's to
him.
me, it's too much to explore to say. You know, that's why I'm like, I'm black and what I can touch and what I know is what I
Yeah,
know. You know what I mean? And I
yeah,
can't speak on Africa as much as I know. I've been to Nigeria
no,
once.
yeah,
And I
and
know
the
and I'm
reason,
around
and I
the
guess,
experience more than anything else. So I speak from my personal experience when I say,
yeah,
listen, I done learned all black
yeah,
ain't the same, and that's okay. And I'm still moving forward for my folks. That's all I can do. I think as a people, we have to be intentional with our energy. It can only go so
yeah,
far. You know, you can only
yeah,
focus on so many things at a time.
yeah.
And so for Dr. Umar, I feel like even him, he's like, I'm African, African. I'm like, you, it's a lot going on here.
Girl,
Like that
and
school,
and let me and let me
the
put context,
school.
and let me put
The
context.
school.
Well, we get on it. Well, when let me put context on it. When I say bougie, understand that bourgeoisie is a French word, and I'm using that in the highest level of Frenchness that I can. Because if you
And
know
you
anything
said
about France,
bourgeois.
France was France was a very brutal colonizer. Very.
Absolutely.
And so when I use the word bourgeoisie, it's not just that he high class, because he know it's high class parts of Africa. It's he can holler that he's African. Have you ever seen somebody they holler something so much, and the reason why they hollering that so much is because they're trying to prove it to themselves. He's trying to holler
Mm.
that African, 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 but I don't care what nobody say. Dr. Umar, to me, I think has bought into the fact that America is the ideal place to live and that nobody
Really?
else pops them. Yeah, because usually when guys are screaming that so loud, it's just like somebody screaming constantly, I'm straight, I'm straight, I'm straight, I'm straight. Why you keep saying that? It's because
Yeah,
you're
you're
not
gonna have
straight.
to continue. Yeah, I
Yeah,
see what
it's
you
because
mean. And
you
it's
keep
because
hollering
I
that
think
you
we have
African
what they
because
don't
you're
have, and
trying to
they have what we
convince
don't have.
yourself. And I believe that Dr. Umar has a flaw, like with like let me not say flaw, maybe that's not the right word, but it's something going on about his blackness. He's insecure in it. I'm not. Now, let me say this. I'm very proud of my ancestors on this side. I'm very curious of ancestors that go back that maybe even I can't find a paper trail to find them. I'm very curious about that.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm not crazy because all of these things, all of these people come together and create whoever you are. I'm about embracing what you actually are, but my thing is where I'm not going to go too far is you just have to be careful. Like for instance, I get being open, but when you say things blatantly that you don't know to be true, you have to be careful because even when it comes, especially like Native Americans, it's so much erasure. Like I don't think as America we actually understand how much erasure, how much land stolen, how much killing, like the Jesuits, like these schools they put the Native Americans, like all these different things. that they do. Like even some of these black people that do certain things, like when Pharrell wore that Indian headdress, he didn't even know that that was disrespectful. When I saw the magazine cover, I knew immediately. I was like, Pharrell, why did you wear that on him? And I'm thinking to myself, are you really Native American or not? And a Native American spoke up and was like, look, we don't really know his bloodline, but if he ain't Native American, he's not supposed to wear that. He's not a chief. That's out of order. This is like in Africa, if you go do tribal things, there are tribal places. You shouldn't be pretending that you are something or saying that you are something and you don't know that to be that's disrespectful to the culture. And see, that's my thing. When you
I
respect
agree.
cultures, respect them. You get what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Respect them. So if you
And
don't
I think
know,
as people, we should definitely understand
yeah, and don't get me
preach
wrong,
stuff
for
to other
real.
people that we don't want done, like the same things that we get so upset about them doing that stuff to us. So I
Exactly.
definitely
And Pharrell
understand
did apologize. For those for context who don't know what I'm talking about, he did come back and apologize. He said he was ignorant. He thought it was beautiful, and that's why he put it on. And I get it. You do sometimes think things are beautiful, but you have to be careful because they have rituals and things. And if you're not aware of those rituals, you could be being disrespectful and you don't even know it. You know what I'm
that.
saying? So you do have to be careful.
I
And
mean,
that's
you
all
can
I'm
want
saying.
to
I
check
just want
even
you
with
to be careful.
the culture that you are. If you think that you are paying homage to them, I guess you would need to check in with them first and make sure that
Yeah,
there's
and see,
a
that's what he should
respectful
have
way to do
done.
that.
That's probably what he should have done. Poor thing. Like I said, he apologized. Lord, they time I paid Dr. Umar $500 for a day. I'm not gonna play what you want me to do. I'm not gonna play. He is
Umar, 'cause he be having some tidbits. Everybody has
no,
tidbits
Dr. Umar
sometimes.
says,
You
Dr.
obviously
Umar
not
says
gonna.
certain things I agree with. I'm not saying I totally disagree with him.
Yeah,
He says
but the
certain
thing
things that
is
I agree
that
with.
what's hard is that, like for instance, there was this whole issue with him and his daughter on social media,
What
and it
about?
was
I didn't know
like
about.
that he's not there for her, something like that, and
Oh,
they were like
okay.
arguing online. Like I was like, Dr. Umar, I know you don't like the way you be like,
Riding for
black
black boys, riding
queens
for black boys.
and black queens and snow money's
Yeah.
never and all of that, and it's like
Well,
you
but
don't
see, let
even
me
be
ask
with
you
your
this.
baby girl.
But
Come
but let me ask
on.
you this, Aisha. Did you know years ago they caught him in a strip club that said he go in the strip club, but he only goes in white strip clubs and he was paying those women a whole lot of money. This when he was you didn't know nothing about that. It was
Oh,
pictures and
you ain't
everything.
circulating black dollar neither.
Say that. But see, that's what I'm saying. When he keeps saying I'm African, I'm African, I'm African, I believe, and here's the thing, like, he had the whole thing about uh black men and blacks and whites should not integrate as far as relationships. He had that too. But here's the thing, they caught you said you had several white girlfriends. Those are beautiful. Um but it was things like this, and I think he says those things because they caught him because he lied and said he was kin to Frederick Douglass. Anybody knows Frederick Douglass or knows his history knows that his first wife was black. His second wife was white. I think his first wife died. I can't remember, but his
You
second
said
wife was
he's not
white.
kin to Frederick Douglass. He
All
ain't.
the Frederick Douglass family came out and said, "Hell no, we don't know that man." People who was proven they was Frederick Douglass descendants by blood said we don't know him. He not no kin to us.
Stop that. What you
And
say?
Dr. Umar tried to dress it up and say, "Well, I was on the white side. If you on the white side, you're not kin to Frederick Douglass. That's by marriage."
That's all of it.
Okay, so then when he said that, and they tried to check him and said, "Well, Frederick Douglass married a white man, white woman. He had everything." You see what I'm saying? So, see, here's my thing. Uh, Sidney Poitier married a white woman. Harry Belafonte married a white woman, and there have been reports where they have said things that these men said about black women that they would never marry one. This is
Mm-hmm.
that and the other. What I'm saying is, regardless of who you marry, I still think you can do in your community because you can say what you want. Harry Belafonte did a lot for the black community. Sidney Poitier did a lot for the black.
That's
Now, if you
true.
didn't like black women, to me, that's the thing with you. Maybe you had a rift with your mother or somebody. I don't know. Or maybe you just wasn't attracted to black women. Because Gary Owens, the comedian, the white guy, he said he was never attracted to white women. He said from day one he wanted a black woman. He said from the
Yeah.
time he started being interested in women, black women is what attracted him. So Perhaps that was just an attraction for them. Maybe they weren't attracted to black women. That's cool. Like that, like, but for you to go so
I
far
think
as you keep
things
hooping and
to do
hollering,
like
hooping and hollering,
love.
be attracted to white women, Dr. Umar. It's okay. You still can do for us. Go date you a white woman. It's fine. It's okay. I'm not tripping because I don't want to date you. So I'm cool. Like, but that's my thing. Just tell the truth and shame the devil. It's okay. Just and then for us that school, my thing with that was you kept getting money from predominantly black women for the school, and
I
the
really heard
city.
what's going on with the school. I was really
Baby, they
asking. I
after
wasn't
him.
trying to be
They after
funny.
him. The city, the state,
Oh,
finna be the country. They after him. They have frozen every. See, I don't. That was a grift to me. You continually kept getting this money, and Dr. Carr talked about it. He said you can't try to open a school on an island. They said he really was trying to do too much by himself. Dr. Carr said what he
mm.
probably should have done was he probably should have done started with kindergarten to grade 3. Open that. Then once you get that down, do grade 4 to grade 6. So they were saying that they should do it in
How
steps.
far
He should
you
have
trying
done
to
it in
go
steps.
from kindergarten all
Oh,
the
he
way?
was trying to do like a whole, like from elementary to high school, I think. So but my thing is you kept collecting the money, kept collecting the money, kept collecting the money, but then I don't think you really was putting it in the school because you was at the strip club too much. You was doing too much. You was going to
Mm.
Africa too much. You was doing like what you doing, like Umar put you in the school and he should have learned
I put you in
I'm
a
not saying you can't open a school. Black people can open schools, but we have to be very careful because understand that black people had their own schools. Like in Philly, you had the freedom schools. You had I think they were called Frederick Douglass freedom schools or whatever. But we used to have black schools littered throughout the country. A lot of them have closed. I think Philly is the only. Oh, there's one in New York
Isn't
or
there one in
Connecticut or
Atlanta?
something. Is there? It could be, and I'm probably just ignorant and don't know of it. It probably is. But understand that the powers that be, these states, they don't too much like that for a lot of reasons. Because of money,
Uh-huh.
because of we can teach what we want, a lot of stuff. And he should have known that they were going to be against him, and he should have had a whole crew of people together, a whole community of people like we finna do at these schools, and we finna do it the right way, and we're not gonna do it the bootleg way, and we're gonna be upfront. But see, he was doing it the shiesty way.
And
And
also,
legally,
like,
he
you don't
got
need
caught
to
up in
know
some
every
shit.
single
And
move and
Wilmington is after
everything.
him. Delaware is after him. When the city and the state is after you, see, legally he did some stuff. I don't even think he had a lawyer on his team. That's not smart. It's not smart. You need a lawyer. It's crazy. Trying to open a school without an attorney, you're crazy. Like, no. But
I wanted to respond to Shay because she was saying we all have a preference. Yeah, and to you too. I think I agree with you. I feel like some people just fall in love, and I think you can still be for your community, and just ran into somebody and fell in love. I also think that some people think that their proximity to whiteness is going to do
yeah,
something good for them. And I
that's
think you can tell the difference because some people will talk about like you're like, oh, why you love your spouse? Like, oh, we met and she da 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 whatever. Or they'll talk about what they don't like about somebody else. If the reason why you with your spouse is because you don't like this, and this about black women or black men or whatever, then that might be like a problem within yourself because that's not why you love that person. That's just
exactly
why you chose
because
that person.
case in point, I have two different cousins, two male cousins. One of them refused to date black women. He would date anything but black women. I think that has something to do with him. But then I have another cousin who he dated dated all types of women, black women included. But he ended up marrying. She's mixed. I think she's white and Hispanic. But that's who he fell for. But he had dated all around the spectrum. He didn't care. He'll tell you, I just want a woman. I don't care nothing about.
Just one
But
of
my
them,
but
just
I
equal
have one
opportunity.
cousin dead set, but that one cousin is dead set on dating anything but a black woman. Number one,
Yeah,
he has
yeah,
problems
yeah.
with his
Yeah,
mother.
I feel
Number
like
two,
my little
he has
brother,
Stockholm
he's just an
syndrome too.
equal
He don't
opportunity.
really fool with black people like that. You know what I'm saying? He don't
Mhm.
really even fool with the family like that. Because when I went to a HBCU, I remember I wrote something Grambling. He had something to say. I cursed him down to the floor. I said, just because you have an issue with you, you're not gonna try to shame me into and try to talk about low key talk about me, low key talk about my institution. Cause he said something
Yeah.
slick like, "Oh, you went there because you couldn't get into nowhere else." Bitch, I got into Rice University. Don't play with me. I'm not. And anybody knows anything about Rice? Number one, it's private, and number two, they're kind of halfway prestigious in Texas. Like,
Yeah.
don't
Oh
play with
yeah.
me. Like I turned Rice down. They called me twice, wanted me to come. I said, "You want me there because it ain't hardly no black people there." That's number one. And number two, I'm not interested. Because I'll be full disclosure. From kindergarten to high school, I went to schools that were run by white people, but the school, like the students, were predominantly black. Everybody was there, Hispanics, whites, Asians, but it was predominantly black. But the school who was running it, like administrators, faculty, predominantly white. I think my whole time in like from kindergarten to high school, I might have had three black teachers. Out of all the rest of the teachers was white. I had one Hispanic teacher. Um, Understand that they traumatized me. I will not lie to you. Those microaggressions and
It
things
is
like
hate
that.
if you hate your own race. I agree with you on what you could do.
Yeah, the microaggressions and all the little things that I went through traumatized me. So when I went and visited, and I went and visited a lot of campuses, PWIs, Black School, but when I went to H, I felt at home. I didn't. It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't all the microaggressions, and I'm like, I need a break. I'm 18. I've had 18 years of this. This is foolish. So I felt comfortable. So it is what it is. You know, but I think it's also different, you know what I'm saying? Just like when I think about how you raise your kids probably are going to be more jovial and they won't be like I was when I was 18. I was so ready, done, and over with these crazy folks. Like I was over it. You know what I'm saying? Like, but when you at home and it's comfortable and you're not dealing with microaggressions, or when you do go to your classes, because understand public school is 8 hours a day every day, like a job. You know what I'm saying? But like you said, yeah, your daughter may go to her classes and but she has a black teacher. So she's looking at a black person and she knows that, oh, I can do this too. I wasn't seeing that. I was
Yeah.
not all I was seeing was a bunch of white people that was telling me, maybe y'all should be garbage people, or maybe you
And
should
they,
be
yeah, they
plumbers,
don't
or maybe
understand. They don't believe. You know what I learned is that one of the biggest things that tells you if a child will succeed is how much their teacher believes they will succeed. So you sitting there and your little black children are sitting up under people who don't believe in them, who don't see them as anything, you
mm-mm,
know,
mm-mm,
equal or anything of value or anyone who can learn and grow into like I don't know. It's really
baby.
it's awful. It's really awful.
I'm gonna go even further. The reason why I was even in that school district, which I'm not blaming my mother, because we talked about it once I got grown. My mother was like, I knew they were a good school district, and they were. Despite all of the other stuff, learning wise, oh, we learned. I can read and count and reason real good, better than average. And our school was recognized. We used to get high on state testing and things like that. But my mama also was like, my mother went to a little bit different. She went to a magnet school, but when she went to a magnet school in the 70s in Dallas, most of the teachers at her school was black. And
Yeah.
I think that was something that my mother, I won't say took for granted, but later on, we talked about it, and she said, "You're right, baby. I didn't think about it, and I should have thought about that because my teachers were black, and they did believe in us. Even though it was
It's hard too,
even
cause
though it was
like
public school."
my oldest went to public school before. So we were in the when my husband was in the Navy, we were stationed in Moore, California, then we were stationed in San Diego, California. And in San Diego, I was able to choice my kids into the STEAM school.
Hmm.
Excuse me. So I was like, okay, bet. They don't give you transportation, but baby, I was in that car half the day. I'm dropping him off. I'm dropping the kids off. Then I got my son in the school down the street from my daughter. Like we was in that thing. But the thing about choicing your kids into schools that are better schools, right? It means that there are less teachers and there are less students that look like your kids. And luckily for me, I was a military wife, so I was right there. Like the teacher knew, like if I pulled up and my baby wasn't outside, she was like, "Oh, wait a minute, mom, she forgot her backpack and she's coming right out." Like I was at every parent teacher conference. I'm at every little PTA. Like we got rid of the one black teacher. Well, we didn't get rid. She moved away, but I was in the meeting. Like I know y'all going. Whoever come back up in here better be black because it was only one black one in the first place. And so
Yeah,
it's like the catch-22 because it's like you want your kids to get a good education, and
yeah,
here in America that means they have to go to certain schools and then the
yep,
people don't look like them again, so
yep,
they don't relate as much. And so it's just a lot, and I think that's how I landed on homeschooling along with
yeah,
COVID and everything
yeah,
else and like the education system in Texas. But I know that not everyone feels like they have a choice, and so I
yeah.
would say if they in public school, you definitely want to be a known parent. You want to be a they know
Yeah,
better
and
than
I
you.
think also a little bit too, which I know, everybody's time ain't the same, but also not only do you want to be a very active parent, that's my mother was that way too. She was active too. Honey, she was over the PTA board and stuff like that. And them
Mhm.
little white parents would be like, they didn't know what was going on because my mama did not play. She didn't play
Yeah.
about them kids. And she didn't care if it was me or anybody else because she'd be quick to tell them, no, I'm fighting for my child, but I'm fighting for your children too.
And that's the good thing about us in there is that we always extend that same love and care to every child. You know what I mean? That's around every
Yeah.
child that we can touch is
But I
gonna
definitely
feel
also feel
happy.
like even if your kids go to school, you
But
need
that's
to
the
augment
thing the
too.
other way
You
around
need
for
to
our
augment
kids.
at the house. Some little lessons, little stuff to teach them, even if it's just on the
Yeah.
weekends or even if it's just an hour. You need to be teaching them something because number one, the school can't teach everything, but number two, baby, especially if it's public school, state school, well, even private, they not gonna teach a lot of the things that
It's
these
your
kids need to know,
responsibility at the
period.
end of
And
the
I'm
day.
not talking about just black centric stuff, because the white children are being miseducated too. So don't trip on that. There's racism. To me, the largest part of racism is the lack of education. It's like an
I
ignorance.
agree. I
Racism,
agree. Because that's what
it
keeps it
hinges
going.
on
Is the people
ignorance.
walk around ignorant and
Yeah,
they
that's what
out
it
here. They
hinges
are
on.
bankers, they're
Yeah,
lawyers, they're doctors. Like they
yeah,
everywhere.
yeah. But yeah, it's
I have a
wild though.
question
But
for you. It's about canning though. What are your thoughts on or the chat too on dry canning potatoes? I know it's very controversial, and I ask you because you are a scientist, and I know a lot of the recipes. The what they're testing is like how the heat will travel through the liquid or through the food to get hot enough to kill the botulism spores and stuff like that,
yeah,
right?
whatever
So then it's
microorganism.
like I guess the question is the heat gonna travel through air the same way it's gonna travel through
It does
water?
not.
Because and
It
see a
does
lot
not.
of people because like I said, I haven't learned from my granny or nobody and I've
Yeah.
never seen nobody granny dry
My
can
granny never
either.
dry can. Just full
But I
transparency.
see a
Neither
lot of
my great
people
grandmother
doing
either.
it
They
and I
never
was
dry can.
wondering. Mm-hmm.
My thoughts on that is okay, now, because I do not have the proper equipment to test temperatures and things of that nature, I know for a fact, this is just scientific fact, that air transfers heat differently than a liquid. And even certain liquids transfer heat differently. For instance, in your car, that's why you use ethylene glycol because it transfers heat very well. But anybody knows anything, don't drink that ethylene glycol, it will kill you. You get what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm.
ethylene glycol will transfer heat way better than water does. But ethylene glycol is not edible. That is why we don't can with it. And that's why you can with water or chicken broth or something like that. Which chicken broth, the main ingredient in chicken broth is water.
Yeah.
So no, the heat does not transfer through the same. Do I think that it will kill microorganisms when you dry can? I think so for the simple fact of how long and at what temperature you're keeping it in there. Let me tell
Mm-hmm.
you. So you said controversial, and you're right because the first time I saw somebody dry can, and like I said, full transparency, I had never seen that before. I learned about that about 2 years ago. But I've only ever seen it online. I've never done it myself. Um, when I saw it, I said, "Oh, you can do that." My concern was is that so those jars that you can in, to my understanding, they're designed to be canned with liquid. So I'm wondering over time, maybe not the first time, but what about the 10th, the 11th? Because we all know we use our jars over and over and over. Your jars, they're not meant for you to throw away. They're meant for you to continually use and use them. Now the lids,
Mm-hmm.
that's a different story. But the jar itself, you're supposed to use that over and over indefinitely. What
Right.
happens to it? Like, does that hurt the glass in any way when you're canning and there's no liquid on the
Mm-hmm.
inside? That's what I worry about. And I did see an article that kind of talked about that too. They said that they worry that over time, perhaps you may try to can in that jar and that glass is compromised and it's going to crack and break. So you may be breaking, you may be shortening the life cycle of your jars. Now,
Mm-hmm.
even they said in their article they had not tested this theory, but that was their thinking as well. So that's what I wonder about. However, I would not ever tell anybody, oh, don't do this or don't. If you think that you can do it and be safe, you're a
Yeah, it's
grown
your rules
adult.
in your kitchen.
Yeah, you're a grown adult. I'm not gonna tell you what you can and cannot do in your house, your life, whatever.
I
Um,
definitely am a watcher. Like I watch other people.
Yeah, and I watched the chick, she did her potatoes. She took her potatoes and you can watch her video. She took her potatoes and she dry canned them. She put butter or something in them. But
Yeah, that's what I see
other
people
than
put like
that,
1 pat of butter in it.
yeah, and she said she loves the way they come out. She said they're still she likes the texture and stuff. And she's been canning for a long time, and I know for a fact she eats her stuff. I think she's an honest woman because even when she makes mistakes in the garden and stuff, she will tell you. So I feel like if it was causing her issue, that she
She
would
was
say
saying,
something about
yeah,
it because
yeah,
she's honest. So I think maybe you should look towards people like that who are honest, like even when they mess up, or even, they'll tell you, or if they had a bad reaction, or maybe their jars burst or something. I would say talk to those people and ask them. And if you trust them, then maybe take their advice. That's the best way I can see to do it. I think sometimes when people get a little overzealous, oh, don't do this, don't, honey, do what you need to do in your house, cause I'm
yeah.
sure gonna do what I need to do in mine.
Be a
So,
mom, baby. Okay,
but
thank
yeah,
you
but I
for
but
saying
ha- but
that.
I've
That's
never
some of
done
my
it, so I
thoughts on
can't
it
speak on
too.
personal experience either. I've canned potatoes the way you doing it though. I've done it like that with raw potatoes and can them, and then I get them out and use them however I want to use them.
Yeah. I've seen people do like this, but make French fries with it. Have you ever done French fries? Because I
I've
definitely
never
would like
done
to try
French fries.
that.
I've seen it. I've just never done it. I'll be honest. I'm a creature of habit. Sometimes I'm so used to doing stuff where I get in the kitchen and before I know that I done cubed up them. Even I'll be like, oh dog, I could have cut them like French fries. They already be cubed up, girl. I'll be like, oh Lord, well next time.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I be a creature of habit. Sometimes I just get in a habit. I do things. It's just like muscle memory. Sometime in the kitchen, like.
Yeah.
But no, I think French fries would be cool because you could get them out and then you could fry them, and they would be crispy, on the outside, but they would be soft on the inside. I think they
Yeah,
would be
that's what
good.
I've been seeing people do, and I'm like, ooh, I
Yeah.
think I'm gonna try that.
And to keep it all the way 100, the way you got those cut, you could do the same thing with those. They just won't be French fries shape. You'll get the same French fry, crispy on the outside, potatoey on the inside. It just won't be
True.
that shape. So you low key could still do it with them.
That's true.
But
I
yeah,
want
girl, it's so much different stuff. Just like I've seen people how they don't boil their jars. I don't know if you've seen that. They bake them in the oven to sterilize them. It's so
Yeah.
many things. Army Chickadee wants to know what spices did you add to the jar.
I put this is lemon basil from my garden. I lost my labels, so that's the label. That's the piece of
Girl, you
paper.
got to do what you got to do. I remember you saying something
This
about
is
that tape. I said, girl,
rosemary.
you that tape.
Rosemary from the garden. This is just garlic and salt. I use pink Himalayan salt in my kitchen. And I mostly peeled these. I wasn't like super precise. If there's like a tiny bit of peel in here, I'm not like
Yeah,
tripping,
it's
but
probably all right.
I did
It's probably
mostly
all
peeling. And then I just have boiling water. That's what I'm pouring on top. And let me just wipe my rims. And I do two at a time to try to keep my jars hot, to try to remember every step without like rushing myself or getting nervous or whatever. And that seems to work for me. Unless it's like chicken or something. When it's chicken, I just do all the jars cold and stick them all in there.
right. Okay.
And I do pretty much the same herbs. If I have some thyme dried, I will put that in there because I was reading about like how you can change. You can't change the recipes too much, but you can add as much dry herbs as you want. So
Yeah.
instead of the recipe just having hot water, I'm like, I'm gonna make some herb potatoes so they at least have a little flavor
Little
when they come
taste.
out.
Little taste to 'em.
Little taste to them. And then I'm growing and drying my herbs, so I get to kind of use my own homegrown stuff. And for $3, baby, I'm about to get me 7 quarts of potatoes.
Yeah, that's good. That's real good. And they'll be shelf stable and you won't have to worry about a thing.
hmm This was definitely one of the things. Like, even if I wasn't growing my food, just preserving it saves a lot of money.
Oh yeah, definitely. I forget how what the percentage is they say about food spoilage, like, that being a big uh contributor to waste and stuff like that in people's kitchens.
Yeah.
Because you buy things you intend to use them, and then one thing life happens or whatever, and then you end up not using it.
hmm And then growing your stuff too, 'cause like buying cilantro and then using it once and leaving the whole bunch in
Yeah,
the fridge until you forgot.
yeah,
And if you have it outside, you can really just go pick it, when you need it.
yeah, that's true.
Or you pick it a lot and
Oh,
then you
Army
buy a
Chickadee,
little more.
I got what you sent me. Thank you, appreciate that. I think I got it yesterday. I think it came yesterday. Somebody else sent me something. Garden of Eden, or is it Garden of Eden or Garden some one? She been a subscriber for a long time. I did a giveaway years ago, and she won one of the things, and she sent me some seeds too. I got her stuff too.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, she told me she was gonna send me some seeds. But she been watching me so long because I promise you I did that. I think I did that giveaway 4 years ago. It was or more. It may have been more. I can't remember because that was that time. I think I mentioned that where kind of got roped into that. I'm not saying I would never do a giveaway again, but I'll never do it like that again. Like where it's this the person who was leading the charge in that. You ever met somebody who they want to do something for themselves, but they feel like they need to rope in all these other people. Like they can't do stuff by themselves. They want to do it, but they can't do it by themselves. So they feel more comfortable by roping in a bunch of other people with them. And that's cool. I
Mm-hmm.
guess some people are like that. I think because I'm an only child, I kind of operate differently. Like if I want to do something, I just do it because I never had siblings and all this stuff. Like I had friends, but still, I ain't have siblings and stuff to be running with me doing stuff. Child just had to do. You know what I'm saying? I got in trouble by myself. I got praised by myself. Like whatever it was by myself. But she wanted all these people to get in to give away with her and do all this and we was cool at the time. Then I figured out, baby, you got some Stockholm syndrome issues, and I'm not the one. And she was trying to press some of that on me. So I'm like, no,
Mm-mm.
no. Shay, if you want to do a giveaway, do one.
Sure, you
Go
gonna
ahead.
do
I
it?
mean, giveaways are not bad. Let me tell you the one thing to stay away from, because this is how I can't think of his name, but this is how he lost his channel. If you're gonna do a giveaway, do not if it's on YouTube, do not do it and tell people to like subscribe to your channel in order to win the stuff. They will take your channel down because they look at that as you're like you're using a gimmick to get subscribers. And you're
Oh.
and you're openly and you're openly doing it. Now the guy who did that, he didn't know that at first, but YouTube show took his channel. I'm trying to think of the name of his channel. He's a veteran. He was in the army. He's married to a Filipino chick, and he got some children. He got 2 or 3 children. I'm trying to think because he real cool. He who I got. Did I get my comfort from him originally? I want to say I did, but he had to change his channel. I can't think of what his channel is now.
I
But
don't
yeah,
know,
Lord,
but I sure hate that for him.
yeah, he didn't know. It was an honest mistake. He did not know.
Yeah, I hate
Yeah,
that.
he didn't look at the rules and regulations before he did.
He wasn't even trying, he wasn't even really.
Yeah, I haven't watched him in a while. Girl, Shay, what's his name, girl? I can't.
She
Not Grow Family, not him. Not Grow Family, because he married to a Filipino too. Not him. It's another guy. He cool.
hasn't been posting as much, right?
I guess, girl. I don't watch him at all, honey.
Oh,
I don't watch him.
oh,
I used to watch him. It's not for any particular reason. I just, girl,
Child,
okay, let me
I'm
be
just
all the
trying
way.
to learn that shit. That's why we be live together though. But I wouldn't tell that.
But let me be all. I'm gonna tell y'all what kind of channels I like, and then you'll be able to kind of tell why I don't watch certain people. It's not a mean thing. It's not. I like
You
what I like. It's just like
some
certain
people talk too
TV,
slow for
certain
me.
TV. Yeah, certain TV I don't watch because I don't like it. Certain TV I like, I watch. Okay, so the type of channels that I like, because low key somebody tried to slay me. I was live and they tried to slay me, but I guess they didn't know who they was fooling with, because she was like, "Yeah, because I came up under your video and I told you I make videos and you said you was gonna check me out, and then I ain't never." And I said, "No, I did check your channel out." I said, "First of all, you make videos once every month. Second of all, not once every month, once every 6 months. And then you make 2 minute videos, and I really don't know what's in your garden. Like, I want to see, like, for instance, I watch Army Chickadee because she go out in her garden and she gonna show you progress. Or she gonna show you, like, when she was starting her seeds, she had a little trouble. She gonna show you, I started some seeds, they didn't come up. But look over here, I got this. And she go through and show you what's going on.
Yeah,
Shay do the same thing. You do the same thing. And then keep in mind, when you post videos every 6 months, I'm gonna lose interest because I don't forgot what the hell you was doing. I'm be like,
yeah,
where
yeah.
was we at six
We
months ago?
can't build a
On what?
relationship like that.
And then when you showed me this plant was like this, and then 6 months later the plant dead, I don't know what happened. What happened in 6 months? I, what? It's just like TV, a TV series. If they left you hanging for 6 months, would you continue to watch? No, because you ain't keeping my attention. Um, so I like stuff like that. So if you really showing like Catherine's gardening, I could name a whole bunch of people. Some people I was enjoying them, but you so inconsistent. Like it's like you playing with my emotions right now. I don't like my emotions played with. So I'm very ticky about that. I don't care what you showing. Just like sometimes Shay go in the kitchen. Oh, we in the kitchen today. I'm intrigued. You know what I'm saying? Oh, those are those okra that she picked in the last video. You see what I'm saying? It's like watching a series. I can follow
Yeah.
along. I
Okay.
can't follow along when you know what I'm saying? Just like I'm sure certain people ask me, what can I do to get my views up? And when I tell you, you don't like what I tell you, because I tell you, stop making 1 minute videos where
Tell
you flashing
us.
the
You
camera
better
everywhere and we can't
tell us,
see. We
girl.
don't know what's going on. You filmed your pinky toe for 39 seconds. We don't know what's going on. What's going on? And
Not your
my
picture.
filming ain't perfect. Cause I film the ground, I be filming stuff. I think I'm filming, and I'm not even filming. I say, "Oh Lord, my finger was in the way. My bad, child." Some. It's not about being perfect for me. It's about, can I follow you through your journey? If I can't follow you through your journey, my attention is not gonna be kept. Then if you helter skelter, these people that 1 minute you prepping, 1 minute you gardening, 1 minute you killing stuff, 1 minute you hunting, 1 minute you, it's too much for me. You helter skelter, you all over the place. Like, what you doing this week? And then when you show this project, okay, I'm gonna come back and show you, and we never see that again. I'm left on a cliffhanger. I'm on a
Yeah.
cliffhanger. What
I hate
happened then?
okay.
Where them solar panels at that you put up? Are they working? What? I need to know. So when you helter skelter, I can't fool with you either. I really cannot. So yeah, that's, and so when I say that, y'all probably can think in y'all mind, oh, she don't watch this person, because, or let me go even further. These people that, I don't mind you giving tips and teaching and things like that. I don't mind that. But it's when you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground and you really on here trying to teach. You
Mm-hmm.
really on here talking about, yeah, I just learned how to grow tomatoes 2 days ago. So let me tell you how to grow tomatoes. Ma'am, you don't know nothing about growing no tomatoes. You don't know nothing about growing no tomatoes. You don't need to be teaching nothing. That's why I like your channel. You'll tell people. Like, even now, you still be saying you kind of new to garden, which I don't count you as new to gardening no more. I just want to let you know that.
I
But
know. I'm gonna stop saying that this year, I guess.
okay, yeah, stop saying that. But it's okay though, cause I get it. Cause technically you are, but I don't think you realize how fast you learned. You learned really quickly, and I think some of that's genetics, and I think some of that's intellect. Cause you know what I mean. Cause your
Yeah.
family grew, and even though they didn't teach you, I do think genetically that's in you. You can't tell me, especially as somebody who, like I said, I did my DNA. I can see where, who was slaves in my family. You're not
Yeah.
gonna tell me. And then right after slavery, y'all kept farming. Y'all did farming as a living. You're not gonna tell me that. I do believe certain things imprint on your DNA. You're not gonna tell me that
Me
people that
too.
farm for 100, 200 years, that's not gonna imprint on you in some type of way. Like, even if the younger generations do it, it's the reason why some things come natural. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. I
I think even if my granny and them hadn't have taught me, I think, which real talk, let's be real, my granny didn't really teach me. I really was just out there helping her. And I
yeah.
just learned through osmosis. It ain't like she was like, here's how you farm. It wasn't like
Yeah.
that. It's like, girl, get your ass over here. We harvesting today. Like, that's what it was.
Yeah.
So, but I still think, even if I hadn't done that, I think I still would have, just because so many people on both sides of my family farm. So,
Mm-hmm.
it's like, so yeah, I think you learn fast through, I think it was genetic and intellect. I think it was both.
I agree. Thank
Um,
you for saying that. My dad just came over here yesterday and he was looking at the garden and he was like, you got this from my daddy.
yeah.
He was like,
Like my
your
family say
granddaddy
the
he
same
was
thing.
a
They be like,
sharecropper.
"Oh, you just like grandma." They was like, "Oh, you just like grandma." And then I ain't gonna lie,
Mhm.
it makes me happy to hear stuff like, because there are certain things, like for instance, I have people in my family who are older than me that saw things that maybe that I didn't see. Because by the time I was coming along, my great grandmother was in her 80s and 90s. She passed when I was 12, and then my granny, I only ever remember. See, I didn't have no 35-year-old grandmama. My granny
Yeah.
was 50. She, the youngest I remember her, she was 50. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
So what I'm saying is, I remember my grandmother being an older lady. I don't want to say she was elder, but she was an older lady. And, of
Yes.
course, all the way until she died, I don't know what she was like young. So when I do stuff, they be like, oh, your granny used to do that, or your grandma used to do that, or you just like them, or this,
Hmm.
that, and the other. And I'd be like, oh, for real? You just be
Hmm.
doing stuff and you don't even really realize, those things. And so that's why I feel like some of these stuff is not serendipitous. Some of this stuff it happens for a reason. It just it's the traditions, it's the I don't want to say pathologies because pathology means like a bad thing, like a disease of some sort. But I don't know how to put it. Those things that are passed down, even though you think maybe they wouldn't have been passed down. The channel
Hmm.
the channels that are about making coin. Yes, them people forever selling stuff. I'm good. Cause
What
I can watch
things
Home
about
Shopping
making
Network.
coin? Where is the coin coming from?
Like,
That's
have
what
you ever
about
seen
making
channels?
coin.
Have you ever seen channels
Um,
that it's like you watching HSN? They forever trying to sell you something like you watching the Home
okay.
Shopping Network. That's what she's talking about. Or they a lot of clickbait. They just want people to click on their videos, and then when you go on the video, it ain't nothing about what the title said it was about because it's clickbait.
Yes.
That's coin
Well, how
too.
can I even
I
get
don't mind
popular
if
enough
that's
to
your
get
intent, but always
monetized?
try to sell me stuff for some promo or merch. I can't watch it. Yeah, if it's too much commercial, if I find something I like, I'm gonna tell y'all about it because that's how I am. I'll tell my
Me
friends about
too.
stuff that I like,
You can promote
but
anything I
just
don't genuinely like
intentionally trying
use
to
or like,
sell
or if
y'all
it's
stuff.
more expensive than I would spend my money on. I'll be like, no, I don't want to promote that. I want to spend that on
And
that.
that's why I
No.
had to be careful because you remember the video I made about those composters, those countertop composters.
Mm-hmm.
That's what prompted me to make that because several people, it's obvious that those companies were sending those things out to people and they was pawning it out, but they hadn't even thought about the concept of that's not how compost work. And child, please, like, no, you killing everything healthy in the compost by baking it to death. Like, what?
Right.
But I just be like, oh Lord have mercy. Shay, how long have you had chicken? And was this the first, like, what made you get chicken? Shay, one day you gonna have to come on the live, Shay. Like,
Please invite it to the live. Anybody want to come to the live? I'll send you the link.
but yeah, girl, it's just a lot of, but yeah, so it's a lot of people that I cannot. And I know some people start out with good intentions, and Lord, sometimes social
You just
media
get
will take
corrupted,
you,
huh?
it'll take you in another direction. But it's
Mm-hmm.
it's like I told somebody, but to me, I wonder what that's about because it's hard to get me to not just be myself. It's hard for to get. I don't understand how you get pulled away from. But
Being
I
yourself.
guess I don't know. I don't know. I'm not one to try to critique nobody else and how they. But I do wonder how that happens because I've tried to be something other than what you see, and I just can't do it. I fail every time. That's something I'm telling you. Try to do something else. Try to be some other type of child. Please, I ain't got time. I ain't got time. It takes too much energy for me to do something else. That's what it is. It
I
take way
agree.
too much. But
I think sometimes the money or the
yeah,
illusion
your own
of being
eggs. That's
well
smart.
known, some people are
You
not
said
well
chicken
known
feed.
until they get on the internet, and then it's like something they're addicted to be like well known and just doing stuff for clout and for money.
Oh yeah, for fame and stuff like that. Okay, I
Yeah,
feel you. That's true. That's true. Okay,
we
you've
will
had chickens
relate
for a
to the
little
real
over a
people
year
like that.
now. Shay, them roosters I seen yesterday. That big old pretty rooster that's white and black. What kind of chicken? What breed is that? You say he is? That bird mean too. That bird was pecking the hell out of the mother, which chickens can be. I'm not ignorant to the fact that chickens, like quail, can be ruthless. These damn birds ain't nothing but dinosaurs. They evil.
Right, and
I
they
shouldn't say
definitely
they evil.
still got the
They not
instinct.
evil, but they are birds. Are birds. They're birds. He
They
is a
are.
light Brahma. Okay, I heard you say that, and you right. You said that in the video that he's a light Brahma. Is it anything special about those birds, or are they just pretty? The only thing I know anything about Brahmas is like Brahma bulls, the cows. That's the only thing. Them the only Brahmas I know. I don't know chicken breeds that well. Barred rocks and I want those all black chickens, but I live in the South. It might be too hot for them. Y'all know what chickens I'm talking about. They all black.
I
They
want
face,
all
they feet,
black chickens
everything.
too.
I want some of them all black chickens. They say their meat is real succulent and dark. They say the meat is dark and juicy. It's beautiful. When I get stuff, I be thinking about how good it's gonna taste.
That's what you're supposed to do.
That's the only way that I'm gonna keep them from being pets because,
That's what
baby,
cooking food.
cause I'm spoiling one of these mutts right now, rubbing on her neck. She
I
pitiful
just dropped the potato
on the
out the
floor or
pan.
in the
On the
Teddy will eat
table.
it.
Gone.
Teddy will eat it, won't he?
No.
Oh, he don't like potatoes.
Mm-mm.
Oh, okay. Mine
It
like
was
potatoes.
scrambled eggs.
They like sweet potatoes too. It's certain dogs. The
Teddy
dogs
likes
I have
sweet
now are
potatoes.
the first dogs that I've ever had that eat this much. They will eat cucumbers, tomatoes, potatoes, sweet potatoes. They will eat ground cherries. They will eat sweet potato leaves. They'll eat peanut leaves. They'll eat peanuts. They'll eat
He
good.
eats all leaves like a cow. He eats grass. He'll eat sweet potatoes, but not regular potatoes.
Okay, okay. Teddy choicey. He choicey.
You know,
I
he's
see him.
cute.
It's okay. He got a right to be. His coat justifies it. He can be choicey.
Baby
He can
Teddy
be
think
choicey.
he's famous.
Yeah, Teddy's beautiful. He needs a social media because his coat alone. Yes, that's the chickens, Army Chickadee. That's them.
I told the
Baby,
kids to,
she
baby, he
put
was scared.
the name of the chicken. He don't bother me, but he terrorized everybody else. Well, see, that's different than Bull. I don't know if y'all remember Bull had that chicken. That chicken was terrorizing him, honey. Bull ate that chicken. He cooked that damn chicken. Sure did. He cooked them.
That's like lemon pepper bad.
Oh, they're supposed to be nice roosters. Oh, you like them because they get big. I ain't gonna lie, I'm like that. I like a big man too, honey.
Lemon pepper got he was scalping everybody.
They say the meat is black. Yeah, that is what they say. They say that. I thought it was just cool that they was black all over. I ain't gonna lie, it kind of was a look thing to
Put
me. But
black
I
everything.
wonder would they get overheated? But I would if like I do plan on getting birds, y'all. And what I do, I plan on having a covered, shaded area, or I may build their coop. Okay, so y'all know where my greenhouse is in the back. Somebody asked me would I ever put a permanent greenhouse there. My answer is no. The reason why is because the tree limbs, when those tree limbs keep falling, hitting your plastic, if you have a quality, because I intend on getting me a really nice greenhouse for the NRCS, which I probably start talking about that next is my little old farm number. Girl, I done got my farm number. You can't tell me jack squat. But anyway,
Yeah.
but yeah, I would never, it would be ignorant for you to take and put a really nice greenhouse under a tree. I put that greenhouse back there because that's the space I had to work with, and I didn't want my greenhouse just in the middle. Y'all know my backyard is full of trees. It's kind of hard to get away from limbs anyway. But limbs constantly hitting your plastic and tearing your greenhouse plastic is stupid because that plastic, the good greenhouse plastic, is expensive. So no, I would never put a permanent greenhouse. Not unless I did maybe glass, but the limbs would break the glass. So no, I would never. I want to put my permanent good greenhouse on that lot, y'all, out in the open that's not under a tree. That's where I want to put the good stuff. So y'all, I'm just, I'm kind of in a holding pattern until I buy that lot. But I would put a chicken coop up under those trees because I think that would be good shade. They would get dapple sunlight, and I would have probably a run for them to if they wanted to be in the sun, like on cooler days or days when they just want to be in the sun. They would have a run to where they could have access to sunshine. That's my ideal. So probably where that greenhouse is, that's probably where a chicken enclosure where 9 times out of 10 go will be back there. And I would do the chicken run where the sun shine at. Um, but it's a rare Indonesian breed. Yeah, I mean Indonesia don't it get hot there. It may work here. I didn't know they was from Indonesia. If he ever felt that good, he gonna be smothered. Oh Lord, he gonna be smothered. Y'all crazy. I'm waiting on the grapevine trellis. Army Chickadee, you waiting, so am I. But no, I'm finna get on it. It's cooling off, y'all. So the weather, I'm gonna touch on this
Lemon
for a hot
potato.
second. The weather here has been so Like we didn't. I like I was telling Aisha in one of her comments in one of her videos. We didn't get one 100-degree day, and it don't look like we are because we down in the 80s, and it's supposedly not going back up to the 90s. Supposedly, it's gonna stay in the 80s and all the way to fall and just get cooler. Um, that's very abnormal for us. It's usually still 90s, 100 here. We don't get as many 100-degree days as Houston, so I'm not gonna finna lie, tell that lie. But we do get 100 degrees. It's very abnormal that we didn't get not one this year. The highest we got was 99, and we only got like one day of 99 and 2 or 3 days of 98. So that's very weird. Um, I don't know what that means. I don't know, but I know what it means in the grand scheme of things that the globe is doing something different, weather-wise. It's doing something. Now, what it's gonna mean long term, I don't know, child. But my farm number. So, girl, went last week and did what I needed to do, and I got my farm number, the return of Christ. But yeah, I did get my farm number, and I don't think I've talked about this much in detail. I should have done it a long time ago. And if I was to, I know we got some interesting things going on with this administration, but when I went to my local USDA office, when I talked to the guy, because I told him flat out, and I ain't gonna lie, I know that dude I was talking to, probably a Trump supporter. I don't care. I need you to tell me what I need to know. I said, let me tell you something. You know this man and how what he doing to the farmers. I said, I'm gonna go and get the farm number. I said, but is it gonna? It's like these programs. Am I gonna be able to get any benefits, or is this gonna be a futile effort? He said, at least for my area, there's still like the greenhouses are still a go. If you want irrigation, that's still a go. The fencing is still a go. That's a good question, Shay. Shay asked, "What does the farm number offer?" So, um, if you get you a farm number, basically what that does is that registers you with the USDA as a farm. Now, if you just get the number and you don't go any further, the only thing they're going to do, so for instance, Shay, let's say you went and told them about your home and that it's a farm, um they would say that, okay, this property, your property lines, what you own, all of it is a farm. That's what they would say. They're not going to look any further, because I asked the man, I said, once I get this farm number, do y'all check anything? They was like, not if you don't apply for anything. No, we just mark it as a farm. He was like, there are instances where you can buy things, like if you buy soil, if you buy seeds, if you buy things like this for your farm, where you can, it's a tax write-off. He was like, you can do it like they said. Some people, that's all they do. That's all they're interested in. But what it qualifies you for is any federal programming or any federal help. So, for instance, you're qualified for any USD. Well, I won't say qualified, but you could apply for USDA loans. Say you want to buy land. Say you want to buy a house. What's the difference between a USDA loan and a bank loan? USDA loans, a lot of them you can get it with zero down. So when you hear people, because it's very hard to get zero down. Most time you cannot get zero down. But if you have your farm number, like for instance, I was talking to the guy, I want to buy that lot next door. I went on, got that farm number. You want to know why? Because I can apply to purchase that land zero down. I'm not really interested in USDA loans. If y'all notice how a lot of black people lose their land with student
Mm-hmm.
loans from the USDA. But that property is going to be so cheap that if I can get it with zero down and pay it
Mm-hmm.
off in a year or two, I'm willing to do that, because I don't have to go into my money. Because y'all have to understand, when in Rome, these rich folks, that's what they doing. They getting stuff and they ain't putting no money down. So even though you poor, you better start moving like you rich.
That's
Because that's
true.
that's
That's
the only
fact.
way you build wealth. That's the only way you can build it.
Yep.
So that I'm interested in. You're eligible then for the NRCS for the hoop houses. I'm going to maybe put in the comments or something, put two links to two videos that I found. One is the black lady, one is the white guy, where they really talk about those hoop houses and the ways you can tweak that and go about and get you a nice hoop house. and the way you can get that, and you can either get it paid for fully, or you can pay for half, they can pay for half. Irrigation,
Mhm.
you can go in. Now, those hoop houses are grants, those on loans, because USDA got grants too. When you get your farm number, it qualifies you to be able to do those things. The fencing is grant money. You see what I'm saying? Any other grants that they may have, because the guy even told me, like, if I was to start doing educational things, if I wanted grant money and I needed to purchase things to help me start teaching classes about farming, it's possible that I may qualify for some grant money for that. So you would have to, and every go to on your state, because every state offer different stuff up under the USDA. Go to your state and or talk to go find your local USDA office. If you're in Houston, I know for a fact they probably got more than one. I know they got at least one. They probably got more than one. Even if you don't do anything, I would suggest you go over there and talk to them. Just talk to them. Do you have to have a certain amount of acreage? No, ma'am. I'm sitting on half an acre. You could be sitting on 0.0002 acre. It don't matter. You don't have to have acreage. No. Um, but this will open you up. For instance, let's say you wanted to buy acreage. Let's say you found 40 acres, but maybe you'd have had a down payment. Now you can do the USDA loan with zero down. You see what I'm saying? And like I said, be careful with the USDA, because like I said, it's how they've gotten a lot of black land. Be smart about it. Don't be stupid. Cause see, I got a plan. If I get a loan from them, I don't care if it's a 5 year, 10 year loan. It'll be paid off in a year two at the max. I'm not
Mhm.
playing with these folks. Especially this little lot that I'm talking about next door. That's a 10, 15, 20 at the max thousand purchase. That's not a $200,000 purchase. Um, but be smart about it. I think it opens you up for a lot of different things. But the programs he told me about off top was irrigation, fencing. Let's say if you was gonna get into livestock, they'll help you fence that. Let's say you do have acreage, but it's a lot of money to fence. They'll help you fence it, fence in your livestock, or fence out the deer if you got a deer problem.
Mhm.
Things like that, irrigation, the hoop houses, and like I said, they do have other grants and things like that. Or if there's an idea that you coming up with that maybe you want grant money, if you teach yourself or you learn how to write grants, there's a black chick on YouTube that did a whole video on grant writing. If you have not watched it, save it for later and watch it. I'm trying to think of what her name is. It's something, she got farm in her name, but she's a professor at some university, but she does farming at her home, and she's into like insects and stuff. She's really into bugs.
Mm.
But she did a very good video on grant writing.
Mm.
And how to do. I don't know about solar army chickadee. Um, I would. This is what I would think. So let's say they don't have a specific grant that says solar. Maybe if you had an idea where you're going to show them how solar is going to help you on your farm, like say you use your solar to run pumps for your irrigation, maybe you could write that, and maybe you could get that grant. Or maybe they have it and I just don't know about it. Because see, maybe your state got it, but mine don't. You see what I'm saying? That's why it's
Mhm.
beneficial for you to make sure you check it out, or either go to your office and talk to them, or go to the USDA. And then I think you can, it says look for programs. It's going to ask you what state you in. Go to your state and it's going to take you to the website, and then you can look through it. But getting the farm number did not cost no money. I had to get a copy of a deed to my house, and then I went over there, filled out some quick paperwork, and then I was done. It took maybe, so I had to stop at the courthouse for the deed, and then I had to go to the USDA office. It took me 20 minutes. It wasn't long at all. And if you don't know how to fill out the paperwork, the person there will help you fill out the paperwork. At least they should. They shouldn't give you no attitude. I didn't have no problem. If it was somebody to understand, they helped me fill it out with no problem. But yeah, it was super simple. And I got my farm number the same day. I'm not gonna say your office gonna work that fast, but the same day I filled it in, I was shocked. 2 hours later, I got an email, and they had already marked off my property and said it was a farm. So
Oh,
quick, simple. So I
have
should
you
have
ever
did it a
been
long
to
time ago.
class about getting a farm number before, or do
You
you
would,
have a farm number?
and I don't know if y'all remember, if anybody ever used to watch Letitia at Barefruit Gardening. She got her farm number long time ago. Long time ago. She was trying to tell me to get mine, but I was too lazy to do it. But I should have did it. But I'm gonna be honest. I don't know if y'all know. She bought another house. She bought a farm. And real talk, y'all, that's how she was able to buy that farm. That would help. I think she used USDA so that she could get a loan on a property and not have to put any money down. A lot of times you can get a little bit more land if you don't have to put money down. So
Mm-hmm.
so cause she bought a farm now. It's not a ton of acreage, but it's a decent amount. Cause if y'all remember, she was living up in a subdivision. And she's not in a subdivision anymore. I mean, she got neighbors, but they're not close like how they. It's not a subdivision, is my point. She bought a little farm. I think it's 10 acres, something like that. Maybe I don't know. Don't give me the line, but it's way more land than what she had. And I know that having that farm number helped because she probably was able to get that and then sell her other house.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, it also adds value to your house when you get a farm number. If like at whatever residence you at, that stays with the house for the rest of the time. So, like, say you sell it to the next person, you can say, well, this house already got a farm number, so it's a money maker. Because, like I said, if you just buy stuff, if you buy soil, if you buy seed, any of that stuff, it's a tax write off. Who wouldn't want that?
Who
Who
won't
don't
want
want to write stuff
that?
off? Yeah, exactly.
I don't
So,
know nobody.
because I like tax write, because when I going forward, I bet you I won't buy no seeds and no soil or nothing else and won't write it off. Bet you I won't.
I know that's right. I love that. I know a bunch of people probably had questions about the benefits of getting a farm number. And
And don't get me wrong, it could be more benefits that I'm forgetting, but I'm telling y'all the ones that I know, or the
well,
maybe
this
it's
is the
benefits
start
that
of
I
we
don't
all
know.
got to do our own research, right? Because
Yeah,
some of the benefits or some of the things that you think are benefits may be different for other people. So you got to
yeah,
figure out what it works
definitely,
for.
definitely,
Yeah. So what
definitely.
qualifies you as a farm? Does it tell you, do you have to produce a certain amount of stuff
Nope,
or
nope.
no?
They ain't check jack squat. Real talk. I think
You just was like,
I,
I'm a
you
farm.
you probably could go over there and lie because they didn't come look at nothing. They pretty much was like, put your address, put this, put that, and then when I got my email, it had my property marked like a map, and it had my property lines marked off, saying that this is now, like, for instance, when you come get your hoop house, the black lady in the video breaks it down. And like I said, when this live is over, I'll put it in the comments, put the link to the video on YouTube. She actually tells the process, which I like her video because a lot of people don't tell you the process. So when like, say for instance, you apply for your hoop house, you're gonna apply for it first. Then if they're gonna eventually contact you and they're gonna say, okay, we need to come look at your land. So what they're gonna come look at and see what you're growing. So at that point, if you ain't growing nothing, you see what I'm saying? So I would suggest y'all be out here lying. They're gonna find out eventually. It is the government.
Yeah.
Anyway, but they come and they look at what you're growing. Now she said it. She said you can be growing in raised beds, but there's a certain height limit. Like, what's the guy in Australia that grow in those beds that's he can just stand up to them? You
Oh,
know what I
is
mean?
that the one that be like, good day? Good
Yeah,
day.
he can.
I
But
don't
his
know.
raised beds are really high. They're like 4 feet
Mhm.
high or whatever. He can just stand up. Those are too high. Can't do those. Those don't count. But like, for instance, let's say you have beds like what I have that are either cinder block or tires or something like that. Because like there's a height. I don't know exactly what the inches is. She didn't say in the video. I'm sure USDA can tell you. But there's a height that qualifies. So like, for instance, I know cinder blocks count. So if you got cinder block beds, they count. Or like your beds that you have with the wood with the little concrete things at the corners, that's low
Mhm.
enough. They count. They count that as growing in ground. So they're gonna come and measure how much stuff are you growing in ground, even though it's technically a raised bed. It's close enough to the ground that it's in ground. Because let's be real, we all know those roots they go down into the natural ground. They even if you plant them in those beds.
Yes.
Whereas if you got a 4 foot bed, those roots probably not growing down into the ground. They probably all in that
Mhm.
4 foot high. See, I think that's what they looking at. So when they measure, they're gonna measure and they're gonna say, okay, let's say for instance, okay, you got 200 square feet that you're growing in ground. So you qualify. I think your greenhouse qualifies to be two times that or three times that. And so that's the biggest greenhouse that you qualify that they'll pay for. Now
Oh, okay.
you can get something even bigger. If you want something that's 40,000 square feet and all, you can get it, but you're gonna pay the difference. That's the difference.
Mm-hmm.
Now the white guy who grows, he said what he do is he let them tell him how much he qualified for, but he gets something smaller. And the reason why he gets something smaller is because he go back and he kind of do some. He take the because he get to keep the extra money and he takes it and kind of decks out his greenhouse the way he want it. Like he put sprayers or like some kind of irrigation on the inside and things of this nature. So he kind of get a little bit more bang for his buck. But
Okay.
he got a bunch of kind of small greenhouses. He don't have one huge one. So he grows outside and he grows inside. But you see what I mean? So when you ask, are they gonna check? Do you have to be growing a certain amount? No. You could have one little bitty 4x4 little raised bed on the ground. Just know
Mm-hmm.
that your greenhouse, you qualify for 8 square feet of greenhouse. Just
Yes.
know
Okay. I
that's what you
see.
qualify for.
Cause
So,
that would work for me. Like I said, I'm a
yeah.
little urban homestead, so you know me. I'm gonna slide and slip a little bit of everything in. So I just need one
See,
that'll
and
fit.
the way they probably would do you is they may would measure, see how much square feet, and you may not need a greenhouse as big as what they telling you. You can get something smaller. It'll be
Mm-hmm.
covered, and you keep the rest of the money. And if you want to run irrigation in it, if you want to just whatever you want to do in it. Now they do. I think they said a greenhouse is. I think they do want you to, like I said, grow in ground. But you could do some of those, like I said, some of the same beds that you have outside. They probably would let you do those in the greenhouse and still consider that in ground. Like I
Mm-hmm.
said, they just don't want you getting a greenhouse and then you ain't growing nothing in there. Or you just got a whole bunch of you storing a bunch of stuff or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
They want you to grow. But they will tell you all of the parameters of what you're supposed to be doing. If you unsure, ask questions. Open your mouth, use your words, and ask
Mm-hmm.
questions. So, but yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool. I'm gonna ask them and see what are the requirements for the irrigation. That's what I don't know, and I do plan on um documenting as much of this as I can. I don't know if I can document when they're actually here. I don't know if they would feel comfortable with that. But if they
Mm-hmm.
don't feel comfortable when they leave, I will relate to y'all what's going on and take y'all down the journey to, if it's irrigation, if it's fencing, if it's because that lot I'm gonna have to fence it. Because I told them people I don't mind growing, but I'm fencing that lot. When I get that lot, it's getting
That's
fenced.
what I think fencing is important because for the animals and people.
Yeah, I want it fenced for both, for
And
animals and
for
people.
privacy, anonymity, whatever.
Reading the requirement for Iowa, and it says that this property may already have had one in the past. Okay, definitely check if it had a farm number before. I know in my state they say the farm number stays with the house, so check it. It may already have a farm number, and if it
That's
does, you
cool.
should be able to just use that number. So you probably wouldn't even have to do the step that I did to get the farm number. You could just go ahead on and see what programs you may or may not be interested in. He used to have hogs on his property, so I need to take the docs and see if there's an issue or new number or keep the. Oh yeah, definitely go see. They can help you out. They can help you out and tell you what's up with that. And then, like I said, if you and I don't think it matters if it was hogs or what, as long as it's a farm number, because they don't even differentiate. When I went up there, they didn't differentiate between growing food, produce. The only thing they asked me is, "Are you growing food?" That's the only thing they asked me, and I said yes. I don't think they care if it's livestock. I don't care what it is. I get the so do I. I get homestead tax credit on mine. Here where I'm at, you don't have to be military. I forget why you qualify for the Homestead Act, but I get that too. But definitely check your state because every state is different. I want to stress that.
Mhm.
I can't stress that enough Cause just because one person do it, that don't mean, you know what I'm saying. But full transparency, I get to tag the homestead tax credit too. Cause when I closed, my lawyer was like, "And go down there and get your homestead exemption, cause you qualify." I said, "I
Mhm.
do," but it didn't have to do with me being military. I don't even know why I qualified. Some kind of way I qualified.
All we know is you
Yeah.
qualified.
That's all I needed to know. They say tax exemption. I said, "What? Let me go down here and get this." I got every exemption I get. I ain't playing.
I know that's
But,
right.
but yeah, y'all see about your farm numbers if you serious, especially if you because you never know, y'all. Like I said, even if you get your farm number and you don't put it to use for some years, you never know what may pop up. Because a plot of land may pop up for a damn good price. You don't need to be running around trying to scrimp and scrap. You need to say,
Yeah.
USDA, I found some land I want to purchase. Can I apply for a loan? That's what you need to be saying. I'm not going to be
Yeah.
scrimping and scrapping and running. I'm going to be
I would
together.
love to do something like a community garden.
I'm sure
And
I'm
then
sure they
the
would allow
community
you.
gardens where I'm from.
Yeah.
I know
I'm
my
sure they would
neighborhood if
allow
y'all
you.
watch my channel. I know Diva
And
knows.
even and that's why I said the possibilities is open because let's say you found a plot of land where maybe they tore a house down. It's not even that big of a plot of land. Maybe it's half an acre, maybe it's an acre, and you turn it into a community gardens, but you able to use your farm number to get a loan that previously you didn't qualify for because you didn't have no farm number.
Yeah.
So you know what I'm saying? So it's definitely because once you get the farmland, long as or the land, long as you farming it, to my knowledge, I think you can kind of, there are restrictions. They asked me if I was in a flood, like a area with high erosion. There's something
Hmm.
about there. They're trying to do some conservation. They don't want you farming on these lands that are like that erode a lot because they're trying to conserve those. Like they trying not to destroy the land any further. But most land that you buy is not going to be like that. Like most people aren't buying land in floodplains and things of this nature. They're not buying. Most
Yeah.
people is like when I think about it, there are three vacant lots in my neighborhood that if they ever go up for sale, the one next to me and then there's two others. I want all three of them. And eventually that's probably what I will. It's percolating. It's percolating.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
the
just
ravine went up.
it's about 30 seconds left of venting, so then I'm gonna put my little cap on it and my
Yeah.
pressure will start going up.
Hmm.
And when I get to 11 pounds of pressure, I'll start my timer for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And it has to stay at or above that pressure for the whole 40 minutes. So I'll just put the timer on my stove. But that's for anybody who hasn't done this before.
It's percolating. It's percolating. But yeah, I already know. Oh, Army Chickadee. Girl, let me tell you something. Tell your mama I'm not coming for that game. I found out last night that the tickets for that Vegas game is $200 a ticket for the game. No, ma'am, I'm not paying that. I'm not paying that because I was gonna have to pay for my flight. Like the flight was cool. I thought the tickets was gonna be $50, $60, $200. They charging like we going to buy you classic. They crazy and out of their mind. I don't know why they charging that much for that class, and it's not even really a classic. It's just a game. But whatever. But
Mm.
tell your mom I'm gonna visit her some other time. Tell your mama
Said
I'm
all that
visiting,
to
but
say.
it won't be for that game. Cause $200, that's too much. It ain't that much entertainment in football for $200. It's really not.
So where
I
were
went
you
to the
coming
game
from?
last night and that ticket was $25. That's more my speed.
That sounds reasonable.
Yeah, $25 is reasonable for a college game. It's reasonable. But yeah, 200, that's Bayou Classic prices. And understand when you at Bayou Classic, when you pay $200, you down close because it's at the Superdome. You're down close. Now the game that we playing in Vegas, we're playing it at the Raiders Stadium. It's at that professional stadium, but they talking about $200 is the cheapest ticket. That sound like nosebleeds. Oh no, no.
Mm.
The people look like ants running around, and I done paid $200. No, no. And then I got to fly too. No, out of your mind. No, not doing it.
So maybe next time is what you're saying.
I'm gonna catch another. I'm gonna catch a trip to Vegas some other time. It won't be for that game. I'll
Yeah,
be with them. I'll be with the G men in spirit. I won't be there in person. I'll be in spirit.
that's
So what you got
reasonable.
planned for the rest of the day?
I need to retighten my hair. All of my kids are fresh and they cute and they look all ready for school, the start of school. And I'm looking like I got about 2 inches of new growth in these locks. So that's why I have them in. I retighten in sections. So I'll take a braid down, retighten it, braid it back up, leave, come back. So I'm gonna see how much I can get done today after I get these jars out because today is my daughter's day to cook and my son too. So on Sundays I don't really have to worry about feeding anybody. I just try to get in
What
here
they
before
cooking?
I don't know.
Oh dang! You tell them. I said they have to prepare you a menu like they at a restaurant. So they need to write out their menu and have it ready for you Sunday morning, where you know what you're gonna be eating.
Okay.
I'm just
I'm gonna
playing,
give him
girl.
that feedback.
I would let her know I was emailing the USDA about my farm number. Cool, cool, cool.
Right, that's what I like to see. Army Chickadee say, I'm gonna have
Army
no phone number
Chickadee,
before
she
I get
ain't
off
finna
this
let
line.
no, she ain't finna let no grass grow up under her feet. That
You
woman,
know.
I need to figure out Army Chickadee. You gonna have to start holding some classes about how you be getting all this stuff done. Cause I promise you, she don't never sit still. She don't sit still. And I'm a serial multitasker. I cannot lie to you. But that woman, I think she beats me. But then again, it used to be a joke that used to go around about Jamaicans and how they keep like 9 jobs, like how they don't never be still. I remember that growing up. That was a running joke about Jamaicans and
I think
how
it was
hard they
based
work.
on true. You know, one of them jokes that's based on hard work.
Hmm.
Like we
It's
love you,
funny.
so
It's
it's
funny,
funny,
but
but
it's
it's
funny
true.
because it's honest. Yes, it's the truth.
Yeah,
That's why.
and it's a
That's
good
why a
thing
lot of
about
comedians
you.
are really funny. Is because they're honest. Speaking
Mm-hmm.
of, do you be watching Ali Sadiq,
Mm-mm.
baby? If you
Well,
ain't, let me tell you something. That fool will make you scream. He's a comedian. He from Houston.
yeah, I heard he's from Houston.
Yeah.
The first time I heard about him was something between him and Cat Williams or
Yeah, some
something.
bullshit. Let me tell you something.
And I
I
didn't
don't di-
know.
I don't dislike nobody, but if you watch the Club Shay Shay interview, if you have good sense, you caught inaccuracies in what Kat was saying. And I don't think it's that Kat tries to out and out lie. I think you ever met somebody who their personality is so that they exaggerate so much that that's just natural for them. It's not that they're trying to lie per se. It's
Mm-hmm.
just that's how I think that's Kat. But Kat
Do
gotta
you feel like he
understand too,
exaggerated whatever the situation was?
and you borderline lies. Like for instance, I'm gonna tell you one thing he said. Cat told Shannon Sharp. I don't know how much y'all know about football. I'm a sports buff, but Shannon Sharp went to Savannah State University, which is HBCU. The vast majority of players at HBCUs do not get drafted. Shannon Sharp's brother also went to the NFL, but Shannon Sharp is more famous. Shannon Sharp got drafted, and you have to understand how cold you have to be because they look at HBCU football like we can't play, and it's not. Dion said it's not. It's some hella football being played, but it has to do with it's a black school. But anyway, Shannon went on to
Mm-hmm.
the NFL and dominated in the NFL. It's just like Jerry Rice. Jerry Rice went to Mississippi Valley, that's HBCU too, and dominated the best wide receiver, arguably bar none. Shannon Sharp, if you look at him, he is still in great shape, at least
Mm-hmm.
physically. Because mentally, this foolishness with this girl that he had to settle this money with, you need to sit down. But anyway, physically, Shannon is still in great shape. Cat Williams told him he could beat Shannon Sharp at a 40-yard dash, and Cat Williams ain't never played sports a day in his life. No, you cannot beat Shannon. Have you seen Shannon legs? You can't beat Shannon. You're lying. Shannon still bench press well over 315 pounds. And Cat's never played sports a day in his life and he weighed 99 pounds soaking wet. No, you can't beat that man. That man was like, it's like,
This
it's too
ain't no
much.
pound
You're doing
soaking
too
wet.
much. You're doing too much, Cat. So yeah, it was some stuff that went on. Cat Williams tried to make it like I don't know Ali Sadi. I don't know Ali Sadi. He tried to say it like Ali ain't nobody, like he ain't no good comedian. Let me explain to you. I love comedy to the point where I borderline kind of study it. Some of my favorite comedians: Richard Pryor, Dick Gregory, Red Fox. Um, like these people who are literally griots. That's how Ali Sadiq is. Ali Sadiq is very much like that. He always talks about like his comedy is all Bernie Mac is one of my favorites. Um Ali is very much so always talking about his family and what he went through in life, but does it in a comedic way and talks about because he's a felon. He went to prison. He used to sell dope. He'll tell you, and he talked about all that. He talked about being in jail. He talked about he doesn't glorify. He tell you what went on, but it's very comedic. You have to watch his comedy specials. They all on YouTube
Yeah,
for
I
free.
see. I will form my own opinion. I didn't
Yeah,
have
yeah,
one. That's what I was saying.
yeah,
Like the first time I heard his name, and then mind you, I'm from Houston, but I was gone for
yeah,
8.5 years,
yeah,
or half pregnant in the times
yeah,
that I was back. And so it's not like I don't,
yeah.
I was really
Ali
into.
is very I like him. He does a lot for the community. A lot of people in the community know him.
Oh,
Even when he was selling dope, he don't glorify selling dope, but you ever met a dope dealer like, yeah, they selling dope and he had nice things, but he still was doing stuff for the community. He was not just out buying cars and all this. Yeah, he was doing that, but he also was doing for the community too. And he's still very active in the community now. It's like a boxing. There's something about boxing where they get youth into boxing to keep them off the street. He's very
okay.
instrumental, and he gives money to that. He himself boxes. His kids box. Um, and he thinks it's a great way to keep kids from being foolish on the street and stuff like that. But yeah, you should watch his comedy specials on YouTube. They're really good. I can't remember what the first one is where he talks about because he kind of goes kind of in order in his life. Like he talks about his childhood in the first one, all the way up
Hmm.
until where he gets locked up, and then the second one he talks about his time in prison, and then the third one he talks about his kids and how he's like how his kids are and stuff like that. But he's a really, really good comedian. I think you'll like it. He's funny. He's really funny. He put on another dude named Marcus D. Wiley. Now that dude bills himself as a clean comic. He used to go to the church a lot, so his comedy
Okay.
don't have a lot of cursing. Ali Sadiq don't really have a ton of cursing either, but he do curse here and there. But Marcus, he don't curse at all. He hilarious too. He hilarious. I think that's the latest one because that one is Ali Sadiq presents Marcus D. Wiley. I finally watched it yesterday, and I like that guy too. He was talking about going to Texas Southern because he's from Houston too. Going to Texas Southern and meeting his wife at Texas Southern and that time and how he had struggles in his marriage and all these different things. But it was really funny. I was like, this is good. And you look at it and you say, oh Lord, this video an hour and something, girl, that little hour breeze by because you be laughing. You be laughing the whole time.
That's
So yeah.
good.
So if y'all like comedy specials and y'all ain't got nothing to do late at night, watch something. Y'all watch that and laugh and smile. It's good to have some comedy in your life.
And yet, facts. Laughter is
Yeah,
medicine.
it is. It is. And also there's lessons in the comedy too. I like that as well. I think a lot of comedians nowadays, that's why I don't care nothing for Kevin Hart. I don't care nothing for Tiffany Haddish. I've seen all of them do stand up. I don't care nothing for it. A lot of times there's no messages. It's no lessons. It's no like it's okay, kiki, hee hee, but no.
That Tiffany Haddish, I feel for her. I see her, and I think she's a person who goes through a lot and continues to go through a lot even after she becomes famous, and
Mhm.
like she
I
just
think so
doesn't
too.
have a good hold on herself. And I think she's been made famous for shock value, and at times it's at her expense when
Yeah.
she I don't think she realizes it.
No,
Um,
I think she was kind of young and I think she didn't realize that all money ain't good money. When they're billing you as you know, Tranquisha from cuz like another comedian said this. They was like you said, white people thought she was shocking. But the thing is, if you black and you been around reason about a black, we all know somebody like that. Like
Right.
she wasn't shocking to me.
Not
As a
fat.
matter of
Yeah.
fact, she actually was kind of tame to me. Because if I introduce y'all to some people I know, and the homegirl tamed to me, But yeah, she was shocking to the powers that be. And then not only that, that she was willing to go be on these movies and be and do and say all these things, but then they typecast you, and now you can't really. It's hard for you to find serious roles now because they always want you to be Tranquisha. You'll never be anything other than Tranquisha. So, but you
Fat.
know. Because
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
telling you, I went to school. I went see she doing that for money. I went to school with people that was acting like that for free because that's who they was. Oh, look at
Right.
the baby.
Yeah, so we got new quail, but one of them I don't know
When
about
did y'all
him.
hatch them?
They're probably almost 2 weeks old. When the kids
Oh
come,
my
then I'm gonna
goodness,
have
look
them
at
start
them.
playing.
This is before they turn vicious. They so
Yeah,
sweet.
this was before they turn vicious.
Oh, look at them. They's cute. They so docile. Look at them. They not plucking their fur. They hair out. I said fur, but feathers. They not plucking. Oh, they drinking. Is that some? Do you put herbs in their water, or is
Yeah,
that
that's oregano,
okay? Yeah, I think Shay put oregano in her chicken water. I think.
and there's apple cider vinegar in it a little bit too.
Yeah, Shay put that in her chicken water too. See,
Mm-hmm.
I be watching y'all. Y'all think I don't miss nothing. Cause when I get my stuff, I'm gonna know how to do. Cause I be watching y'all.
That's why I watched, and that's why I show the stuff I be learning. Cause I'm like, it's nice to have a little bit of information before you get started
The
with them.
I got a question. The Cuban oregano cough syrup. Does it work really well? You find it works pretty good?
Yeah,
Okay.
I
I've
love
never
it.
made it. I've used Cuban oregano. I like it. I've cooked with it. I like it. I've just never made cough syrup. I'm gonna have to make some.
Yeah, you should try it. I love it. And the kids, it's easy to get the kids to take it. So that's why I make sure I make
Okay.
it every
They like
year.
the taste. They like the taste of it, which I'm grown. I done got to
Mhm.
the point where it don't matter. I don't care if I don't like the taste. I'm finna swallow this. I got the taste.
Right, but kids ain't the same.
Yeah, kids don't have that. They don't have that discernment yet. It comes later. When I
Yeah.
was younger, I didn't have that discernment. And then when I was younger, I had a lot of health problems. So I don't have any tonsils. I had tonsillitis real bad, and I was sick like literally almost daily, almost like I had the flu almost daily. Like it would
I
be
don't know.
from yeah, from the time I was like 3 to 5, I was sick constantly. And my mom was like, and this is how you know doctors ain't about shit. Um, my mother would be taking me to the doctor, and she was like, "Okay, this girl is getting sick." She said the kids shouldn't get. She said my house is not nasty, like it's summertime, and she's still getting
Yeah.
sick like this. She's not even around the other kids because at first it was like, "Oh, she's a kid, she's in school, they germs, blah blah." And my mom was like, "No, this is too much." And at first they was just gonna try to like they had just started prescribing me like medicines like antibiotics and things like that all the time. And finally, my mom was like, "No, I'm taking you somewhere else." And she finally took me to a doctor that gave a damn. And they was like, "Nah, let's see. You know, something's got to be making her sick." And then that's when they saw that my tonsils was inflamed. And the doctor was like, "Okay, I'm gonna have you come back in exactly a week. And if those tonsils are still inflamed like that, and if I notice that they're staying inflamed, you probably have tonsillitis," and I did. And so they took my tonsils. So for a long while, I was on medication like every day, and all that nasty medication, girl. My mom be like, "Who is the fight getting her to take all of this stuff?" So yeah, when you
That's
young,
why
you
people
don't
always
have
say, look at
no
me, my fire cider. My kids be
yeah.
looking like,
Fire
but you can
cider. Let me
use
tell you
that.
something. I take fire cider because it's good for me, not because it tastes good. I don't give a damn what nobody say. That don't really taste.
Same.
It's okay. I mean, you put the honey in it or whatever, but you still can taste that garlic and them peppers and all. You can taste that stuff.
Fire cider is never good, ever. It's never good.
No.
But, I can get the kids to take it, but it's definitely not an all the time thing. So I definitely like to have stuff that's easy. where they won't fight me on it. Or you can sneak it in some tea, like the cough syrup. They don't have to shot it straight. You can just put it in something they want to drink, and they don't even have to know about it for real.
That's true. That's true. Army Chickadee asks, "Will you ever sell fertilized eggs?"
I haven't before, but I would. These babies that I just hatched are from my own eggs, from Falcon, Piper, and Big Bird. So I saved eggs for like 2 weeks or something and
Okay.
incubated them. So yeah, I'm open to to selling fertilized eggs. Now that
Army
I know they'll
Chickadee.
hatch some.
Army Chickadee, would you do quail? I know you did chickens and ducks, but I also noticed that they gone too. Did you eat all them birds? Are they
Was
in
it
the freezer?
good?
She has some
Put
beautiful
some more
chickens
potatoes,
and
y'all. I
ducks.
think I'm gonna do another
She
batch.
she has some beautiful ducks. They used to swim in their little pool and get it nasty.
My oldest wants duck. She wants us to get it. If I had more space, when I get more space, I'm gonna have ducks. There's this one lady that I watch, and she has a old bathtub in her like rain garden, and the ducks swim in there. And then when she empty the water out, it flows all through her little food forest and just fertilizes the whole garden. And that's what I'm talking about.
That's smart. That's smart.
That's how I'm trying to live. And there's another lady that I follow, and she talks about how the eggs are bigger and richer, and how ducks are a little easier to take care of. I don't know anything about.
I've had duck eggs. I like them. They remind me of a big chicken egg more or less. They
Have you
are
seen anybody
the
raise
yolks.
the babies, or do they raise their own babies?
The ducks. I think they raise their own baby.
I
I
think
see
so.
the mamas be running around and the babies be behind them.
Yeah, I think so.
I think they raised their baby. What you call me? Got ducks? A Homestead Heart. Well, she had them. She had ducks, chicken,
The
and
duck
turkeys.
similar.
She had all three of them at one point in time. Now I haven't really watched a ton of Homestead Heart here recently. Um, I like Homestead Heart, but I ain't gonna dog on the line.
You
It ain't
said
nothing
you like
bad.
them on what?
It ain't nothing bad. It's just I don't know. Some things perplex me about her. She lives in a zone. Okay, so I'm just gonna throw this out here. So if sometime you do videos and you talk about food scarcity and you talk about because she's talked about those things. She's talked about going to the store and not having food and you need to have food and things of this nature. But then in the wintertime you don't grow nothing. I have a problem. I can't quite rectify and I'm saying I have a problem. Not Homestead Hard. I'm saying I got the problem. When you say something about food scarcity and then you're not growing in the wintertime. I can't my mind won't wrap around it. And she got a right to do what she wanna do. But I
I'm
can't wrap my
echoing.
mind around
I want to
it. What now?
respond, but I'm echoing. What did we do last time when it was echoing? Echo.
Okay, hold on. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. I
Am
can't
I
go
just
nowhere.
echoing in my phone, or is it echoing for you guys? Sorry, y'all. I got 29 minutes left. I'm about to peel some more potatoes. I still have potatoes in that bowl. Let me add her back. Is it better?
Did that fix it?
I think so.
Okay.
I was gonna say I feel you on that.
And going back to what I said before, y'all, about channels that I like, I'm not trying to nitpick because I'm not perfect. But when I catch, understand that when I catch a certain, if it's hypocrisy or something, if I catch it a few times, it's not the first time I counsel you. It's a few
Yeah.
times. It's usually a chronic thing. And when it's a chronic thing, I'm like, okay, I love you. See you later.
And we have to understand that when we putting out content, that's the way the world works. Like you can't expect anybody to watch you if they don't enjoy or if they're not entertained or if you talk too slow for them.
When I tell you homegirl come across my feed the other day, I laid in the floor and screamed for 10 minutes. 10 minutes
And
thinking
it's
about
like I
that.
want to like you. And I see so many, it look like so many people watch you, but if you don't get to the motherfucking point,
You know what I figured out? Okay, I'm Army Chickadee.
is it the
I'm not sure right off top about the lymph nodes, but I'm trying to look up something right quick. I'm trying to look up something. They are, and if you're allergic to chicken eggs, it says you may not have allergic allergy to duck eggs. Oh, okay. Didn't know that.
yeah,
Educate me. Oh, you sold them because you got bored with them. Oh, damn. You get
you
bored with the animals too? See, I don't never get tired of eating. That's my problem.
bored. The birds be doing new stuff every day. To me, I'll be like, that y'all got a personality.
But you know what? Can I be all the way real though?
Yes.
I think she said you still got an echo, but I have no clue why. I wonder if I wonder, but see, I think if you leave the live, I think it ends.
Yes.
Or am I behind?
No,
Um.
if I leave the
Oh
live,
no, she said speak. She said speak.
if I leave the live, it'll be off.
Okay. I do notice a difference, and I think this is just a cultural difference. Because I've noticed the difference in Caribbeans, Africans, them and animals. A lot of times, is very different. You get what I'm saying? Like, I don't even know what that is. I don't know if that's an American thing or what. Cause like, I have noticed that like they be like animals. They like that don't how we be looking at them and we be entertained and stuff. Child, they in about 5 seconds. Okay, I'm tired of that. I'm through with that. That's and maybe we easily entertained in this nation. I don't know
Look, we
because
need
see
everything to hold
my
along too,
animals
so
have
we gonna
clothes,
make
and
it
somebody from
fun.
the Caribbean told me they said you got clothes for your dog. Oh no, they looked at me like I was crazy. So yeah, it's a difference. An African did me like that too. An African seen me with one of my dogs with a shirt on, and they was like, "I seen the dog. The dog has clothes." I was like yeah.
That is so funny.
But I don't know.
How you
I don't
doing?
know. I think it just depends. But see, like I said, I don't get tired of eating. I think that was my grandmama problem too. I don't think she was in love with chickens, but she liked to eat. Hey, Mia, she back there waving. You ain't even see her. Look, she went, hey. You supposed to be get around here and peel these potatoes. See, you ain't gonna like me. I'm gonna put you to work, baby girl. Get around here and
You
peel these
about to get
potatoes.
out of my way. I was in here in my own psyche right now.
She said, "Mommy."
She about to do her own thing.
That's funny. That's funny. But yeah, but yes, indeed. Let me see. When should I? When should I? So Army Chickadee, you probably looking for something herbal. I wish I could go to Jamaica and I need to see, do anybody teach any like bush classes about
I would
all
love
that different stuff? And because when I tell you them Jamaicans, they go up in the bush and they can just pull stuff. Yeah, use this, rub this, take this and grind it up and put it up under your toe and then do. I'm like, how do they know all this?
spin it
Passed
and put
down
put
from
it in your
generation
throat
to
and then
generation.
wake it up. Fine.
Yeah, they know. They know all about what they be looking. They know them plants. I'll be looking cross-eyed. I'll be like, I know some things, but it just amazes me how they can walk, walk through places.
Well, see, if we could do that, then the pharmaceuticals don't make as much money.
True.
So that's why everybody had to be called a quack first before they could get this whole new med school age going.
Okay, some Americans ain't taking their animals to the vet. But that's a racket here though. Like me and somebody else was talking about this. It's getting to the point where the vet is getting so expensive, you almost have to be rich. It's
Yeah,
almost like they want you to be rich
I'm
to.
not gonna lie, I do my pets, my animals, same way I do myself. My family is I try to
Me
number one
too.
is start
I
off
do a lot of.
healthy so that I don't need a
Yeah.
lot of extra, and then number two, I have to try to learn different ways to help them at home. Because sometimes you know what, you might not have access to certain things too. I think people don't think about that enough
Yeah, that's true. That's
because it's
true.
like if you don't
The
have
only
access,
thing I really take mine to the vet for, they had the puppies had serious issues when they were puppies to where it needed vet care. Like it wasn't something that I could handle. But
yeah,
other than
that's like
that,
who
I do a
doesn't
lot of
keep and
preventative.
suffer.
They are spayed and neutered. That they went to the vet for. I'm sorry. I'm not gonna chop your balls off at home. I'm not doing that.
Titty still
Like
has some balls.
but yeah, they are spayed and neutered. That they went to the vet for. But outside of that, if it's not something serious, but I'm gonna be for real, stuff does happen sometimes. Like I know somebody who they dog got hit by a car, but they broke their leg. Okay, they need to go to the doctor.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not about to watch you suffer.
yeah, and
Um,
that's what I'm saying. Like they making it so to where it's so cost preventative. You can barely like that's
Lord to
ridiculous.
help them.
Yeah. Now I'm
Yeah,
not talking about these people that's getting acupuncture on their dogs and they got dog psychics. I'm not talking about that bull. Now to me that's some BS. Oh, you was selling the egg. Okay. Was that $2.50? That's a dozen, and for $5 a dozen for the duck egg. It's not
I mean,
necessarily bad.
typically they don't sleep in my bed. They don't sleep in my bed either. I think everybody's rules are different. Like I would say, my brother-in-law, his dog ain't the same as my dog, and I don't
Is
even
it
look.
is the dog they more bougie or less
She
bougie?
just has different rules. Like Teddy doesn't come in the kitchen. Teddy
Oh,
doesn't
okay,
get
I
on
got you.
the couch.
I got you.
Okay, he's very loved, but he don't get on the couch, and he doesn't come in the
Yeah.
kitchen at all. Like period. And she does.
Oh, okay.
Not in my house, at other houses. And and that's okay at her house. But I think we all, just like I tell my kids, different rules are different in other people's house.
Yeah,
You
because
know.
some people allow their kids to slam their doors and tell them I hate you, mother, and all this, and then other people don't.
And he
Like
understands. Some people get hit by their kids. You know, not
I
up
would have
in
to agree.
here.
I would have to agree with that Army Chickadee. I've met people like that. I will be honest and tell you, what I consider is spoiling. My animals do have rules though. Very similar to yours. My animals don't be in the kitchen. They don't sleep in the bed with me. I won't lie, when they were puppies, they did, but they too big and I don't be comfortable now. You get out of my bed. So they got I mean, but they have their own beds. They're very comfortable. I mean, they don't
Teddy can even keep a
I
baby
don't
in
tie
his
them to a
bed.
chain and just leave them outside in every type of weather and stuff like that. I I make sure that they eat well, they sleep well, they're comfortable. Cause like now they in here, they on their beds. They on their beds that's on the floor. Um, but I would not say that I treat animals better than I do human beings. But let me say this though. Some human beings deserve to be treated like animals because some human beings are animals. But as a rule or as a habit, no, I wouldn't necessarily say that. I've met people that have pets, they love their pets and they treat everybody else like shit. Like that's too
I
far.
agree with that too.
Um so and to me, I consider this spoiling because like I said, I have pit bulls, their hair is short. If it's cold outside, yeah, I put a sweater on them. Do they need a sweater? Probably not. But I put a sweater on their ass. It's my business. I
Yeah,
bought the sweater on clearance for $2. I had the $2. It ain't your $2, so you know.
everybody's
But
different.
I
We
don't
gotta just
spend
allow people to take
I
joy
don't
in the
spend
things they
like
take joy in.
crazy amounts of money on clothes for them. Like I said, I see stuff on clearance. They do have a raincoat. Why do they have a raincoat? Because sometimes when they go outside, they have a tendency if it's raining, they don't want to. They act like they can't poop. They act like, oh, it's raining on me. I can't. No, put this fucking coat on. You go put this coat on. You gonna go to the bathroom. Nobody got time for this. But yeah, so yeah, they got raincoats and they got little shirts and little jackets, little coats, little But it's not too much though. But but I like I said, it's lines and limits. I rub them down with coconut oil. I know y'all gonna think I need to stop telling stuff.
Girl, somebody down with coconut oil. Your skin cold.
Yeah, yeah, and I do it because does Teddy itch? Does he like if
Yeah,
you?
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, see, and
You
that's why I do it.
know, how good of a life do you want your animals to live? How
Yeah,
much time and money and effort do you want to put into it? And that's gonna look different for everybody. Like I'll say, our quail. If you guys watched the video when we went to get the quail, and how the quail were living before we got them, just the setup and stuff compared
yeah.
to setup that I have, I would say our quail are very much more comfortable than their forefathers.
I get it because I've
But
seen some quail setups that aren't as I would guess I'd say nice as yours. I'm not saying they're
most quail
terrible, but
setups are very small. They're like they just need this much space, and that's what they give them. And they're walking on like wire, and so the
yeah,
poop can fall through. Is that a bad thing? No. Is it efficient? Yes. Is it as comfortable as I want my quail to be? No. I want them to walk
I
on pine
agree. It's just
straw.
like when people have rabbits and you can let your rabbits be on wire all the time because it's easier to clean because everything falls through. But I used to have two rabbits when I was a little kid as a pet, and if I had rabbits again, they would never be on wire 24/7. I,
Yeah.
I know it's easier to clean, but they would never be on wire 24/7. And I probably shouldn't think about it like that, but I think about me. Would I like to stand on wire 24/7?
And
Like
that's how I do think about it
no.
because you give, like, one day my husband was like, well, quail in the wild ain't drinking ice water. And I was like, well, what they got to do with Quailtopia? Like, that's what I'm
Wait a
trying to
minute,
figure out.
they drinking ice water. He crazy. Look,
But sometimes you
look,
want
he real
something.
Nigerian. You tell him that he real Igbo right now. That was the Igbo statement.
It'd be
I
105,
look.
103 out here. The quail be like,
Exactly. Look, and tell your
30.
husband I'm one to talk because, like I said, I had my DNA done 30% Nigerian. It was
Oh, yeah.
like Nigerian was the biggest hump. It was 30% Nigerian. Right behind that was like Ghana. Behind that was Burkina Faso. Behind that was something else. Most of the stuff, I'm 6% German, y'all. So I can that mean I can talk like a white woman too. Don't listen to
You can
me.
complain on people.
Don't listen to me. All of Germany go come for me for that one.
Look,
Yeah.
I responded, but I didn't.
You be nice to that cat, Army Chickadee. That cat is probably sweet. That's a sweet. That cat look real sweet.
Let me see
But
what
yeah,
y'all.
when I tell he's talking about they drinking ice water, talking about what they got to do with Quailtopia.
Because it's what
Do quail like cool water when it's summertime? Like if you put an ice cube in there, do they appreciate that or?
Yeah, and they step their feet in it too. The
Oh,
cooling
they
bread.
oh they probably be cooling off.
Yeah.
Well, it's
Like
like
we,
a little pedicure.
sometimes I put stuff like I put like a piece of watermelon in the freezer and then give it to them. They tear that up, or like some celery in the freezer and then give it to them.
I could imagine. I could see that. I could see that. That's
But I
probably what I
don't want
miss
their
about
meat to
having
be
rabbits. I used
melted.
to could feed them stuff like that because rabbits they eat most vegetables and fruits too, and
Mm.
when you give them something new, it's so cute because they you can tell they really like it because they go right over there to it and just be eating it. They be eating it up.
And it's nice to be able to pick stuff too. Sometimes I just pick like oregano or whatever and give it to my quail just to keep them healthy.
Keep them seasoned. I already know what that
Come on,
is. Keep them
Christy.
seasoned. They season
I
from the
want
inside
some
out.
quality. I want quality of life and quality food. So I feel like it's okay to have a nice little setup for the birds to live happy and healthy until they go in the freezer.
Yeah, that's funny though. That's funny. But yeah, I think the oh Lord, and I'm probably over accommodating because, like I said, my mom used to tell me all the time, "Girl, you love these animals to a point where." But I have to admit, I think I've been blessed over the years because of it.
Yeah.
I'm certainly thinking about it, madam. I'm certainly thinking about it.
What you think
She asked
about?
me. She said, "Will I get dual citizenship passports?" I'm
Oh,
yeah.
me too.
And that's part of the reason. I won't say that's the full reason because you don't have to do your DNA to do that. I really just did my DNA. Well, first of all, let me back up. So I traced my family back as far as I could, and I went real far back because certain parts I was able to go back further than other parts. Like certain parts, there were two branches of my family tree. I was able to go all the way back to the Revolutionary War. So understand that means I was able to trace my people all the way back to enslavement, and then like one guy, he owned my great great great, I think four times great grandmother. He owned her, and had a child with her. I'm not. I speculate. I don't really know what that full relationship was. He was married. He was married to a white woman. Um, but I find it very interesting that there's even a paper trail where he, like, it basically said that he had a child with his slave. A lot of times they never said anything. What happens is you go back and you look at it and you see the slave owner and it has a list of their slaves, and then where it says black and white, you'll see M, that's for mulatto. So if you went back one census and you saw that they had 12 slaves, you come forward to the next census 10 years and you see that they have 15 slaves and you see a bunch of them is little bitty kids and they all say mulatto, we already know what that was. That is
Yeah.
usually how it's shown. I'm interested in this because there was paperwork where he, in his like will or something, where he actually talked about it. And I found that to be interesting. But then on another side of
But
my family, yeah, I
recently
don't
I
know.
saw a painting restored, and
With the black, the servant was in it.
he had been painted out of it, and they saying that
Yes.
he possibly was the son.
Yeah, he probably was. He
Yeah,
probably was.
by the way he
Um,
looked and was dressed, and where he was standing, and all
Yeah,
that.
his dress is what gave it, and like I said, where he was standing as well. But it was the dress for me, because the
Hmm.
servant wouldn't have been dressed the way he was dressed,
True.
because he was dressed just like the other children. His hair
Hmm.
was combed very well. Servant's hair was not generally combed. I mean, I'm not saying they didn't comb their hair, but what I'm saying is you could tell his
But
hair looked
other
like it
people
had a
different.
little hair dressing in it. It was coiffed, and the
Yeah.
curls was just so, and all of this. Yeah, no. Black folk won't walk around like they comb their hair, but they didn't have grease and stuff. They trying to make it. They didn't have stuff to put in their hair
But
to
boys
smooth it
time to
down.
be grooming themselves. It was a lot of working going.
Exactly. Like they washed their behind, but they didn't have time for self care. They didn't have time for. There's a difference, you
Yeah.
washing your ass out of necessity versus self care.
Fact.
Um, but yeah, so I was able to trace some stuff back, and like like I said, I found it interesting that I don't know these, I don't know, it was just interesting. So many, they fought in the Revolutionary War. Oh, we such Americans, we believe in this that in the field, and around here raping your property.
Yeah.
It was very interesting, to say the least, to learn about those things. But like I said, I did that on my own because I was curious. And then
Hmm.
after that it became okay. Well, I'm curious to know what the breakdown is of, what countries and things like that. Granted, I'm interested in all African countries, but I was curious.
How
Hey, how you doing, Nene?
ancestry.
Yeah, I
Hi.
did. I did African for the DNA. I did African ancestry because they destroy your um ancestry.com and the other one 23andme or whatever. they keep and or sell your DNA for research or whatever. Um, as a scientist, I know some people, which everybody got a right to how they feel. I know some people are super, super, super hyper. Don't get them people your DNA. Don't get them people your DNA. They're researching. Yeah, they researching. They are. But understand if we don't research human DNA. But at the same time, I don't think you
Just
can get
depend
it
on
like
who
that.
researching my
There's another
DNA.
way to get DNA other than through that. So African ancestry, they destroy your DNA. They don't keep any DNA. They don't keep anything. You send your sample, they test it, they throw it out. Um, and if I'm not mistaken, African ancestry is also black owned too. That was
I
another
think
reason.
so. I think I heard that. This potato
Yeah,
looks like
and also the people they've
a
hired predominantly black too, and a lot of black women. A lot of the researchers are black women, of the geneticists are black women. They also trace the maternal line, which is actually a more African way to do things. It's very
hmm.
patriarchal to always be going through the paternal line when
Yeah.
a lot of things genetically actually go maternally, like balding. That's on the mom's side. Some of these different diseases are maternal, like that. So even for health wise, it's better for you to know your maternal line than the paternal a lot of time.
Hmm.
A lot of
Hey,
people don't know that, but yeah, I did. Like I said, I did it because I was curious, but I was thinking about getting the dual citizenships anyway. I'm entertaining buying land in Africa. I can't lie to you. I'm definitely
is
entertaining it.
Africa the main spot or the only place you think you would go or have dual citizenship in, or have you considered other
I'm
places?
very I'm very interested in the Caribbean too. I will be honest and tell you 100%. I'm not interested in buying land where the majority of the people don't look like me. I'm tired of being followed.
Facts.
I'm tired of being I'm
Same.
tired of that stuff. Like at least
That was
if
the
you
main
following
question
me,
I want to know. My cousin told me Belize is a very nice place for black people.
if you go to if you go to these other places and you following me in my mind, and I could be wrong, but I don't feel like you following me because I'm black, because you black too. And so is everybody else up in here. So
Yeah.
you following me for some other reason. And then we'll get to the bottom of it, whatever it is. But not only that, let me be real with you. A lot of people don't understand. I just really like yesterday I had a time last night. It's nothing like being somewhere and it's 3 or 4 thousand black folks. Like, even
Facts.
if y'all don't all get along, I don't know. The vibe is different.
It
When the
is.
music come on, everybody start dancing. You know what I'm saying? When
It's a
the
weight lifted. It's a weight lifted and a level of comfortability that we all deserve.
tell
You
me
know?
about it, because when I tell you, you go come like trust me, it's a football game. When I tell you, I saw all types of body shapes, colors, fashions, whatever. Oh, that's cute. I like that. Oh, it was not like there's very rarely, and I'm not saying that nobody says anything foolish. It's always somebody, but the vast majority of stuff, because I'll
There's a
walk up
good
to people,
vibe.
girl, where you get that from? That's cute. This,
Mm-hmm.
that, and the other. People will compliment me on stuff. Oh, well, I had been. Oh, yeah, this, and a lot of times, and what I like too is they have really gotten into these black businesses. Oh yeah, this is a black business. You can go over here and get it from right over here. Let me give you the
Love
website. Let me
that.
send you to their IG. Let me send you over here. This, that, and the other. When I wear the jewelry that you have made for me, people have stopped me. Oh, where you get that from? Let me send you right on over. It's a black
Spend
woman. That's what I'm saying. Like, so and
Same.
I'm just not interested in living in a country that is so dead set on being the leadership being Caucasian, the
Yeah.
majority being Caucasian. I'm not interested in owning
And
land in no
no
places like that
people
no
care.
more.
I just hate
And I
seeing
get it.
people
People
are
say it's
treated.
hard when you go to Africa and get land. It's not easy. Well, I'm not looking for it to be easy. It's not easy to get land here too, depending on what you're doing. Like people
And then
trying to
it's
gloss over like it's so
over
easy to get
there, at
stuff
least
all the
you
time.
own it. Here, they still take it from you, from your
Yeah,
taxes after you done paid it off and everything, you know? So, I mean, I know it's highs and lows of every place,
it is.
obviously.
But I'm cool. I'll figure it out.
But
This is
this
what I
one
wanted to
here, the
ask
people
you. You say
looking
your
left.
cousin say Belize is now I've never been to Belize, so I'm just asking. Is it a lot of black folk in Belize? Because they Belize in that's in Central America, right?
Yeah, she said that there was a lot of black people there. She said that the local language, because she had just took a trip out there. This was right before so and so got in office, and
Oh,
she was like, "Cuz, what we about to do? If you get in there, it's a lot." She told me, "I just came back from Belize," and she was like, "There's a lot of black people there. It's land for sale out there." She was like, "The local language is English, so it's not like you have to learn a different language." I think she said you have to live there for at least a year to become a citizen.
okay.
And that was the pretty much the rundown, that the quick version
Okay.
of it.
What's
But
up,
she said
Clausen
she
World?
loved it out there. That they actually looked at land when they were out there.
Is it reasonably priced?
That's what she said.
Okay.
I didn't look up myself, but
Granted, let me be real with you, reasonably priced or not, I pay for what I want. Period.
fact,
I pay for what I want. If
that's
I
fact.
want it, I know how to go out here and make the money and make it do what I needed to do.
I'm gonna put some lemon juice and cold water in here and cut these potatoes up. But the lemon juice, I don't know if people do this at home. It helps the potatoes keep its color
Okay, so they don't turn brown.
so they don't turn brown. And then I got 2 minutes left on the canner. And then I'm gonna cut it off and let the it's gonna take a long time. Once I cut it off, it's gonna take a long time for the pressure to go all the way down and take it back out.
What is Creole? You know me. I'm on here researching, honey. I done started looking at the demographics of Belize.
Oh,
I'm trying to see
okay.
what they're because 50% is mezzisto or whatever. I think I know what that is. I'm I can kind of gather. But then they have something they call in Creole. What is this? Because I know what Creole do be a bunch of mixes of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Look at
Belize
my
has
child.
the bot
Look at my
fly. My
child.
coworker
In
and former supervisor visited Belize. They had good
Indy,
things to say about it.
as the bot fly, my coworker Anna visited. They had good things. They got that bot fly. Oh, girl, that might be something to run me off.
We turning the canner off.
Those first potatoes, they were red potatoes too.
Yeah.
Okay. Do
I
you
don't
ever can? Do
think
you ever can
brown.
russets or no?
Uh-uh. No,
You
I
don't
don't
care.
think they gonna hold up as well to the
Probably not.
canning process. But I
Probably
um
not.
I do have some recipes because those were on
They
sale
have a
too.
tendency to go mealy.
I'm gonna try to dehydrate some for like hash browns and scalloped potatoes. I think they'll probably
Mm,
work better for that. I need to go grab my charger real quick too.
okay. Clausen World, what was you doing today? I saw a video where you was doing well. I started watching the
Damn
video
guard.
and then we had to go live. So I was like, oh Lord, does anybody in the chat watch soap operas? I know that's probably a crazy question there. I can't really type. I'm on my phone. Eating a birthday lunch. Happy birthday. Who birthday is it? Yours or your mom?
Happy
Oh, you
birthday.
can't. You can't type, but happy birthday.
Birthday to you. Or them.
I bet your Clausen World mama watched the stories. Because Clausen World said her mama like ratchet TV. That's what she told me. That's Clausen World words, not mine.
What do you mean by Ratchet TV Plus and World? Give us an example.
That's a good question. Because I
Because
didn't even
when
really
I say
ask. I
Ratchet
kind
TV,
of
I
gathered.
think right now when I say Ratchet TV, I'm thinking like
P Valley.
Real Housewives of
Yeah,
Atlanta,
that's ratchet. I count that. That counts.
something like that.
I used to watch Happy Birthday Clausen.
Happy
Oh, so Clausen is a Virgo.
birthday to you.
Um,
Happy birthday
I used
to
to watch Housewives. I don't watch it
you.
no more. I said I was gonna stop watching that because
If I want some mindless TV, I might
Well,
let it
see,
play
my
while I'm
thing
sending
is
email.
Bravo TV. They know what they doing because if you ever pay attention, if you've ever watched the Housewives with majority Caucasian cast members versus the ones with black ones, and not just Housewives, Married to Medicine, what's that other one? Love and Marriage. All of those little shows, they know what they doing. They purposely make black people, especially women, look a certain way. And that's why I quit watching it. I'm not saying it's the end of the world to watch it. It's not. But I tried not to patronize them so much. I didn't want them getting so many of my views because that just signals to them, let's do more. Because see, it started with Housewives of Atlanta, and now look how many shows they got. Love and Marriage Huntsville, Love and Marriage Detroit, Housewives of Atlanta, Housewives of Potomac. It's getting to the point where it's more of them shows with black people on it than white people. And it
Yeah.
used to be more white housewives, but I'm telling you, watch the white ones. It's not even interesting. They conversations, them $2 conversations. They don't set them up like they set up the black folks to stand up on top of the
To be
tables and fight each
fighting
other,
and going through marriage
basketball wives,
problems,
where they jump
brother hip
across them
hop.
tables.
Yeah.
Baby, I said, so, I don't think it's the end of the world, but I try my best to watch. Then I said, this crap is rotting my mind away. But you're right, sometimes just kind of mindless stuff. But now when I try to watch, like I was telling you, like Ali Sadiq, like I watch a comedy spell or something like, you know what I'm saying? It's
Yeah.
not so much that you can sit back, laugh, and just kind of enjoy. It's stress free. That's what I
Yeah,
try to
that's
watch.
what I mean. Like sometimes I actually don't want to pay too much attention.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah,
on.
yeah. When I don't want to pay attention, I probably put on music. That's probably usually what I do. Sometimes
That's when
it
I'm
just
working.
it
I put
depends on what I'm
music.
doing. It
Yeah,
depends
when
on
I'm
what I'm
working, I
doing.
like music, or I watch gardening.
Yeah, but yeah, I found a new podcast though that's hilarious. It's called the I've Had It podcast.
I've had it.
Yeah, I've Had It podcast.
Okay.
And they have it on several podcast platforms. It's also on YouTube as well. And it's absolutely freaking crazy. It's these two white ladies from Oklahoma of all places.
Mm-hmm.
And they be talking about a little bit of everything, but just the stuff they be talking about, like you would think two women from Oklahoma would be basically it would sound like something I wouldn't listen to, but these women is different. They have me rolling. They have me rolling and stuff they be talking about. You probably seen a clip of one of them, the white woman who was like, these people who they don't like the best part of America, which is multiculturalism. That's the best part of America. You don't like that? All you should be able to enjoy is Cracker Barrel. When she said
Oh,
Cracker Barrel, I was
I
sick.
think I saw that.
I was sick. But when I seen that clip and they said they had a
You don't
podcast,
like
I
the
said, okay,
people, but
I'm
you
gonna
want
check
to
them
get
out.
their food. You want to deport the same people and then be in a Mexican restaurant. Stop that. You
Oh,
don't
they
get
be in
their
the
food.
Mexican restaurants and then leave it on the receipt. You're a piece of shit. Y'all, you heard about that woman? You in there
No.
eating those birria tacos, and then you gonna tell this person, the Hispanic server, you left that on the receipt. I'm not giving you a tip because you Hispanic and blah 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 and all these. Okay,
That's
okay, but
it.
you want to
That's
come
how
in here and get
freaking
them birria
abusive because
tacos
you're
that you
in
can't
my
cook,
place
that you
of
don't know how to make.
business. Right.
But yeah,
People are
they funny.
weird.
They funny. They be getting them people together on that podcast. They be getting them together, and I just be like, oh my god. But yeah, they funny. They funny as they come.
What's the name of
They
it again?
funny. I've had it podcast. So every
I've had
show
it.
they say, okay, what have you had it with today? And they tell what it is. And it could be anything. Like one guy was like, I've had it with going to go buy coffee. I make my coffee at home. And this,
Yeah.
so it could be simple, mundane. It don't have to be nothing real crazy. But yes, the
Mm-hmm.
I've had it podcast. So that's kind of the thing. They be like, they talk about what they've had it with, but then they talk about other stuff. They talk about what's going on in the world. They talk about what's going on with their family. I mean, it's just a kind of general, kind of how we do. We talk about anything.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they have me rolling. They funny. But when she said that about that Cracker Barrel, that's what went viral. They had been doing that podcast,
Because it's
but
true.
that is, and then you see how mad they got because Cracker Barrel changed their logo.
I saw that, but did they change it back? So what did Cracker Barrel
No,
change
they
their
ain't changed it
logo
back.
for? They changed it because she said eat Cracker Bears?
No, Cracker Barrel didn't change their logo because of the lady. Let me give you some backstory because I looked into because I'm
Because I
always
have no idea.
curious
I just saw that
when a
people were talking about
company
them changing it.
Yeah, when a company changes their logo, especially one that's had that logo for so long, I immediately became curious because I knew it wasn't that woman's clip. So what
Yeah.
happened was Cracker Barrel has a new CEO. Well, guess what? I think she's a lesbian or bi or something, but she's part of the
Uh-huh.
LGBTQ. So guess what? She say we finna modernize. Cracker Barrel been this foolishness for too long. So she changed the logo. Now I was under the assumption that they're only changing the logo. The white people, which I'll never know. Well, let me say the Cracker Barrel enthusiasts. I'll never know because I don't eat at Cracker Barrel. I ate at Cracker Barrel one time that unseasoned ass food. I'm good. I'm not eating it no more. They say they getting rid of the general store and they changing the menu and all of this. And I'm in my head like they needed to change the menu. The menu was raggedy and terrible. I've seen in the comment section where people was like, Cracker Barrel reminds me of my childhood. I put in there, I said, if Cracker Barrel reminds you of your childhood, I feel bad for you.
Your
I really
child is
am. I'm gonna
lying.
pray for you. Because if that food reminds you of your childhood, Mama and Papa can't cook. Just saying. Mama
Mama
and
and
Papa need
Papa.
to go sit down.
And I'm Mama and Papa.
So, well, and see, that should tell you something. Clausen World say they're looking to increase the footprint. They need more income. That should tell you something. Those people that go up in there apparently are not spending enough money to justify that company staying open. That should tell you something. That means you all are in the minority that like this flavorless food.
Yeah.
Because I guarantee you, the 12 Mexican restaurants within a 5 mile radius of me aren't having any problem. Because guess what? Those same people who hollering about Cracker Barrel, they eating at the Mexican joint more than they eating at Cracker Barrel. That's the truth of the matter.
Facts.
You don't want Mama and Papa white gravy. That's flavorless. Be talking about some sausage gravy. I can't taste not one lick of sausage in the gravy. Hell, ain't nobody got time for that stuff. But yeah, that's what was going down. But they said the people found out that the CEO was a lesbian, and that pissed them off even further. So, which I'm not surprised.
So
They
she,
said
so
they.
what you want to do with the logo? It wasn't an anti
So the logo,
LGBT.
the logo had that old white man on there with that barrel, and you know what they said? They said they took the barrel and the cracker off the logo. I hollered when they said that. I hollered, and that was not my saying. That was some white people said that.
What the
Said they
represent?
took the cracker and
Oh,
the
like what?
barrel off the.
Cracker Barrel. That was what the logo was, man. What the-
So, but I guess they identified with Peepaw sitting up there next to that barrel. They identifies with Peepaw. They don't like that Peepaw was taken out, but the patriarchy of it all, the
Okay.
picture of an old white man,
Whew, it's
and though an old white man, because what the thought is, oh, the old white man, he owns this general store, he owns this restaurant. He's even though he's country, he got means and he has rights and he has power.
Mhm.
He has influence. Well, they took the crack off and all that went out the window. And talking about your mama cutting up. Tell mama, hey mama, I got plenty more coming. I got plenty more coming. Cause I'm trying to understand how you got gravy with the little pepper flakes in it, but I don't taste no black pepper. What kind of black
We
pepper is
taste
this?
or
Elsa
salt,
Shavin?
for that matter. Y'all done put no salt in there?
Aisha, I went to Cracker Barrel, tasted the stuff, tried to put some salt on it. Salt made it worse. I've never been to no place. I've never been to a place like that before in
Salt can
my
normally
life.
make something better.
And then they sat me over there by that fireplace. I said, Lord, now they're trying to burn me up. They're trying to burn me up. I don't want to sit over here next to these this fire, all this ashes in your food and stuff. I don't want to sit over here. I said, this must be the color section. And when I said that, the waitress looked at me. I said, don't look at me, ma'am. I'm asking you, is this the color section? Because I was in there about three or four other black folks. And the people I was with said, girl, shut up. We can't take you nowhere. I said, you're damn right. And you knew that when you came up
Not
in
up
here.
in here. Don't take me to Cracker Barrel and expect me not to say stuff.
But have you seen the Instagram where it's a young, they look like they in their early 20s. It's a white guy and a black guy. And the black guy had never been to Cracker Barrel before. And the white boy said, oh, we're going to go to one of my favorite places. We're going to go to Cracker Barrel. So his friend was down. His friend went with him, the black guy. When he got up in there, you should have seen how he was filming his face. Because he asked his friend, well, why they call it the Cracker Barrel? And when they got up on the inside, they filmed all around. He said, I see why they call it the Cracker Barrel. I found the crackers. I was hollering, hollering. He told his friend, he said, I'm not coming back up in here with you no more. Then when
Because
they
what
got to
makes
the
it your
food,
favorite? That's the question.
when they got to the food, the black boy kept, the white boy was just eating, and the black boy said, how are you eating this?
And this is your favorite. Like you recommended it. Like you was hype. Like let's go get that.
Aisha, when I okay,
Like
so story time. I'm gonna go further. So let me be real with y'all. My next door neighbor, y'all know I talk about a Mary. Y'all remember in the video when I said, "Ooh, there go my neighbor. I hope she don't come over here." Mary, don't get me wrong. I love my Mary, my neighbor Mary. I love her. She look out for me. I look out for her.
my mama fell out when you said it.
Yeah,
It's the color
it's the color
section.
section.
Can't take her
Can't take her
nowhere.
nowhere. Oh, my friends know. They said, "Where we going? D going? Oh shit, we can't go there." But anyway, so my neighbor, she's very white. She's from
You
the
sound
United
low
States.
now.
Hold on.
And I sound echoey. She probably gonna go out and come back in. I'm canning some more potatoes, y'all. So since I'm in here, I think so.
Yeah, I see. I'm gonna get enough. I had to respond to a text message, but so my neighbor, she's white. But I consider her an ally because although she is lily white, she already know what's up. When you go to her house, she got signs that say justice for all, equal. She got equality sign hanging on her porch. She got, she's an educator. She works at a university, and even when she educates, she always makes sure she don't just educate about the typical people. She's always educating about whether it's Native American artists, black artists, Hispanic artists. She don't just teach about Van Gogh and that type stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So, but she is very, very white, and she's from Nebraska. She grew up, honey. It was so funny because when she moved here, because she, like I said, she's an educator, so she's lived in a few states, and she got a PhD, so she moved around through grad school because she didn't go to the same grad school. She went to three different schools in three different states. So when she got here, um, I think not long after she moved in, she had like a housewarming party, and I cooked something and took it over there because let me be real, when these people had these parties, especially when it was a lot of people from the university, a lot of her coworkers. It's a few, like a couple of Hispanics, one or two blacks, and most of them white.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna bring my traditional dishes. You all gonna eat something other than light
Cultures.
bread today. Yeah, y'all gonna eat
Flavor.
something other than corn dogs and whatever else. So I forget what I brought. I think I brought a pot of purple hull peas or something of this
Mm-hmm.
nature. And when I tell you, out of everybody's stuff that was there, my stuff was gone. The people get the stuff. Oh my God! Oh, what is this? What did you put in it? I
Flavor.
said, well, first of all, I grew everything in it except for that smoked turkey. Everything I grew, the onion, the garlic, the peas.
Love
Oh,
that.
with the chicken broth. I mean, I made the chicken broth, but I didn't grow the.
The chicken.
So yeah, I didn't grow the chicken, but I made the broth. But anyway, so yeah, they be all of the herbs I grew them. Oh my God, this is so good. Some. Later on, we have another get together. I think I made gumbo there. They had never had that before. And some of them are from
I've
Louisiana.
never
And
had that before.
gumbo there is delicious.
I think
It's
I saw your
basically,
video where you made it outside, right?
yeah, it's a green gumbo, but I
And I
mean
would need to see
it has
somebody
meat.
making it.
It
Like,
has meat in it. You don't have to put meat in it, but you can omit the meat if you want. But basically, you make it out of. It's very green heavy, so it's like I
mm,
use eight different types of leafy greens in it, and it's delicious. I made
mm.
that. Oh, they was raving about that. Ooh, what's this? Then one time I made Hoppin' John, so that gave me the opportunity to tell them about the Gullah Geechee culture. I be when I tell you, I be so she had nerve enough to tell me, something I learned about the South. They season their food much more here. I looked at her. I said, "Baby, that's not the South." I said, "No, no, no,
That's
no, 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 no."
flexible.
I said, "What you learned is that Negroes season." She started. She
And we
looks at
like
me
cinnamon.
crazy. I because girl, low key, she had a Thanksgiving dinner one time, and her parents came down. It was either Thanksgiving or Christmas. Now let me help y'all understand. Yes, when I Thanksgiving and Christmas, I make my rounds. I go to different people's houses, including my different family members. We make the rounds. But I
Hmm.
always cook my own dinner because I cook what I want the way I want it.
Yeah.
So I may eat at somebody else's house, but I got a dinner at my house too. I'm so glad I made dinner that year. She invited me over and her parents were here. I ain't never in my life. And I I made the mistake of inviting one of my friends. When we left from there, my friend said, "Girl, if she grew up eating like that," she said, I don't know
Girl,
how she."
it wasn't
First
no
of all, first of all, she served the dinner cold, and I don't mean room temperature. I mean like it came out the refrigerator.
what?
Who the
I don't
who
even eat
the hell?
cold
Excuse me,
food.
I'm
My
getting ready to
kids, if
curse.
they can hear that right now, they'd be like, "Oh, mama, I don't eat no cold food."
Let me explain to you. And here's the thing: even if you do eat cold food, understand that don't serve. My granny always used to tell me, don't serve something above and better than what you would serve to your. You get what I'm saying? Because
Yeah,
sometimes, like
you
for
got
instance,
gas
sometimes when
for
I'm in a pinch, I ain't got time. I might eat some cold chicken or something, but that's me, just me.
yeah,
That's not something I serve to someone. I would
right.
never serve someone cold chicken or just some old cold something, unless it's potato salad or something that's intended to be cold.
That's supposed to be
But
cold.
but cold, like it came out the ice box. I low key was kind of disrespected.
Yeah,
But
like what?
but in my
Even
head, I'm
Capri
like,
Sun.
nah, that's probably how y'all really eat. And then on top of that, flavorless. You took some sweet potatoes and you called them gonna boil in some water. You just took the sweet potatoes, you barely peeled them. Anybody that know anything about sweet potatoes, you have to peel down to a certain point because the outside, you know what I mean? You have to peel down to the potato is pretty and orange. If you just barely peel it when you cook it, that outside the texture it's not
It ain't
right.
the same. Mm-hmm.
It's kind of it don't never get soft and it be kind of hard like.
Yeah.
She barely peeled them damn potatoes, put them in some water, and then put 2 teaspoons of sugar and boil them.
She put the sugar in the water and boiled
In
them.
the water and boil. I said, Then she made
But
the
she right.
turkey and she did traditional some stuff I thought they only did on TV. Put the stuffing in the turkey.
Mm.
Took her some, and when the stuffing came out, y'all, it was great. It was great.
It was
I
great.
said it was great, and the texture. It was. Oh, she had took light bread and crackers and some other stuff, and I thought they only did that on TV. You know how you watch
Maybe
National
that's where she
Lampoon?
saw it. Maybe that's
The
where she
turkey
saw
didn't
it.
didn't season the top of the turkey nothing. Just put some parsley on top of the turkey. Ain't put nasty in it. Put some parsley. I said, what? Then she made some. This is a controversial dish. What's that green bean casserole? That's controversial sometimes, cause cause okay, growing up, that ain't something we made, but I know some black people do, and I've had some black, and
I
it's
like
good,
green bean casserole, but it is
but it got to be made
controversial.
right. It got to be
And I
made
think
right.
anything that we make is gonna be different, because we gonna make it how we like it. So
Girl,
it
she made
depends.
green bean casserole. Let me tell you how she made it. She took some cream or mushroom out the can, mixed them beans in there, put them little French's onion on top, put in the
She didn't put no
that was it.
seasoning or
Not a lick. Not a lick. Let me tell you
okay.
something. When we got to the table, why Mary gonna say, "Okay, here's all the food everybody got." Okay, D, I got some salt and pepper over here. I looked at her. I don't think people understand. You can have salt and pepper on the table, but do they not understand that when you
But
just
you
put salt
gotta
and pepper on
start
top,
with
it's not cooked in with the stuff. It's
yeah,
not.
you gotta
It
cook,
does
you
not. It's
gotta
not
cook
the
with the
same.
seasoning.
It
You
got to be
gotta
cooked
cook.
with the seasoning. I looked at, and then not only that, I'm bougie. Now this is where I'm bougie. I like fresh cracked black pepper. She come with
Mm-hmm.
that little boxed black pepper. I can't do nothing with that. My mouth is fixed fresh cracked black pepper. You call me Julia Child, whatever you want to call me. I need my fresh crack.
We can understand that.
She come with
That's
that
not too
little
much to
that little
ask.
black pepper that she done had for 12 years. Have you ever opened a black pepper? It don't even smell like black pepper. That's how old it is. That black pepper, she had that black pepper since she was a child. That black pepper was so
Uh-uh.
old.
Girl, you
I
crazy.
said, Mary, when did you get this pepper? Because this smell like sawdust. It don't even have no smell. What is this? Uh, and let me tell you how mad I was because I done made gumbo zeb. That's what I brought the gumbo zeb to. Because, okay, so let me explain this about gumbo zeb. If you go to New Orleans and you get gumbo zeb, the only time you can get it. So Mardi Gras is your party before Lent, if I'm
Mm-hmm.
not mistaken. Because there's a religious time where you're supposed to fast or whatever, and you're not supposed to eat all it. But then at the end of that, once that's over, that's when they serve gumbo there. And that's
Okay.
the only day you can get it at Dookie Chase's restaurant. That's the only day you can get it, that one day, and that is all. The only day you can get it.
Wow. I
That
bet they
was
be
a Leah Chase
cracking.
specialty, and they still make it to this day because her grandson run the restaurant now. But anyway, so I think, and it's also this is Catholics that observe these these
Man.
these things. Yeah,
Mm.
so they're Catholics, so that's why I took it because I knew that y'all ain't had no. Because there are black Catholics, but I knew that they hadn't had no black Catholic traditional cuisines. So I said,
Mm-hmm.
well, let me take this. I said, this is a tie of me being black and you being Catholic, and we'll bridge the gap. Child, they were tearing that gumbo. This is, and I made hot water, cornbread, and everything. I mean, I'm over there putting my foot in the stuff over there cooking, and they done served me this cold ass food. I was pissed. I was hot. When I left with my friend, I said, "Girl, come on over here to the house and get a real dinner. This food over here hot and flavorful. I don't have time to be fooled." And me and my friend, I said, "I love Mary. She well meaning." I said, "But good God Almighty, she know that's out of order. That was out of order."
And she was inviting people over, child. Come get it.
I really thought it had the nerve to tell her mother, "Oh, mom, I think this is the best holiday meal that you've made." And I'm in my head like,
You can eat like this all your life, girl.
she told me about some recipe where her mother makes takes ground pork and makes these patties, and then she takes beanie weenie out of the can and heats it up and she says that's one of the best meals that that's how that's good eating there. That's good eating. Are you kidding me? Beanie weenie? Like I get it when you poor and you do what you can do till you can't do no
Oh,
better,
you
but
don't have a lot
you
of
can't pay
time,
me to
but
eat no
you
beanie
do
weenie where I'm
understand
at
the
in life right
Filipino
now. Now
recipe.
if my money ain't if my money get funny, I'll eat some beanie weenie. But right now I'm not eating no beanie weenie. I'm not eating that. I will cook me a pot of beans before I make some beanie weenie. Out of your mind. Out of your mind. I will get a $2 bag of dried beans and make me a pot of beans before I make beanie weenie. I'm just here to tell you. That's crazy to me. Pork patties and beanie weenie.
And that sounds good to me.
That's good eating.
Okay.
Okay, Clausen, keep your
Start
eyes
with
on the
garlic and
road. Keep
onion,
your
put
eyes on the
onions,
road.
salt,
I
pepper,
always start with
and
garlic and
fresh
onion when I
pepper.
cook. I only use fresh cracked black pepper and freshly ground sea salt. I use sea salt too. I made some turkey lamb stuffed burgers. My spouse still talking about 'em. That sound good. I
Mm-hmm.
like lamb. I like lamb. I have to admit. So
I like them too.
Europeans don't make a lot of dishes that I like. Cottage pie, I have to admit, when made properly, cottage pie is good. Cottage pie be good, honey,
What is
with
cottage
lamb.
pie?
So cottage pie is kind of like a pot pie, but you're not doing chicken.
Okay.
I use ground lamb. So you take your lamb and you use ground lamb and you season it real good. You put a little tomato paste in it. You dice up some potatoes, like some small cubes, and put that in there. And you put carrots in it. You can put peas in it, like the little green, the English peas. You put some of them. So it's like you're making a pot pie. You can make it
Mm.
with the crust. I don't make it with the crust. I take potatoes and thinly slice them and layer them on the top. That way, when you cook it, and I brush the potatoes with some butter, and then that way, when you cook it, those top potatoes they get brown and kind of crispy on top, and that's kind of like your crust on top, but it's potatoes. And then the filling be that the minced meat and the carrots, the potatoes, all that be the filling.
Oh,
And the
okay.
peas and the peas and stuff. So it's like you making a pot pie, but you're doing it with you can do it with ground meat too. But traditionally cottage pie has lamb. It's ground lamb. Girl, that stuff be so good, make you hurt yourself. That make you hurt yourself. I have to give it to the Europeans on that recipe. That one is straight. But I will say this: I probably season mine more than they probably do in Europe. In Europe, they probably don't put, cause child, I be putting oregano and I be putting all kind of stuff down in there. I put
Yeah.
a little hot pepper. I know they're not putting no red pepper flake. They ain't putting that in there. But I
No.
do. I put red pepper flake. I dice up I think traditionally you don't dice up sweet peppers, but I dice up sweet peppers and put it in there with the meat too.
Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, it is. It's good. You should try it one day. It's not hard to make. It's not hard to make it all. But like I said, if you don't want to do potatoes on the top, you can do crust on the top. Even if you get that store bought Pillsbury crust,
Mm-hmm.
you can just lay one of them on top. But yeah, girl, I don't know about these people and this lack of seasoning. You know about all this. But yeah, I don't see how Cracker Barrel stayed open this long. I went there once when I was fairly young. I remember me and my mama went and we both were disturbed and we never went back.
What were y'all disturbed by? The food, the decorations, the
The
service?
flavor. I mean the decorations, take it or leave it. We didn't too much care for him, but it was the food. Cause I remember vividly. Mom was like, "This place gonna be open for 2 months." She couldn't believe that mess stayed open. And
Well,
we was trying to understand who coming in. But now that I see the comments on social media, I see that's y'all childhood. Y'all
yeah,
childhood is
some
flavorlessness
people
and
don't know
rusty
what
objects.
flavor is. Some people really like live their life eating that, and it's normal. So,
Mary to this day. So Mary don't cook. And Mary, that's another.
girl,
And Mary to this day, when she warm up something or when she, girl, I
you got to pray to
I said,
Mary.
Mary, you don't have no paprika. You ain't got no ain't got no paprika. You don't have no, um, uh, uh.
Oh man,
Clausen World, mama crazy.
I should say I'm at
Clausen World, Clausen.
I'm almost gonna feel
I
eating
need
those
you the
anyway.
next
They should eat
video.
big
I need
turkey
you to
ass.
do story time with mama. Need to be some story time with mama. The reason why I say that, that's what my neighbor called turkey tails. He called them turkey ass. He called them, yeah, I'm finna go ahead and cook me some turkey ass. That's what he called. And he tickled me when he say that. He tickled me so bad. Now my neighbor on the other side, Mr. Johnson, he black. He cook. He cook. That's my little surrogate father. I done adopted him. That's my little surrogate father.
Oh, that's so
Mr. Johnson
cute.
can cook. Cause Mr. Johnson cooks stuff I don't even like and I eat it. Cause I'm not a big fan of pig feet. I don't care enough for pig feet. I have eaten his and they're tasty. Now would I eat them all the time? Hell no. No. Pig feet ain't just, but they taste good. I have to give it to them, they taste good, and I'm not even a pig feet fan.
I mean, that says a lot to open you up
Yeah,
to it
yeah,
like that. You know,
yeah.
I think that's so
His
cute.
neck
I love
bones
how
is
you
fire.
adopted him.
His neck bones is fire, and so is his oxtails. They fire too. Both of them
Mhm.
fire.
Yeah,
When he barbecue,
I feel like that's something a lot of black folks can agree on.
yeah, when he barbecue, his barbecue, like he'll barbecue like when he do, a lot of time people can't barbecue chicken wings good. They be fire. When he barbecue ribs, any of that stuff, it be, I'm talking about, he'll have you getting it fresh off the grill. You be about to burn yourself. That food be so good.
Trying to eat it.
Yeah. He can cook now. But he come from his people used to grow. He used to have a garden when he was still able, but his mobility won't allow him at this point to guard, but he still do everything else for himself. He still cook for himself. That's why a lot of times y'all hear me saying I'm taking this over to the neighbor. I be taking it to Mr. Johnson. I I will
Oh,
take
I love that.
I will take tomatoes and stuff to Mary because she will eat those fresh. But anything that requires cooking, like beans, peas, anything like that, no
She
greens,
might
I'm
need to
not
do it
taking it.
justice.
Mm-mm. Now he'll cook it, onions, garlic, stuff like that, cause he cook. He'll cook it, peppers. I take him stuff. But her, I kind of take her cucumber, tomatoes, stuff you can eat
Mm-hmm.
fresh. Cause she ain't finna cook nothing. She said she was gonna try to cook at the beginning. She said that was her New Year's resolution. She wanted me to help her and show her how to cook. Girl, within 2 weeks, that went out the window. And I really don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. Because Clark cooks. So Clark is like the opposite end of the spectrum. He's
Oh
a
yeah,
white
I need to
male,
go
but he
see
cooks.
Clark's garden too.
Yeah, I'm gonna go film it. I asked him. His parents was in town this weekend, so he was busy this weekend. But I can do it during the week though.
I'm not gonna stick y'all right
But
here. So I
yeah,
can get
I'm gonna go film Clark Garden. But Clark also a grower. I think that's why he cooked too. Cause
yeah,
but me and Clark, we think that Mary is intimidated by the kitchen, but we haven't figured out why. We haven't figured out, like, are you scared of the stove? Like, what is it? It might be something in her childhood though. She might have got traumatized in her childhood by cooking.
that's true. You never know what people have been through.
Don't, don't. But yeah, Clausen World, we need story time with Mama. Tell Mama don't be shamed. You don't even have to put her on the camera. She can just talk, and we can
Just
just
talk in
listen.
the
You can ask
background.
her questions. Cause we need these elders. We need the testimony from the elders. They're
Well,
important. I
you
don't
got
think they know how important they are because the good elders is getting out of here. They getting out of here too fast for my liking.
they are. Do y'all have ollies in where you at?
Yes.
I got
I
these
go to Ollie's
jars
and
for
Ollie's be having
$10.
jars. How much was in the
$10.
jars?
$10.
12 of them in there?
Yep.
That was a
And
good
these are the
deal.
quart sized.
That was a good deal.
And then I got how much was this one? This is the pint. Is the sticker still on here? Well, this one was cheaper. I don't know where the sticker is, but this is the pints, and it was cheaper
Oh no,
than
you
the
loud.
quart.
But yeah, they that was a good deal. I go in Ollie's. I go in Ollie's. I ain't gonna say a ton, but I go in there. I like it. I like Ollie's. I when I found out about it, I was like, ooh, what is
Yeah, I had
this?
a friend that took me to Ollie's, and I like it.
Yeah, I liked it too. Cause I like the I found some carpet squares in Ollie because sometimes you don't want a full rug. Sometimes you just want a couple of little carpet squares somewhere. And then if you spill something on them or whatever, you can just throw them carpet squares away. You know what I'm saying? Like if you don't want to clean them or whatever, you don't feel so bad about it. You can just throw that stuff away because you know, stuff do happen. Girl, I done spilled some stuff on the rug before and it's stained and I be like, I couldn't get it out. Trash. I got time.
Cut that
Carpet
square.
square. It's just a carpet square. Let me go get another one. Trash. Like,
Okay.
but
Get
yeah,
my
Ollie's used to have those carpet. If y'all, oh no, if y'all hear all this, I apologize. The dogs have decided they want to play and they're just romping around playing, but just they're playing with each other, just romping around, barking and stuff. They're very vocal, but girl, I don't know. I'm a sucker for watching them have fun. They coming out. Oh, look at them bubbling. That'd be so pretty to me when it's still boiling. When it's still
One
look
thing
at the
that's
little
different
herbs.
about these jars that I got, these are
Uh
four
huh.
jar lids. They don't
Uh
pop
huh.
as loud as I'm used to.
Oh, it's kind of quiet. It's kind of
Yeah.
like it's not like it's like "Doop."
Yeah, and I like the pop. I look forward to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
pop.
Granny used to like that snapping. It sounded like something snapping.
Let me
She
know.
felt like
Let
it
me
was
know you're
snapping
doing it.
clothes.
Yeah.
Oh, y'all got Ollie's too? Yeah, you're gonna have to try Ollie's Army Chickadee.
Yeah,
Beans
I
and
got
turkey
that.
ass. I'm still laughing at mama talking about beans and turkey ass. That's tickling me. That's tickling me. Clausen, did you enjoy? I know she's still driving. I'm gonna quit worrying the hell out of her. I hope you enjoyed your birthday dinner.
Me
I hope
too.
you I hope you didn't go to Cracker Barrel and have be playing me up in Cracker Barrel. They'll be looking
Right?
for me. The
They're
Cracker
gonna
and the
put
Barrel
you
will be
out.
looking for me.
They're gonna put you out of Cracker Barrel listening to us.
Honey, they like put me out of there when I went in there that time. I'm telling you, when I asked them was a color set, I'm sure my food probably had some saliva in it. Probably when I got through asking them was that the color section. They probably say touch her up, get her food together right now. We gonna
Give
need
her
some.
the
She said she
special
wants some.
food.
Yeah, she said she wants some seasoning. We got something for you.
So I'm about to
No,
do
but
this
those
whole thing
those
over
came out
again.
wonderful.
Thank you. Let me turn the camera. I need to plug my phone up, but they still bubbling. They'll get the
Yeah, they'll
um
they'll settle down.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
they
I'll
look
leave
good
them
though.
here till tomorrow. Tomorrow I just wake up and then check my seals. But I think they doing good. They came out all right.
Are you gonna film when you make the pickled sriracha peppers?
I already did it. Oh, I did
Ah,
film it. Yes, I filmed
okay.
it. I did it just like the hatch chili peppers last year.
Ah,
These are sugar rush peach peppers and the sriracha
okay.
peppers.
Because I was gonna ask what was the other. That's cool.
Yeah.
They look when you showed them sriracha. So I've never even. I'm familiar with the sriracha that people buy, but I had never seen the peppers. And when you showed them, I said them jalapenos. I didn't realize how much like jalapenos they look.
Yeah, they do. They look, but the flavor definitely is different too. And I did
Of
salsa
course,
with my
because
sugar rich peach peppers.
yeah,
So,
sriracha tastes different than like when you taste sriracha, it don't taste like. But I could imagine them pickled would be good. But yeah,
oh
girl,
yeah,
make sure you set some of them sriracha seeds to the side because I'm gonna need some of them.
I will. If the
I'm gonna
rain
need
will
some of
quit
those.
damaging my peppers, I'm gonna try to let them get red
Yeah, yeah.
on the plant.
It seemed like y'all have had a lot more rain than you usually get.
And it's
We
raining
had
right
we
now.
had more rain too, but we ain't had as much rain as y'all though. Y'all been getting. We've had more rain than normal, but we haven't had like how y'all.
It's raining
It's
right
so
now.
cute how they stand. It's the way they play is so cute, and I think it's because they're siblings. Because they like stand off.
Oh,
They
you
be
talking
looking at
about
each other. Yeah, they be looking at each other, and then they just randomly jump on each other, and then they start running through the house.
the It's nice for them to have each other to entertain.
Who you telling, girl? And then, oh Lord, I'm such a crybaby because I didn't intend on keeping them, but things happened.
I can't believe that you believe that you weren't gonna keep them. You definitely are an animal lover for sure.
Oh, yeah. Because, like I said, I had every intention of being a veterinarian. Every intention. Like
Really?
even when I was in high school, I was preparing to be a veterinarian. So my high school, I graduated on a recommended plan, which I don't even know if they still have that plan or not. But that plan required that you did community service. You had to do 100 hours because, like, not only did you have to do your high school curriculum, there were other things you had to do on top of that. You had to take certain elective classes that were not required on the regular plan, and you had to have 100 hours community service, and then you had to have it was something else you had to do. But my community service, a lot of it was I found a veterinarian that would allow me to shadow them. And so that's what I used to.
Mm.
So I was very much so gearing up for to be a veterinarian. I really was. That's why I don't have a regular biology degree. I have a wildlife it's a biology degree, but it's a concentration in wildlife. And that degree prepares you to do one of several things. You can either go to veterinary school or you can work for Parks and Wildlife. I never really wanted to work for Parks and Wildlife. I shouldn't really say that, but no, I didn't. A lot of the stuff in Parks and Wildlife requires you to more or less be like police. Like for
Mhm.
instance, like wildlife agents.
Yeah,
And
but you think like
I'm not
rangers,
against
not just
police. I'm not
wildlife.
against
It's
say
like
that again.
keeping ordinances and order in the area too. It's
Yeah,
not just
a lot
about
of
the
the
wildlife.
jobs in parks and wildlife is like wildlife enforcement agents, which is basically glorified police. And I'm not against that. You do need that. I've never had a desire to be any type of police type force, like any type. The
Yeah.
other stuff you can do in parks and wildlife, I wouldn't have minded, but to be fair, they don't pay a living wage. They never have. Like for instance, if you go to some of the plantations in South Louisiana, you will find park rangers there who tell you about the plantations and tell you about the history. These are the plantations. Let me be very clear. These are not the plantations that are owned by people that pay people to give the tours. These are the plantations like the Prudhomme plantation in South Louisiana. They gave that plantation. So the family didn't want to upkeep the mansion anymore, but they didn't want to tear it down. So they donated the plantation to the federal park service. And when it's given
Okay.
like that, it becomes a national park or a state park. And therefore park rangers are the ones that do the tours. So that's something that you can do. You can also be a park ranger at just a regular park where you maybe give tours or like if people get lost on the trails, you tell them, okay, well, this is how you get back. Or you know how when you go to parks and you see the people in the little green suits or whatever. Um,
Hmm.
you can that's something else you can do with that degree. I wasn't too interested in that. I wasn't super interested in that.
Yeah,
Army
doesn't
Chickadee
sound
said,
like
"What's
fun
the
to me, but there's something for everyone.
yeah?" Army Chickadee said, "What's the time in the canner?"
It was 40 minutes at 11 pounds of pressure. I'm in Houston, so that does depend on your elevation. And I think if you have a weighted gauge, it would be 10 pounds of pressure, but mine is not weighted. I just have to get it to the pressure and watch it and make sure it doesn't hit below. So 40 minutes, then I cut it all the way off. Pressure went all the way to zero. My little thingy fell down. I took this off and then left it for like 5 more minutes. And then
Hmm.
I open it and take my jars out. Make sure you put something down to sit your jars on because they will crack if they have like too much change in temperature, like from hot to cold. Because my counters are, what is this? Granite? I don't know, marble or something, whatever it
Yeah,
is. It's
that will
cold.
shock. It'll shock that glass because that glass is
Yeah,
not like Pyrex. It's not borosilicate glass. Borosilicate glass is the ones that Pyrex and the glass you can put in the oven. Like, well, it doesn't matter if you shock it. Yeah,
yeah.
that glass will. If it shocks, it breaks. It's
Also, the
like vision.
freezer.
It's like vision wear. If y'all remember that back in the day, who in the comments remember vision wear? That's old school.
I don't. Comment,
Did
y'all.
you ever did you ever have any family members that had glass cookware that was like brownish in color, but it was kind of see-through? They had saucepans, skillets, casserole dishes. They may not have, but Visionware was made by Visions. But they called it that because it was glass and you could see through it. My mama got some as a wedding gift. Honey, she used to cook with
Okay.
that stuff. And that Visionware, she cracked all that stuff. If you because it'll be hot and then you forget and you go and put cold water in it and it would shatter. Yeah, it was,
Oh,
that's why
yeah,
they quit
that's what
making it.
these
It
jars
was
will do. That's why
yeah,
you got to
that's
have a hot canner,
yeah,
hot jars, hot
yep,
food, or
yep.
cold canner, cold jars, cold food. And
The,
then no
the
matter
clock
what, when
on.
it comes out, it got to sit on a towel or something.
Look, see, domestic depot says she still. They said they still got a set of that vision wear. Good luck, cause my mama broke all of her vision wear. She broke, she broke it all. Clark got some vision wear. He
Let me
said it
go
was his
grab some tops
grandmama.
real quick.
Mama talking about she's talking. Okay, well, tell your young mother that we gonna still need her. We need her on the channel if she don't get her own channel, cause she fool around with me and
Guest star. She can be a guest star.
I didn't know that about. See, okay, well, whatever I got. So I got old Pyrex. Everything I have this Pyrex
Hmm.
was passed down to me. None of mine shatters. And I've cooked in it, put cold. It be hot. I put cold water. None of it. So I guess mine must have the capital P. I didn't notice that. I never noticed that about Pyrex.
Well, what was it? Pyrex has two different type of glass. If it's a lowercase, it'll shatter. Oh, wonder if they
I
changed
didn't know that.
something about the way they were making it, and also that the capital letter.
But yeah, I all of my Pyrex was passed down to me. It was either my mama's or granny's. That's every Pyrex because I have I think two casserole dishes and I have some bowls. Um, I have some mixing bowls. I don't cook in those. You can, but I don't cook in them. I like mix up stuff or make salads in them. And I think I have a Pyrex measuring cup too. I think that too. But I cook with a lot of the
I
same
think I've
little.
definitely seen Pyrex measuring cups. My granny definitely had one of those.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
Well,
that
that's
sounds
cool.
familiar to me.
She said she won't talk online. Lord, Elsa, look, Mama, is that you know how like my granny was superstitious about the internet. She said she didn't she said the internet was devil man. You
Hey,
know,
she
so
might have on to something.
some of them, some of these older generations, which I get it because Let's be real. The internet done got a lot of people in trouble. Mama said, look to see if you had a capital letter. All right, see you later, Klaus.
Clausen, thanks for coming.
Look, her mama got her running errands on her birthday. That is so hilarious to me. That's typical. I would have done the same thing though. Let's go run errands on Don's birthday.
Sounds like a good time. But
So how many?
at least she not running on fumes.
Exactly. Aisha, how many batches you doing?
I'm just gonna do one more batch today, and then I'm for real gonna go retighten my hair.
Yeah, I was finna say because I know you. I'm about to, because look, I retwisted mine Friday, and I was like, when I tell you I didn't let nobody get in my way, honey. People was calling, I was not answering the phone. I was because if you don't get on it and knock it out, it'll never get done.
Right.
It'll never
But
get
the only reason
done.
I started to do another batch is because I had some potatoes left, and I was like, I might as well go and make it another batch. Plus, potatoes are easy to me. You know, you just got to get the water boiling. Pour your herbs in there. I'm already in here. I already got the canner hot and stuff, and I don't have to worry about it later. So I'm gonna do that and be accomplished for the day. Then I can sit down and do my hair.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
I'll let the kids have the kitchen.
What's in that? What's in that orange juice, Aisha?
This is mango.
Oh, that's mango juice. Oh,
That's
you
Costco.
fancy schmancy. You got the aqua frescas over there.
This mango nectar.
You said what?
It's this mango nectar. It's from Costco. It was
Oh,
on
that must have been
sale.
the juice. That must have been the juice. Which kind was asking about?
Yes.
I saw the bottle, and I didn't start getting fascinated till I saw you turning it up.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty
It
good.
sound good, mango nectar. I like mangoes. I really do. I
You
like
know, we love
mangoes.
mangoes in this house.
Child, them mango thieves, y'all gonna have to figure out how to grow y'all a mango tree some
I
kind of way.
know. I would love to have like a high tunnel, kind of like Grow
I
Family
think you
Network.
could
You
do
know
it in
how
a
he
high
has
tunnel.
like trees in the ground, but they're under the high tunnel.
Yeah, I think to be all the way real with you, I think for me, I think at some point I want one high tunnel dedicated to just that because I want papayas in there, mangoes in there, stuff
I would
like
put bananas in
June
mine. I'm not doing
plums.
bananas again.
I want June plums in there. Um, I probably will dig up my bananas and put them in there. But
Bananas is a
yeah,
struggle.
if I have a high tunnel and I can keep it above freezing, it'll be fine. But if I can't
Hmm.
keep it above freezing, it's kind of like I think at some point I will have a high tunnel dedicated to that. But uh did Wichita comment put us did they put Aisha off? Or did her phone die?
You
Oh
still
no, we
there?
back. We back.
I don't know what I touched, but I won't do it again. Trying to
That's
scoot
funny.
y'all to another spot so I can get these jars washed and
Does
have your
can
charger.
Teddy can Teddy catch does he catch food out of the air if you throw it to him?
I have not seen Teddy do that, but I'm sure
Um
if I ask my son, he would love to add that to Teddy's training. He's the one that gets him to shake and sit and all that stuff.
yeah, I'm sure he can learn it. All of mine except for one. If you throw it in the air, they'll catch it. Two of them are better than the others, but
That's
all of
pretty
them can do
cool.
it though. I mean, when I tell you one of them is so good, you can be throwing it to a different dog. She'll jump through the air and get it. And I'd be like, Indy, that wasn't even for you. You just eating up. That
I
wasn't for
thought
you.
that was mine.
Yeah. And then I have to give out. I had to give the dog who they treat got stolen. Get him another one.
But she said they need to step that game up for real.
I know. I think Indy's gonna start doing agility. Ran into this woman who does agility, and I think Indy be pretty good at it. So I
That's
think
cool.
we're gonna I think we're gonna try some classes and see how she do. I think all of them could do it, but you ever seen a dog? You can just tell by the way they move that yeah, she the one.
Like
She the
you
one.
was made for this.
Yeah, like she's the most border collie out of all of the babies because they're half pit and half border collies. So
Okay. So how
and
many pets do you have?
I have four dogs, and then I have Felix.
Yeah. Okay.
I have a zoo, categorically. If you had ever
Well,
asked me when I was younger, was I gonna have this many animals, I would say no. And the sad part is, I still want like horses. A horse is my dream, but I don't know. I think about the space and the food and the
I mean, you do have
horses.
a farm.
Horses, that's true, but horses also see horses. They require more maintenance, like their feet and things of this nature. You have to
Yeah.
have and I refuse to have a horse, and I don't have a farrier. I don't have what they need because
Yeah.
their hooves, when their feet aren't right, it really affects their health. Like it's not. You have to get their teeth filed down, or is that llamas? That might be llamas.
I don't know, but see, that's the good thing about you loving animals is you're not gonna run out and grab
No,
them
I would
without
never.
trying to,
I would never.
make sure
My
that you're making a good life for them.
my father tried to bribe me one time when him and my mother were into it after they got divorced. So there's a lady who lives not far from him, and she has horses, but she has the land and all this for the horses. She has stables and everything. And he tried to bribe me and was like, "Well, I'll buy you a horse or something." He said, and when it boiled down to it, yeah, he was gonna pay for the horse, but at the same time, because my mama, she said, yeah, he gonna buy the horse, but then is he gonna pay for the feed? Is he, when you a kid, you just like thinking horse, horse, horse. He was
Like,
like,
who's
Shemai
gonna
was like,
take care of that thing?
she was like, who gonna be feeding it? Who gonna be paying for the feed? Who gonna be paying for his horseshoes? Who gonna be paying? See, I hadn't thought about none of that. Who gonna be paying for the vet care? Who gonna be paying? And I said, then I thought about it and I realized he just was trying to, he was trying to run game on me. That's all.
Oh yeah.
Because Daddy wasn't gonna pay for all that. Daddy wasn't gonna pay for that. Daddy barely liked to feed himself, let alone a horse. Like, Daddy wasn't gonna pay for that. But yeah. But nah, if I can't take care of it, I don't really even want it, to be fair.
Yeah.
But
Same.
I ain't gonna lie, I
It took
be
me a
watching them horse
while.
videos. They be so pretty.
It took me a while to get the quail. I was like, oh, I gotta research and what if this happens and what kind of sicknesses do they get and you
And
know,
what kind of wound care do they need? That's
facts.
been the main thing is the wound care.
Cause they
You
are
be doctoring on
crazy.
them birds, girl. You be like Dr. Quinn, medicine woman. You be doctoring on them birds. Who you be
They
doctoring
turn
on them
up.
birds? Girl, I'm telling you, them little videos had me tickled. When the children say, Mother, we have an injury.
They
And then
definitely
you
learn.
be looking from afar. What happened? Girl, I be dying. I be
We were
dying. I be like, ooh, this like a movie.
about
These
life and
videos
death
need to be
in the
3 hours.
homestead.
Oh Lord have mercy. Them birds though, them birds. Was she getting me ready? If I give me some quail, I know what's up. Cause I'm telling you, they ain't like you said in a Facebook group. Apparently they telling that, but the videos I haven't seen a ton of
And I
where they
said, it's
talk about these.
chickens be doing this? Because I see more people that
They
have
they wi-
homesteads
they
and show
will.
chickens, but I don't see a lot of them showing them fighting and stuff.
So when I see chickens, okay, so when I've seen chicken injuries, let's say a chicken got some type of injury, some type of way, I've seen the other chickens peck on them, and they'll start like if they get an injury, they'll peck on
Well,
them.
too. Yeah.
Or like when the roosters be mounting, they grab them with their feet and they be pulling them feathers off their back. Cause I don't know if you've seen it now. They got some little harnesses you can put on your chickens to prevent that from happening. Like the rooster can still mate with the chicken, but it look like a little saddle. It look like a little saddle be on the chicken, and it's leather. And so therefore the rooster, his claws don't dig into her and pull her
Mhm.
feathers out. I forget what it's
Okay.
called, but they created that because they be saying that sometimes that certain roosters they'll keep mating that same bird over and
Mhm.
over, and sometimes it becomes a wound
Yeah.
on their back.
Yep.
Cause I don't
12
know if
too.
that
They
was
be missing
Shay or was
the
somebody was
feathers.
saying she his favorite, and I was like, oh Lord,
And it sucks to be the favorite. You be all bald head, bald head. Over maybe
girl,
child, let me breathe. Let me soak or something. Damn.
it just let you know these men. It don't matter what species. These men, honey, these men, they'll wear you down.
Telling you. I
Oh,
am
these
telling you.
men. That's hilarious. But yeah, so yeah, chickens they can, they can. But yeah, I've seen some. I've seen a chicken peck a. I've seen chickens peck another one till they kill it. Like,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh my goodness. But girl, and so I said the same thing. I said, Lord, if I get some chickens, I'm gonna have to make sure that they don't get too foolish.
You better have multiple little spaces for them to stay in. Cause I be like, shit, this one the hospital, this the jail,
When I
for
tell
the
you,
bad one.
I say, how many more little totes is she gonna have to make? I said, she done made two or three. Lord, she got the triage. She got the oh.
I'm trying to tell you.
Ooh, army
I
chicken. Then
learned something from
you
New York
learn.
City.
I
I've
see.
been buying
I
spinach sandwich,
look. I
spinach.
didn't know that
You
either
find out to get
until
better in the kitchen, cook spinach.
real talk. A chef was the one that put me on game about that cooked spinach. He was like, yeah, you ain't getting all the nutrients from that if it ain't cooked.
The spinach?
Yep. You can eat it raw, but you ain't getting
Just
all the nutrients.
traditional spinach.
Huh?
Traditional spinach?
Yeah, just the regular, like what you see in the store, like just regular spinach, not like callaloo, not like but yeah, you're not getting that's because I don't know if you. I don't. You probably haven't watched the Huckleberry video yet, because I ain't gonna lie, that's an hour video. That's why I started not to post it, but a lot of people watched it. But that's where I had mentioned that at.
That's probably the
Cause
only, that's the latest video that was posted
yeah,
yesterday,
that's the
right?
last one. Yeah, that's the last one.
That's the only one I
Um,
haven't seen. I'll probably
but
watch it
yeah,
now.
I was just mentioning some of these fad diets. People have these fad diets. It's not broken, people. Just eat a balanced diet and eat,
Yeah.
and you'll be okay. You'll be fine. Now, I'm not saying, yeah, the food probably was back in the day better. The food, but if you just start by eating and eat whole foods, don't eat all processed foods. Like, I know everybody gonna eat something processed, but try your best to eat whole fruits, vegetables, meats. You'll be fine. You'll be fine.
Hmm.
You'll be fine if you just chill out and fruits, get your fruits and things in. But yeah, these fad diets, fruitarians. Look how many social media influencers that's fruitarians have died being on that diet. You are not a fruit bat. You're not a
I
fruit bat.
haven't heard of that.
Huh?
I haven't heard of that.
There's three white girls that was all fruitarians. They all dead now. Like I okay, so here's the thing. I'm not
I
saying
will say
being a
I've seen a lot of people
fruitarian.
on a raw vegan. Like if they like people specifically who were sick, then went on a
Mhm.
raw vegan diet and were able to heal their gut because your body kind of restarts and it's
Yes.
based on what you're putting in it. And so I
Yes.
have seen people heal sickness through the raw vegan diet. I don't know if they kept that diet after healing. I
So
definitely love warm food, like I said earlier.
and
So
like I
I'm
tell
gonna put
people
work for me.
too, like I tell people too, also there are details. So when that person got sick, did my question is this, what were you eating before you got sick? I'm not
Mm-hmm.
saying now here's the thing. If you tell me that your diet was fairly healthy, that you were eating plenty of leafy greens, vegetables, fruits, but it was balanced and you still got sick, okay. Okay, you needed a reset. But if you tell me, oh, I was eating like trash, what did you expect?
Then, yeah.
What did you expect? So yeah, but like I tell people, yeah, raw everything. It depends on what it is. You're not getting all your nutrients depending on it depends on what it is. It's not everything.
I
Spinach
think
is
it's
just the
hard to
example
get
that
all
sticks
of
out
the
to me.
nutrients if you're only eating one type of food.
Yes, it is. It's very hard. It's very hard. That's why that, like for instance, my father, he's very, very particular in what he eats, and he's also very unhealthy. And that's it's why his and what kills me is my
Well, by
granny was
particular, you mean picky, like he don't like the taste of a lot of stuff, or you mean he only eats
he's picky in
meat,
a number of
or
he's picky in a number of different ways. It could be taste, it could be texture, it could be just all, like for instance, he won't eat strawberries because of the seeds on the outside. He won't eat, there's just a lot of it could be, it's so many different things. Like really his diet is very, very limited because he only likes very, very he literally really has the diet of a 3 month old. Like I really feel like if you gave him Similac and that's it, he probably would be happy. I really feel like that. But here's the thing, once again we're gonna go back to discernment, and as you grow, when you get older, you have to understand that eating isn't only for taste. And also, my father is also to a point where he won't try anything either. So even if
mm,
he hasn't had it, he's very close minded. He's probably not even going to try. And, he's in his 60s at this point, and his health is, it is what it is. If you look,
and as
I
you
don't know
get
if you
older,
ever,
you can't ignore stuff as a achiever.
no, and I don't know if you've ever watched Dame Drop. Dame Drops used to eat a lot of that fast food and different stuff for YouTube. That's what his channel was built around. He has serious health issues now. The doctor told him 3 or 4 years ago, stop eating that stuff because you're killing your heart. And because all this fast food, processed food, all this stuff, he refused to do it. And now his health is even in worse shape. And he's going to have open heart surgery and have stents put in and all this kind of stuff. And he's saying now that he's going to change his diet. And I'm like, that's fine for
Mm.
you to change your diet, but you know what you forgetting too? You're not exercising either. When you gonna exercise? That's what killed me about people. I'm gonna get on the G1, GLP-1 shots. I'm gonna get on this. I'm gonna get on that, and you refuse to even try to do any type of exercise, any
Yeah,
type of movement. You refuse, and I just be like, "Huh?"
make it
But
make
yeah,
sense.
no, it's been social media influencers, them fruitarians. Three of them white girls and kill themselves eating. But think
Mm.
about it. I don't think people understand this. Like when you ever seen people on the juicing, they talking about they only gonna do juice and stuff. So you realize when you juice those, even vegetables. I'm not saying juicing is bad. What I'm saying is people who are only going to juice and they're gonna do it for a prolonged period of time. So when you
Mm.
juice that stuff down, the vast majority of what's in fruits and vegetables is water and
Yeah.
sugar and some micronutrients. That's why, as a diabetic, they don't recommend that you juice stuff and drink it because it's straight sugar water and it spikes your blood sugar. And then when you spike your blood sugar like that, it makes your pancreas freak out. And I think sometimes, people they negate some of these things. They think, oh, it's a vegetable, it has to be healthy. Child, it depends. Like
Yeah.
it depends on how you intaking that. And it depends on what you're already like. If you already have a health condition, if you have diabetes, it's not recommended that you drink those fruit juices like that because it spikes your blood sugar. That's what you're trying to avoid. You're trying to regulate your blood sugar, not spike it. So,
Yeah.
and see, my daddy does stuff like that too. He loves sweets. He loves meats, sweets, and the only vegetable he really likes is squash. He doesn't really like vegetables like that.
What's a mono eater? Does that mean you eat only one thing better home?
Let me tell you something, Army Chickadee. The answer is yes. That's the short answer. Do I like bitter melon? Hell no, but it's healthy for you. I ain't crazy. I ain't, but baby, I have to cut that stuff with something. Like, especially
How do
like if
you
I
eat
do
it?
if I do Cereseed tea where you take the bitter melon leaves and boil them. Oh, the leaves is so bitter. Oh my God. I've never in my life. Oh my God. Bitter, but what's funny about bitter melon, the seeds, that little red flesh around the seeds, it's sweet. It's good. But yeah, bitter melon is rough. It's rough. I have to cut it with something. But no, I don't like the taste of it, but it's good for you. So, I partake. But that's why I say I've gotten grown and my health has become paramount. I still care about taste, but my health is number one because
Yeah.
I've watched so many people in my family be unhealthy and either their quality of life declines or they just out and out die. Like I've had some family members just die. Just like
Mm.
so, I'm trying to stay away from that stuff. I'm trying to do better. Like
Well, that'll do it. That'll teach you nothing.
if you smart, or you can just watch everybody fall dead around you and you can do the same dumb stuff they did, which people do that too.
True.
I think that's a pathology too. I had a family member do that. His daddy died a certain way and he did exactly what his dad, he in the grave right next to his daddy.
Wow.
Didn't learn nothing. Didn't learn
Some
a
of us
doggone thing.
learn the hard way type people.
Army Chickadee, do you like bitter melon?
How do you eat it? I'm sick of these.
And then I'm just now reading this. Roosters have their fave. I saw that part. It said even if it's the most unattractive one. I'm not finna play with you.
Practice in your eye. That's his
The
boo.
chickens, look, the chickens, they cute. I like chickens. They little bad built ass. They built so bad. They ain't got no fur on their feet. They ain't got no feathers. Well, some chickens do have feathers on their feet. Some of them.
Like the silky.
Yeah, silkies. And there's another one too, but the silkies come to mind first. That's funny. And how chickens be. I like to see chickens run. Like when they be waddling, how they ass be doing.
Me
That's
too.
funny to me. They little feathers be going side to side. And it be funny like if you shake the feed thing, they be running so fast, like they be killing themselves.
They for real little dinosaurs.
They are. They
Like
are.
their behaviors is still
Try
very
with
good.
dry shrimp. It cuts the bitterness and cleans the liver. Got you.
Ooh.
But yeah, that's why I fool with bitter melon because I had heard about it being it's cleansing to the body. That's what I had heard about it and read about it and stuff. So
Yeah, as we get older,
bitter melon grows a lot like loofah too. You have to be careful when you grow bitter melon, honey. That stuff will take over. It'll take over, but it's very prolific. It's very prolific. But yeah, that's funny though. Them quail. So how many quail do you have now, including the babies?
um, I have five outside, 13, which is not a lot. I'm just trying to get more girls that can
You
lay
said
daily.
that. So you gonna cull off if it's any boys, you probably gonna cull them.
They going in the freezer.
Is the boys' meat more succulent? I shouldn't be asking these questions.
Girl, no. They all taste the same. They all
Okay,
taste good. It tastes like chicken.
okay. You
Does
know
it
they
taste like
tried with
barbecue?
roosters. They say chick like roosters, the chickens. They claim that roosters meat is more tough. I don't know if I believe it. I think it's probably the same. I have heard people say that. I don't know if I, but they just be saying
Maybe
that
because they
because
be fighting. They protecting the.
maybe. But the people who be saying this don't even own chicken. So
Oh well.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. They just be talking. You know how people just be saying stuff they heard and they don't even know what they talking about.
Yeah, you definitely got to check the source on that.
Mom cooks it with dried shrimp. It's delicious. Okay, I'm gonna put that on my request list for my trip to Vegas. Let me write that down.
Okay.
Let me write that down.
Hmm.
Army Chicken D, do you eat? Do you ever Do you be cooking anything any Jamaican dishes for your husband
Oh, I
or
sausage too.
sausage? Girl, Army Chickadee did a video and she was making squash and pork chops and everything.
Mm,
She ain't sent us no plate or nothing. Just
mm, mm.
you see how the viewers do you. They just do you any kind of way. But no, that made me want to grow some acorn squash. I haven't grown any in a while. I haven't grown acorn squash in a while. I haven't grown but like I said, I don't grow squash every year. So
Yeah.
there's that.
I don't know if I'm getting squash this year. I tried my spaghetti squash. They took it out. I replanted it. It's still over there, but is it thriving? No. But
I know
that's still left over there, cucumbers.
Shay said she took the rest of her unproductive squash out. The ones that wasn't really producing, she took them out.
Yeah. I don't get that real estate back.
Yeah, because she been planting stuff for the fall. She be planting that stuff. My goji berry is still making goji. Is yours making goji berries?
A little bit.
Yeah, they not. It's not making it like how it was in the spring, but it's. I couldn't believe it. I went out there and there were several goji berries on there. I was shocked. I'm like, look at this. Look at the goji berries.
My fig is the one showing out right now. I had to have the kids cover the figs up, after we picked it up off the ground. They had to
Yeah,
cover the figs up. It held on to the fruits. So,
yeah. Those figs. It's a lot of figs on that tree. Um, I ate my last ripe fig a week ago. I think the last fig that was on my trees. I ate the last one.
do you do any like preservation type stuff with the figs?
So how she talking about she don't share?
I don't know
I
about that.
to be honest, no. I don't have my trees have not bared enough for me to justify. Like I've
Doing
been able
something
to,
like that.
yeah, I've been able to just eat them fresh,
And
and
then
I
go
eat them
grow
as
so
they
fast too.
become.
You would have to get like a lot in the same day. What she say? Because if he
Because
don't
if he
like it,
don't
that's
like,
wasting my food.
that's
God,
wasting my.
he
When I
can give
tell
me a
you
little bite. I mean,
the
chicken
the,
dick.
the practicality, Army Chickadee, was you this practical before the army, or have you always like? Did the army make you this practical, or
This
were
is like
you like that
ranching,
before? I think she probably was like that before.
probably.
Um, I'm laughing because I'm kind of similar. Like I ain't for that wasting no food, honey.
Me
I won't
either.
never forget one time I cooked some chili and my ignorant tail fell asleep, girl. And I woke up to the smell of my chili burning. I was so hot. I would burnt that
Oh.
chili so bad, girl, wasn't no saving it. That it just tastes scorched. You know how your food just tastes scorched.
Mm-hmm.
I was so mad. Girl, I had them because I harvested peppers and onions and all this to cut up to go in the chili and the meat and everything. And I burnt that chili so it was so stuck to the bottom of the pot. It was ridiculous. So I know how it is. I cussed my own self out when I burnt that chili up. My goji make gojis every year on chickadee. Mine do. It don't matter. I let them fruit as heavy as they want, and they make them every year. Cause just like mine still making it's probably gonna really like I think goji berries actually like zone 6. I think they like a cooler temperature because I know Aisha yours defoliate just like mine. Mine do it. It don't kill them, but
And
they'll
mine is
defoliate.
they're in the shade, but I don't think they love it in my garden. Like I don't think it's
Yeah,
shady
they'll
enough. But
defoliate. Like if you notice, they in the fall and in the spring, that's when they love it. I think that's their ideal temperature. I think they like it a little cooler, which they are from a cooler part of China. That's where goji berries come from. But I mean, I keep them around because they still make it. Doesn't kill them. Like I don't protect them. I don't really.
yeah, I'm not gonna
I'm
leave
not
them.
gonna kill
Yeah,
them for
they're
that.
still alive.
Yeah, yeah. But nah, my gojis, I let them make as much as they want, and I get gojis every year. I get them every year. Still trying to get this Maypop to make some fruit. It might be some fruit up there, and I just don't know it. It had flowers all over it. She said she always, yeah. I figured as much. That's funny though. Talking about if you don't like my, that's like wasting my food. Have y'all ever been to the Caribbean together? Like, have y'all been to Jamaica or something together? I think that would be fun, me personally, but maybe I'm crazy.
If what? If she took
I was wondering if has she ever taken her husband to Jamaica before?
oh
Yeah. I know they've been traveling, but I don't know like where all they've been to. Cause her husband is something like my daddy. He got motorcycles and things of this nature. My father he got a gold wing. My father used to be in a motorcycle club. He used to travel all over the nation.
she said that's why I cook him with squash and pork
I cook
chop.
him squash and pork chop.
That's very American. Or
Squash and pork chop. You gonna have to do some jerk pork for him. He probably will like jerk pork. Jerk pork is
yeah. Don't make it
delicious.
too
Ooh,
spicy
ooh.
though. But yeah.
I
What
mean,
does
but you
your
know, you
husband like
can't you can
spicy?
make jerk and not make it ridiculous. I've had it where it's milder. You know what I mean? It still has
I mean,
spice,
I
but it
like
don't.
spicy. I'm just saying when you
Yeah,
trying to let somebody try something
yeah,
new,
yeah, yeah,
probably not too spicy on it.
yeah. But you can still put plenty, put plenty herbs and stuff, but maybe kind of cut back on the pepper just a touch. Cut back on that part. But that's funny though. That's real funny.
I'm trying to
Talking
see if
about
I can do the same spices in my potatoes, or should I just make these plain, or should I put a different? But I kind of like
that's a good question.
how the
Do
rosemary
y'all
and
do y'all ever barbecue?
yeah,
Good. Do y'all ever do loaded potatoes?
not that much, but we can.
Cause
Wow,
see, when
what
I
you
was,
looking
cause
at?
well, I mean, it don't matter if you put the herbs in there or not. Cause see, them potatoes, what I would do is, like for instance, if I cook a brisket or something, because like when I cook a brisket, that's such a big piece of meat. Like if I smoke it, cook it on the grill, it's such a big piece of meat. I don't want to eat it all the same. So when I get to a point, I would take them potatoes out, put them at the bottom, and then you put your brisket on top, and then whatever else you want. I like scallions on mine. Like I put scallions on there, brisket, scallions. You can put butter and cheese and all that if you want. Sometimes I do. A lot of times I don't, because dairy irritates me a little bit. So I steer clear of dairy. Um, but what else do I put on there? I'll put I don't fool with sour cream, and the sour cream destroys me. I don't, girl, hell no. I used to could eat
Mhm.
sour cream. I can't fool with that.
It destroys you.
Well, let
Damn.
me not say destroy. It's the gas. I can't with all that gas and can I cannot.
Mm.
I cannot. Up in here
Don't
killing
don't
myself.
do it. Don't do it to
Like,
yourself.
no, no.
No,
But
you
yeah,
get
I
the
usually
cheese.
put brisket on there. I put scallions on top of there. Um, what else do I put on it? Really, sometimes I grill. Like if I grill some onions, I put some grilled onions on top. But it comes out good. But I ain't gonna lie, I'm a fan of a loaded baked potato. I kind of grew up with them at the barbecue
Me
joint.
too. Well, I feel like what
But
I put in here will still taste good no matter what I do with the potatoes. So I'm
oh
still
yeah, them
gonna do
potatoes will
the
be
same
good.
thing.
Yeah, I feel the same way.
Yeah, I think
I
I'll
don't think the
do.
herbs could make a break either way. I don't think so.
Mm-mm. They can only add.
Yeah, and they add health as well. They have some nutrients in there. So
That's right. Yep. So I'm gonna do this batch and be done in the kitchen for today.
yeah, that's good. You got some stuff done. You went to work in that kitchen. Went to work.
I
He likes
tried.
jerk and garlic pork. Okay, that's good. That's good.
That sounds good. We need to have a
Army
cookout.
chick Army Chickadee probably be in that kitchen. She probably be she be putting whole peppers down in there. That's what be killing that man. That's interesting.
Okay, getting it. My
He
working
think he
on
gonna
him
get
though.
kidnapped.
Stationed at least so he knows what beauty lies outside the U.S. Why is he scared of leaving the U.S.?
He think that tell him they'll let him back in. It's you they ain't gonna let back in. Look, I
Girl,
have to be
say
careful. I have to be careful when I leave. I better be ready just in case they won't let my ass back in.
that. That's a fact.
They'll welcome him back with open arms. He ain't got nothing to worry about. Oh Lord, that's trifling. I shouldn't say that. That's wrong.
It was true though. What'd you say earlier? It's funny because it's true.
Is, is. But yeah,
Like,
I told somebody that in reference to this lady talking about this white lady talking about how she was scared to protest and stuff. I said, girl, scared to protest what? I said, cause out of a crowd of people, I said they might try to get you, but they gonna run up to me first. They gonna bust me in my head first.
even if they grab her, it might not. It's not gonna be in the same manner. There's always levels to
What?
it.
Wait. I'm gonna take it. I'm
What's
gonna have to
going
call
on?
you on
That
the
Dr.
phone.
Carr gave me a trip this month without him. Had to get a refund, but then we bought the building and had to rework. Wait, what?
Yeah, I know. Dr. Carr just got back. Yeah, Dr. Carr just got back, and they were working on girl Aesha. You know who she come on when she said Dr. Carr. So it's a dude. He work at Howard University, but his name is Greg Carr, but consummate consummate educator. Quick about his little backstory. He went to Texas, not Texas. He went to Tennessee State University. He had every intention of becoming a civil rights lawyer.
Hmm.
He actually clerked with a couple of civil rights activists, like right after he got his undergraduate. He was gonna go to law school, but I forget what changed his mind about going to law school, and he ended up getting a master's and a PhD in something else. I want to say in education, but either way it goes, he's the chair at Howard for the Africana Studies program. So if you want to get a PhD in Africana Studies, um, he's over that program. They take the students to Egypt every year, which is Kemet. They take them to Kemet, and this last time he was talking about they saw some temples that they had never seen before. And people even asked him about crime and stuff. And I found it very interesting what he said about crime. Because if you ain't never listened to Dr. Carl, honey, Dr. Carr put you up on game. He was talking about in Egypt, they was like, well, what about the crime? Because they were talking about the Gaza Israel thing. Because Gaza is right on the other side of Egypt. Like when you go across that water, it's right there, it's close. And people's like, y'all not worried about the crime or whatever. And they took the students and everything. He was like, nah, we ain't worried about no crime. He say, to be fair, all this stuff where they teach you to be so scared about crime, that's the America brainwashing you. All the crime is in America. When you leave outside of America, if you look at the crime levels, crime is like lower everywhere else. He was like, the kids be out all night long in Egypt. They not fearful of nothing. Ain't nobody gonna fool with them
And
kids.
here, there's more access to weapons, and there's really a mental health issue as well.
Yes,
And so people
yes,
over here stressed, crazy, and ready to
yes,
pop off. So
yes.
yeah,
When you
that's
stress
an
the hell out
image
of the
that they want you to
society, you
have.
bring
I'm like,
on
the
a lot
crime
of
out here is
things.
what to be worried about for real. And they let people out based on what they look like. They be letting predators out on you and me, on everybody. That's why people don't
Yes,
understand that racism is bad for everyone. Because when they let that
is
little white boy out, because after he done SA somebody, he coming for your child and mine.
yeah. But yeah, if you, I'm trying to think. And since you homeschool, it would be good for you. I don't know if you go on YouTube, and I can text it to you, but if you go on YouTube and you watch some of the narrative stuff like In Class with Carr and watch that stuff where you familiar with Karen Hunter? She got a serious radio show, but it's a black woman. She got a serious radio show, but they do In Class with Carr, but it's more him talking than her. She do contribute, but it's more him talking to her. But what Dr. Carr is basically trying to do is the long-term plan is to create safe spaces for black people to gain education. But he was saying that he's actually so he went to an HBCU. He loves HBCUs, but he also understands the flaws, and I'm the same way. HBCUs, unfortunately, due to integration and some other things, some of it's because of white folks, some of it's because of us. HBCUs didn't really live up to, and also the black schools, like the freedom schools that was up under the colleges, they didn't live up to what they're supposed to live up to in the essence of. They kind of fall short in some ways, especially when you're talking about state institutions, and the state dictates a lot of what you can and cannot teach. So he's trying to actually create these spaces to where black people can learn, and it's not about getting a degree, because he's also like, people need to get back to the authentic way of learning, which is, it's not always about getting a degree, a certificate, or whatever. You're just learning for the sake of learning.
Mm-hmm.
And he also wants it to be safe spaces for learning, meaning you can express yourself and not be ridiculed for it or called whatever, whatever, or because that's the way you truly learn, is by being able to just openly have dialogue about a topic. And even if you don't agree with another person, you still can talk about it. And it's not, so that's his ultimate goal, is to kind of create spaces and centers for that. So he actually was over in Egypt doing some work on that, because they're starting a school. Like, it's wild to think about what he said they're starting. So he's the chair of Africana Studies. He wants to open, or I don't want to say open, but be a part of creating something in Africa to where it's normal. Like, you know what I'm saying? When people think about Africana studies, you studying about Africa and all this. Like, people don't think of that as per se normal. Like, why would you want to study that? He wants it to become very normal for Africans to study about Africa, about African ways, both past, present, and future. What does the stuff look like in the future?
Mm-hmm.
What is some things we can expand on? Studying black culture in a way that hasn't been studied before, like these deep dives into it. How does what we're doing now tie us to the past? How does it tie us to the future? just different things he's thinking about doing. It's very interesting. So when she said she was thinking about going on that trip, I was like, girl, we may have to talk, honey. We may have to talk. Cause I've been wanting to try to go on some of that stuff. Granted, I will go to any trip with Dr. Carr because he's been so many times. He can tell you all this different stuff because he knows how to read hieroglyphs. He knows how to read all that stuff.
Oh.
Like I'm kind of starting to learn. He knows how to speak my art. He knows how to do all that stuff. So he's very, very. If you're familiar with Dr. Henry Clark, he's kind of studied up under him. He
Hmm.
was a
Okay.
he was real in African studies. He was kind of a titan in African studies. But but yeah, those class in class with Carr and stuff like that. Check it out sometime.
I sure
Check it out.
will.
Yeah, he have kids on there. Kids come talk to him all the time and stuff like that. He when I tell you he's the type of educator, he loves the little kid. He loves educating. That's what he loves to do. Like, and he loves to see black kids being enlightened and empowered and things of this nature. But then he also will go in. He will go in on people. Cause he went in on Dr. Umar this past week.
Oh,
I
about
ain't gonna say
what?
he went in. Let me not say he went in, but he called a spade a spade. He called a
Yeah.
spade a spade. That's what it was. But yeah. And he goes in on white supremacists quite frequently. He be going in on them too. Now he be going in when it's the white supremacists. He be going in on them.
I mean, as they deserve.
Yeah, yeah. He's very respectful until you get ignorant. But he's also very, very intelligent. He's read more books. I think that man said he has over 50,000 books.
Wow.
And he was like, I'm not, y'all think I'm just buying these books for me. He was like, yeah, I read them, but that's not why I'm buying them. He says eventually he wants to have a place to put these books to where it can't be touched by anyone, meaning the government can't touch it. Can't not, you know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
he hasn't figured out a way to do it yet. But he wants them to be easily accessible to anyone, but they also can't be touched. So when they get to talking about banning books and these different things, nah,
Yeah.
you can't do that in here.
Yeah.
You can't come up in here and do what you want. But he said he haven't quite figured out how he gonna do it yet. But yeah, I can only imagine because he has books that are completely out of print. He has books that are if you just listen to him, the amount of information he can recall is crazy. Like information that he knows, and he was like, "Oh yeah, that's in such and such book," and he can tell you right where he read it from.
Hmm.
It's crazy how he can do that.
That's a gift for sure.
That's actually not bad, Army Chickadee. That's not bad at all.
What?
She said a trip was 6,800, and that's with her room included.
Oh,
Sixty eight
okay.
hundred ain't bad. How long was the trip gonna be for? Was it a week, 2 weeks? How long was it? I would pay that in a heartbeat. I think I would get more information and things. I think I would get enough information that would probably be worth more than the 6,800.
True.
Did you ever used to watch Essie Crumpul?
Mm-mm.
She got a channel. She used to garden all the time. She went to Africa with Dr. Umar.
With who?
With Dr. Umar. She went on the trip with them. She got
Oh,
video.
really?
Yeah, it's been some years ago. It was like
And how was
5
that
years ago.
experience?
I think they had a good time. Let me tell you. So right around the time Essie went to Africa, I was looking into, I don't know if you've heard of this group. There's a guy named Bumani. Bumani has an organization called Africa for the Africans, and he gets trips together. He's in Atlanta and he gets trips together to go
Mm-hmm.
to Africa. But the thing with his trips is, yes, you do the touristy stuff, the fun stuff, but he also links you up with people so that you can talk about investing in Africa. You can talk
Okay.
about buying land in Africa. You can talk about, so he doesn't make it just a pleasure trip. He
Mm-hmm.
makes it a productive trip as well, because several people that have gone with Bumani, they have subsequently purchased land, and they either live part-time or full-time in Africa. So, and it's different places. Like, he have different trips. Sometimes he go to West Africa, sometimes he go to South Africa, sometimes he goes over to East Africa, and then they take a trip to Kemet as well. So, um I was thinking about going with them because I was interested in investing and land ownership specifically. I don't mind the touristy stuff. I'll do it. I have no problem. I think Africa's beautiful, and I don't care what part, but I'm not interested in going to Africa and pilfering. I'm interested.
Yeah.
Oh, 2 weeks. Oh, yeah, that was a good prize. Anyway, I'm interested in investing and, being sustainable. I'm not interested in going over there and pilfering. So when I was thinking about that, baby, but I'll figure out a way, honey. I will figure out a way. If I have to put these suckers in the shelter and come back and come pick them up.
Okay.
But
Let me be back.
when I was thinking about that, that's when Essie went on that trip with Dr. Umar, and they pretty much, that's how I know for a fact when he go on his trips, he not really, cause see, my thing is, if you really so pro black and so African, why when you take your people, you not having them do anything dealing with investing? You don't have them doing anything with maybe purchasing some land or opening a business in Africa. Cause you can open a business in Africa and still live over here. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Hmm.
That's how I know Dr. Umar not serious. Because when you serious, your actions speak louder than words. And his actions for me. Because he
Yeah.
goes over there, lollygags, kiki, splash around in the water with his shirt off looking like a whale. And then comes right back over
Girl,
here. Girl, you have to see Umar with those breasts. And he have nerve be talking about health.
not great.
Yeah, he got some little titties. He in the itty bitty titty committee. Yeah, it's just, But But yeah, he kills me because when he said something, see, that's what made me turn Umar off when he talked about health. I said, sweetheart, I can tell you eat honey buns. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. He doesn't
Mm.
grow not 1 ounce of food. I don't want even grow
Yeah.
one tomato. And I don't never hear him advocating for you growing your own food either.
Me
Maybe
either.
he has, but I've never heard it.
I don't hear that at all.
And at one time, I was heavy on that. That's why I say action. See, that's what turned me off. That's the stuff like when I notice stuff like that, it turns me off. It turned me
Yeah.
off. I'm not gonna, go out of my way to bash you, but it turns me off. I'm not gonna watch because I had a homeboy that was really on Dr. Umar, and my homeboy cool, but I'm not crazy though. You ever had friends and you kind of know like they intellect? How can I put this? I'm trying to be gentle. But
I,
you have
I, I
they
feel like I
your
see where you're going.
friend. They your friend, but you know that maybe their mama drank a little bit when she carried them, just a little bit,
Just a little
or
bit.
she might have hit the crack pipe a couple of times when she. It was some effects, and you showing the effects, and that's how he was. I
Yeah.
think he latched on to the good stuff Umar was saying, but he wasn't paying attention to what Umar was doing,
Yeah.
and I think that's the part. That's the part. Cause I noticed things. I noticed stuff way before that stuff came out with the white chick. You know what I'm saying? And then they said he had married 2 black women, and people was trying to get on him
White
for that.
chick.
I,
What he
huh?
do to the white chick? I don't know about the white chick.
They say he married 2 black women. Now I don't know if that was a hoax or not. Maybe he called himself. That was his way of proving that he was extra African, cause he had 2 wives.
Maybe.
Maybe that was his.
He
Maybe that's
going to
what he was
practice
trying to do.
polygyny?
Polygamy. It's possible. But then I hear they said they ain't seen the women no more. So what happened to the women?
Mm.
Maybe he got them locked in the basement. I don't know.
Oh, Lord.
But yeah,
But
when that stuff came out about that white girl, baby, he was looking crazy for a little minute. Cause
mm.
see, at first they was just talking, but then the pictures came out, and when the pictures came out, he said something about it. He went on and admitted that he was up in that strip club And they said she was his favorite. He would go in there and request her.
Mm.
Look at me. She
Girl,
trying to duck out the way.
she trying to get her some pineapple.
Uh-oh. Pineapple time. Hey.
They love them canned pineapples.
Mia, package me up some pineapple. You be canning fresh pineapples.
Yeah, I just can them in apple juice, and
Does that cut some of the, pineapple sometimes they'll eat your mouth up.
it cut all of that.
Okay,
They
okay.
don't do that no more once you when you can them in
When you
the.
put that apple juice on them. I don't mind
Mhm.
pineapples. I just won't eat a ton of them because they like the fresh ones. Because the fresh
Yeah,
ones will
to
tear
make
my
it
mouth up.
sound. Yeah, my son doesn't eat fresh pineapples at all, but he eats the canned ones.
Okay.
My
No,
husband will eat the
it
pork.
sound like it would be good. Sound like something I drank the juice and everything.
It's real good. I know. I'll be like, give me that juice if you ain't gonna drink it. But most of the time, they drink it.
Yeah, your children they probably won't be as stupid as some of these other children. They eat. I firmly believe in a lot of these kids is malnourished. That's why their thinking capacity is low. I don't care what nobody say.
The food is not providing what we need, and then
No,
when on top of parents being busy, not able to cook as much and stuff like that, they're probably not getting what they need.
I wish they would do more studies and study to see how many children are malnourished versus how many aren't. I'm willing to bet that, and I'm not saying fully malnourished. I'm saying I think it's the a chronic thing of being malnourished over a long period of time.
Yes.
That's what I'm thinking it is. Like you're like getting half of what you need for 10 years and that
Yep.
stunts your mental development. Probably
Yes.
physical development too. See, I'm
I
telling you,
think so.
if I was rich, they wouldn't like me because the studies that I would do, it would put people to shame. These food companies, see, this processed food would be done with if they let me. But see, they know not to let me have no lab because I would be studying stuff and they'd be like, please get somebody kill this black woman.
Yeah,
She's
they
unveiled.
they do that.
Oh yeah,
They do that too. So
because
it's like
they'll be
everybody
tired of me
trying to
'cause
make a difference and trying to make a change, positive change. They own them.
But like I said, it's so crazy because you go to these other countries. That's how you know our leaders are so against us because here they are eating good, and then they're eating good, and their kids eating good, and everybody else, it's a mess. These other countries, they'll ban stuff. They'll be like, "Oh nah, y'all can't have that no more. That's banned. That ain't no good for you."
Yes, yes. They actually care.
Or they just never really get
Or they
into
want
it
to
like
appear
that.
like they care. Because, I mean, I feel like even narcissists, good ones, have to learn how to fake to care about certain things. Like, if you want
Oh
to
yeah,
out somebody people, you got to act like you care a little bit.
exactly.
Not the U.S., baby. They take what you can get.
And then some of these rich people, I look at them, I say they don't care nothing for their folks too, cause some of them they letting their kids and grandkids eat that crap too. But the thing
Yeah,
is, once you rich and you stupid, it doesn't matter, cause you could just pay. You just
true.
pay your way through stuff.
That's true. Or you
When I
can pay
tell you
for
this
more
gone,
health care and stuff like that other people can't.
Aisha, you gonna have to change the title of this live. You need to make this the canon tutorial live so the people can watch you can. They gonna learn, but well, they'll get a real idea. So if nobody ever can before, they'll understand the time
Yeah,
that it takes in the can.
it definitely takes time, but it's worth it. I mean, especially when I can stuff like beans. Baby, pop up with some beans. I ain't got to remember to try to soak them and all that.
Hmm.
Cause who got time for that? Not me.
Girl, you right. It's a lot because that was always the main thing with making beans for me because I don't just soak mine in water. I brine my beans. So and therefore, if I forget, it's like okay, we can't make that today because I needed that to soak overnight.
Mm-hmm. Throw everything off.
Yeah, because and the only reason I brine my beans is pretty much because I don't have to. When I find the texture is just a little bit more silky when you brine them. But then not only that, when I brine those beans, I don't have to salt them. Like I
Explain to
don't.
the people what brownie your beans is.
Okay, so when I brine them, it's just like if y'all ever heard of brining a turkey to keep it more moist, it's the same thing. So I take water and I put salt in it. So if I got 4 cups of water, I might put a quarter cup of salt. I know that sounds like a lot. The beans not gonna soak up all that salt. And then I mix the water and the salt together, and then I put my beans in that liquid, and I let them soak overnight in the refrigerator. And then in the morning when usually in the morning because I usually put my beans on in the morning so that they done before it's too late. But
Mhm.
anyway, when I get up and get them out the refrigerator, I pour that water off because that water gonna be pretty doggone salty. Pour that water off and rinse your beans off because you want to rinse off any excess salt.
Mhm.
And then once you rinse that off, then you can go ahead and start preparing your beans like you normally would, however you plan on making your pot of beans. Whether you use you know, like if you're making chili beans, if you're gonna use smoked meat, if you're not gonna use no meat, however you're gonna cook them. But that's what I do. I find that the texture is a little bit more silky like on the beans. And I
Mhm.
also find that I don't have to salt them. Like I might put herbs and stuff in there with the beans, but I
Mhm.
find I don't have to salt them. And I like that about it too. Cause sometimes it feel like you have to salt the hell out of beans to get them seasoned sometimes.
Yeah, but seems like you got the seasoning part first.
Yeah, when you brine them and those beans kind of soak in a little of that, because like I said, they're not gonna suck up all the salt. They're not gonna be salty, y'all. But you'll notice when you taste them, it's just a difference. Somebody told me about that, and I didn't believe it at first. And the first time I did it, I was sold. I was so sold. But yeah, those beans come out, especially like pinto beans.
I got a bunch of beans right now in the pantry that need to be canned up.
Army Chickadee say, "What's the jar count? It goes fast." Having company as you can. You're right, it does.
The we pulled 7 out, and I'm putting 7 back in. These
Okay.
are the last 3 that are about to go in, and I'm gonna close it and cut it on again.
Okay. So you just putting what's that? Is that a tablespoon or teaspoon each one?
Teaspoon of
That's what I
each
thought.
each
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah,
salt,
the oregano, the garlic,
and the
and
basil.
the basil. Okay.
Mhm.
Well, y'all, she got her steps down to a science. It's easy when you just repeat it over and over.
Yeah, and these recipes, I mean, the ones that you don't really need a recipe for are so easy because it's just like whatever dry herbs you got, and some salt.
I didn't
Mm.
realize that you have to use so much sugar depending on what pectin you use.
Oh my goodness. I feel like
So
traditional jelly and
and
jam recipes have so much sugar.
do
Like the
but I
equivalent
told you
of
I
how
complained
much
before.
fruit juice.
I complained before about these jellies that to me taste like straight sugar and don't really taste like the fruit. And I guess, and you know what? Now that I think back on it, I think maybe that's why My granny did not. It was certain jellies and basically every fruit that she made jellies and jams out of, they had so much natural pectin in it that she could get away with not using a ton of sugar.
Mhm.
Cause like my granny usually can like crab apples, they have a ton of pectin in them. Mayhaws, they have a ton of pectin in them. Just those were some of her favorites.
I have
Pears
seen
have a decent
people make
amount of
their
pectin.
own pectin out of apples. I tried that.
Yeah.
It didn't work well for me. Like none of my jelly
Uh,
stuff when I used it. But the
okay.
pomona pectin is great for me.
Okay. Yeah,
That,
see
that,
the crab apples and the mayhaws, both of those are kind of like in the apple family. So you know what I'm saying? So
mhm.
they already have. And pears are very closely related to apples, so that had pectin because that was another my one of my granny's favorites. Like for instance, my granny every now and again would make strawberries, something like that, but she didn't make that a ton. I
Yeah.
think it was a texture thing. I think she preferred the texture. Like if she was making preserves, she preferred the texture of crab apples and pears and stuff. But
I
others, but
use
she
like
would make,
half
yeah, she
of
would
the
make jelly
sugar.
sometime.
I think
But
blueberries, like you said, there's a couple different ones that you can not use the pectin, but I use like half of the sugar that most recipes ask for.
yeah, I don't like me too. I don't like I like it to taste like the fruit.
Yeah.
I mean, I get it. You gotta sweeten it a little, but I want it to taste like the fruit. Some of this stuff tastes like straight sugar.
It's
Like I
sugar,
know
but
this
it's not a
woman
fruit. It's like you defeat the purpose of preserving some food at this
having the
point.
fruit.
Yeah.
Just like this woman, she probably got mad at me. It was a woman on YouTube. So, and yes, we still live, Klaus and World. What kind of furniture did you buy?
Hey.
Um, she talking about she came out of IKEA.
Mhm.
So this lady was making. Are you familiar with people? So you know the garden. What is it called? Garden huckleberry. You familiar
Mhm.
with that plant? Well, you know people don't really grow that for the fruit, right? You know they grow that for the leaves.
Mhm.
Because a lot of Africans and I don't know what country, but that stuff is called nyama nyama. I think that's what it's called in Cameroon. Is nyama nyama. That stuff
Okay.
they cook the leaves on that. That's what they're because it's not a real huckleberry. It's actually not even in the huckleberry family, but they just call it that.
Mhm.
And this lady was instead of cooking the leaves, she was taking the fruit and she was saying, she was like, I really don't like the taste of these. They really don't taste that good. You have to put so much sugar in it. Um, you have to put so much sugar in it because to make it taste like something.
Mhm.
And I told her, I said, "Did you?" Because she was saying she was never gonna grow it again. She was like, "And I don't recommend nobody else to grow it." And I was like, "Did you research what people actually use this for?" And she responded and was like, no. I said, well, that there lies your problem. I said, this says garden huckleberry, but what you don't understand is this ain't even a real huckleberry. Because real
Mhm.
huckleberries is sweet and they taste good straight off the vine. Them things taste like trash. But like I said, people aren't really growing those for the berry, but also understand a lot of Africans and stuff is eating that. And I'm not, and that's how I knew she didn't research it because she was a white lady. So I said,
Mhm.
no, ma'am. I said, you have to eat the leaves because people have to, I want to grow it myself so I can taste it because they said the leaves are delicious. Because I
Hmm.
watched, I forget what Cameroonian, it's a woman in Houston, but she from Cameroon and she grows it like crazy. And she shows cooking it because Missy Grando was the one that turned me on to that woman. And I
Oh,
can't think of her
okay.
name because you know Missy Grando will put you up on game. She be knowing.
Mhm.
So
Shout out to Missy Grando.
sure enough, because she done put me up on so much game because she was one put me on True Love Seeds. But
Oh yeah, I like True Love Seeds too.
Yeah, and Missy Grando has sent me. See, one time Missy Grando sent me a ton of seeds, and I have sent seeds to her. Child, she tried to pay for them. I won't even let her pay for them. One time she just cashed out me the money. It was like, keep it. I'm like, oh my God. But anyway, but yeah, so when the lady said that, I said, don't just not grow it again. I said, research what the stuff is for. I said, because you on your platform telling people to not grow this, and you didn't even really eat the part of the plant that
That you're
people
supposed to
really
eat.
enjoy.
Yeah.
Like, and it's also very nutritious as well. So, girl, she didn't respond to that, honey. Because I said, because all you doing is you taking these berries and you putting all of this sugar on it and you talking about health. You're negating the purpose of the health when you put a 5 pound bag of bleached sugar on it.
Yeah.
Because we ain't gonna even go further. They not even using the unrefined sugar, they using the bleached sugar.
Yeah, that's another thing.
So
That's why I value making my own stuff. Cause I put natural cane sugar no matter what type of sugar they tell me.
baby, that's why when because somebody said something to me one time when I was making sorrel. I was making a little sorrel drink. And I put some sugar in. Oh, you putting a lot of sugar. And first of all, I said, first of all, like it now don't get me wrong, when I was pouring it, it looked like a lot of sugar. But I had a whole pitcher. I forget how much that pitcher holds. I think it holds like a gallon. And I think I put half a cup of sugar. Half a cup of sugar to a whole gallon of liquid is really
It's
not that
not a
much
lot.
in the
Yeah.
grand scheme of things. Because
Mm-hmm.
some people is putting a 5 pound bag in a gallon of liquid. Get the hell on. So, but and then like you said, I always use unrefined. I pure cane sugar. I don't fool with that other stuff. I now back in the day when I didn't know no better, yeah, I was buying that bleach sugar, so was.
But
But
when you know things, you do better. You know.
exactly. But I try my best. I tell people sugar is not the devil. Like sugar ain't the devil, it's the overeating of sugar to me.
That's right.
Also, and
I
then
agree.
how processed is it? Because cane sugar actually has nutrients in it, especially if you eat it fresh. Now I know a lot of people don't have access to fresh sugar cane.
And sugar.
But
Yeah.
fresh sugar cane is actually hydrating. It has electrolytes in it. It has nutrients in it. Like
The
so,
problem is
but
all the stuff we always do to it before you get it.
yeah, it's what y'all doing to it. Bleaching the hell out of it, heating the hell out of it, all this different type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But that's why I say I wanted to grow me some cane. I wanted to do like Humble Servant Homestead. They grow sugar
And
cane and make
mm-hmm.
syrup. They be making their own syrup. They press it themselves and make their
I
own
want to do
syrup.
that.
Yeah. I said I was because I looked at a press similar to what they have. And I said, okay, that's what I need to. I said I was gonna grow me some sugar cane and press it and make my own syrup, and then I could use that to sweeten stuff.
Yeah. Yeah.
But yeah, girl, people just be girl, they be doing too much. But I ain't
My
gonna lie,
family
America
loves
is
that
obsessed with
Roselle
sugar.
syrup.
America eat way too much sugar. But see, watch this. The processed food is sugar in damn near everything. They put high
And
fructose corn syrup in damn
they
near
put
everything.
addictive stuff in our food too, y'all. Like it's really not, it's a really you gotta be consciously trying to work against the way the food system is set up here because it's all about convenience, it's all about money and flavor and color, all this extra
Oh God,
color,
don't get me started
you
on the color.
know. It's just a lot of extra stuff we
Well,
really
she or
don't
dad,
even
man, because
need,
the
but
reason
we're
he don't
so
like
used
strawberries.
to it now.
Daddy don't like strawberries because he don't like the seeds. That's what he say. He said he don't like the seeds getting his teeth. That's what he say. Now you tell me if that's illogical. But you know what? Georgia Peach Nut says she don't like blackberries because she don't like the seeds. She don't like that biting down on the
Blackberry
seed.
seeds big too and getting the
They
teeth.
are, they are, but my fat ass be eating them.
You
I
just
don't
don't
care.
care.
I
You say
don't
it's
care.
worth
Chew it all up.
it.
You brought a mattress topper and your left hip is foolish. That's because you be twerking late at night. You need to quit going working at that club at night.
Why you
You ain't
telling me
had me.
that? Clausen world, you be
Your
twerking.
dad sold cane juice in the markets years back. I bet you was good too. Was he selling cane juice in Jamaica or he was selling it in the States? Jamaica is the sugarcane capital for at least for the British colonies. They made a lot of money off that. I think my people might have been from Jamaica. The only liquor that I remotely like is rum. I have to admit, and that's made out of sugarcane. I swear, I think my people must have been growing. Oh, in Guyana, okay. You ain't lying. They're gonna starve Army Chickadee. You spoke up something. You heard about the soybean farmers. I seen the article. I ain't read the article yet. They said the soybean farmers gonna be struggling here in a minute because of something. It got something to do with trade. Like they're
Oh,
gonna have a hard
really?
time trading the soybeans with countries overseas.
Mm.
Fresh pressed on the rocks. Oh really? That sounds delicious. That really sounds delicious.
My jars are going over, guys.
You say your jaws is doing what? Yeah, we live until when Aisha get through putting this batch in, we gonna let her go do her hair. Cause she got to open up the beauty parlor. The beauty parlor finna open.
You see, me got a little hairstyle, so I retightened her, and then her big sister put her little, I don't know what you call those things, but she's
Flexi
still.
rod.
Well, no, it's like her hair is twisted, and then you wrap the bottom back up, so it gives her
Yeah,
a
and
different
then when
length. So
you
it's like here, like a little bob.
yeah, and then when you turn that a loose, they
It
be
should be
curly.
curly.
That's how Lauren Hill back in the day. A lot of people didn't know this, but that's how she was getting a lot of those styles with those locks. That's why
Oh,
people thought Lauren Hill locks was so pretty because they would be curly, and she would actually take time to style them. But
mm.
yeah, Lauren Hill locks
Mhm.
was fire back in the day. But she had, but I think she had a loctician that was doing all that back
Yeah,
then. I don't know,
probably.
but she cut her hair off now. She ain't got no.
Yeah.
So you drink. So I'm sure they probably just drink the cane juice, just like that on ice. But I knew what you meant when you said on the rocks. That's what made me think about liquor, because when they say whatever on the rocks that be on some ice. Do
Here
you
go
know
our other
what
jars.
toothache?
They still
Yeah, I know what
bubbling.
toothache pain feel like. I don't like that. What?
Can y'all see?
Yeah, we can see them. They burbling,
Yeah, they still bubbling a little bit. It's
but
kind of
yeah, they
calming
bubbling
down a little
slow.
bit. Mm-hmm. But I think they look good. I'm happy. I'm gonna
Talking about that's
probably
why they
put
at the
some
town
more in
hall.
here. Put some over here. We're gonna be done, baby.
Yeah, you gonna be good to
Um,
go.
I just closed the canner, so if anybody hasn't been on here before, when I turned the first batch on, my fire is on. I'm turning it up a little bit. I'm gonna wait until some
Gotcha.
air is coming out of here, and once it starts flowing steady out of here, I'll turn my timer on for 10 minutes. Most of the time, by the time that 10 minutes is up, this little thing will pop up, which also shows me that the pressure is building up. And then once that goes off, I will cover it up and my pressure will start building. So,
Okay.
yes, this
There
was
y'all
boiling
go.
water. You could also do potatoes with broth, but I didn't have enough broth to be trying to
To be
can with the
doing
broth.
all that.
I still need to get some more broth on my shelves. So I just used water, but the potatoes normally come out really good just with the hot water, some salt, and throwing in there, whatever little flavors, especially if you have dry herbs, like throw your dry herbs in there. Ooh.
I think. Let me see. Army Chickadee say, Aisha, what's the can count? I think maybe she mean the total, what you already took out plus, because I know you put 7 in there.
It'd be 14 when this batch is done. 7 and 7. My canner
Okay.
only holds 7 quarts. I think there's one that holds 9 quarts though. That's a little bigger than mine. Um,
Probably. And then if you got that one that's like Lady Cheryl got that big ignorant, that thing, girl, I don't know, that thing hold a lot. But even she said it. She said, girl, you better have a strong stove, because once you get all that water in your can, all that in there, she said it be heavy as hell.
and then just moving, like sometimes when you fill your canner up, just and then move it to the stove. That thing is heavy. So I'll
She
show you
feel her.
guys.
She put her canner on the stove empty and then fills it. And when
Oh,
she takes
okay.
stuff out, like she takes her cans out and sets them to the side on a towel. And then she dips that water. Once the water is completely cool, she dips that water. She don't pick that because you know Miss Cheryl ain't young. She's
Yeah.
60. She's 60 something.
So she gonna make it work
So
how
she
she
can't be
work.
she can't be picking up on that stuff like that. Fool around
Yeah.
and drop that stuff or hurt herself.
Facts. I'll show y'all. This is the bag I got. Can I show you? Is it gonna turn?
It usually a flip. Mine. There you
Oh,
go.
there we go. Uh
There we go.
oh.
We
Okay,
back.
so these 10-pound
Girl, the
bags.
potatoes. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Stop. The potatoes have belts and cowboy hats on.
I mean, this is Texas.
Did they grow? Were they grown? Were they grown in Texas? I guess
uh,
so.
I don't know. I try not to buy Idaho potatoes because I know they have prisoners
Go
growing them
Texan is
Idaho
usually grown.
potatoes.
Go Texan is usually grown in Texas. It's not 100%, but usually they are.
So this bag was $2.99. I got two
Girl,
of
them bills.
these. I still have some left. This is how much
Okay,
I
you
have
done put a
left.
dent in that.
And
You
then
done put
I'll
a dent in
have
that.
14 jars of potatoes.
Okay. Yeah, I
So
could.
I'm
I probably.
thinking,
I could go and cook them today. Cook the rest of that. Could knock them
hey.
suckers out.
And then, well, this is what's left in my bowl. Just
Okay, just a
little
little
something,
teenager.
something. Yep.
Yeah.
So I feel
That's
like
funny
for
though. Them belts and cowboy hats is taking me out. That's taking me clean out. Only in Texas would they put that mess on that sack. Belts and cowboy hats.
yes, it's in the Texas
That's
spirit.
crazy.
So that worked out. I think it definitely saves money if you can can your own food. It definitely saves time. It takes a lot of time when you're doing it, but then when you need it, it saves so much time.
Well, you looked over there
Sounded like a
like something.
rooster. Cause I said, who said that? There better not be no rooster sound.
You looked over there so fast, like somebody was breaking in.
Cause I'll be like, oh, it's a boy. Don't be a boy. I'll be trying to keep the girls, but I'm gonna eat the
But
boys anyway.
I wonder if in birds, like, do they just by way of nature do more boys hatch out than girls? Because it seemed like
Maybe
that. I
I
remember somebody went
started.
to Tractor Supply and got some chicks. They got 16 chicks, and all of them was boys, except for two. It was like two girls. Real talk. Somebody
That's
I
a
know
lie.
personally.
I'd be upset.
And they were chicks. It was like, but that's the risk you take when you go and they're not sexed. You know what I mean? Like when you go these places and you just buy chicks and they're not sexed and you just find out later. And that's what they did. They went to Tractor Supply, got some of them little, they're cheap, they're reasonably priced. And out of 16, only two girls.
I will be so
Two.
upset.
Now, I don't know. I don't think that happens all the time. Like, I think it's probably more half and half. But let's be honest, when people go get chickens, they want more girls than boys. Because they want the eggs 9 times out of 10.
Right.
And the boys don't lay no eggs. All they do
And
is
you
fight
only
and
need
screw.
one boy to be able to have more kids.
Exactly.
A
The
whole lot
and
of
and
boys. And then they loud. The boys be loud. They be "Meow." Lemon pepper. "Meow." I was like, if you don't shut your ass up, lemon pepper.
that sound like Jamaica. Jamaica life. She tickles me in a way because she got them chickens good. And it be so funny. She got them roosters, and she'll put like the rooster. Soon as she start making a video, she'll put the rooster like up or something. Be talking about he making too much noise. And I'm in my head like you knew what you was getting into, cause you don't need no rooster for the chickens to have eggs. They'll have eggs. They just won't be fertilized. So if you're not trying to hatch them, just have chicks.
You don't need
I
him.
mean, I mean, she had and I'm saying this because she had an enclosure to where I don't think nothing was gonna get in there and get the chicken.
Yeah.
So,
So
like,
again, you don't have to have them then.
you don't need no
Because that's
rooster,
another
girl.
purpose for the rooster is to protect your girls
Yeah,
in case.
and
But
she
my
and I don't think
rooster, the
and
one
I
that
don't
I
think she
have,
be
he's
hatching
quiet.
no chickens.
Oh, so she really don't have. She can eat him.
Yeah, call it. And she be threatening, but she never do. But my thing is, stop stopping the video to go talk to the rooster. Just keep talking. We know you got a rooster.
And most of us are used to roosters making noise in the background. Like we
Y'all
watch
remember when I had?
people.
Y'all remember when I had? Well, it wasn't my rooster; it was the neighbor's rooster. Remember Two Piece and a Pepper?
I
I
remember
wouldn't
two
stop. I show
pigs.
y'all Two Piece and keep on talking. Two Piece be back there. "Coo, coo, 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 coo." I ain't think my Two Piece. So Two Piece better go sit down.
I remember two pigs.
Yeah, girl, you know the city came got him.
Oh no, two
He
pigs.
I doubt if he's still alive only because I don't know how long chickens live. But the city came and got him. What happened was my neighbor's chickens got out. Girl, she had two chickens and two roosters, and they got out. And she didn't care. She never did try to get them back in, and so they was roaming the neighborhood. Well, we didn't care. I didn't care. Mr. Johnson didn't care. It was one chick. Now you always got a Karen. It's one chick. She cared. This rooster be waking me up in the morning. Two Piece didn't crow until noon. His little crow was broke. He didn't crow until noon. Cause I
Two
used to
pigs.
say,
I
Two
thought
Piece,
you
if
was
I'm
at work.
waiting on
That's
you to
what I
wake up,
said,
I ain't
son.
gonna never wake up. Cause you don't crow in the morning. You crow at lunchtime. He the lunch bell. So my neighbor used to call him lunch bell. Where lunch bell at?
Not
Lonzo
the
used to
lunch
call him
bell.
long clock. I'm like, Lord. But she called the city because we can have chickens, but we cannot have roosters. That's the ordinance in
Mm.
our city. So she called and the city came and picked them up. But the city, they just relocated them. They found a chick like out in the country that had a flock of chickens. And she said she would take them because she needed another rooster. Because she had like 40 some chickens and she had one rooster.
Oh
And
wow.
she said she wanted another rooster because I think she hatches like she has these the Easter eggers. She has these breeds that
Mm.
people really want and she wanted to hatch out birds. And he actually was the kind of rooster that she wanted. I can't remember what the name of it was, but she knew. And she wanted it. And she said, okay, if y'all go pick him up, I'll take him. So the city got him and relocated him. They didn't kill him or nothing.
Oh, that's
But
good.
yeah. But I miss Tor. I miss old Two Piece.
Me
I used to come out in
too.
the garden. I used to throw tomatoes to him. He would eat them tomatoes.
Oh, she was
I
hating on
miss
two
Two
piece.
Piece.
Man.
Girl, that chick moved. I'm glad she moved.
You could tell
She
you
didn't have
like
good
you're
vibes.
something right in your spirit because two piece wasn't bothering nobody.
Nobody. Two Piece coming out yard. Let me tell you how I know two. I told Two Piece, I said, you welcome. Two Piece used to eat a lot of grasshoppers and stuff. Like I never
Mm.
had grasshoppers when Two Piece was because he would
See, two
be
piece was out here
eating.
serving the community.
But see, she didn't have nothing. She didn't have nothing, so she didn't. When you ain't got nothing, you don't want nothing. You don't want nobody else to have nothing. That's why I was glad when she moved. When she
Mm-hmm.
moved out, when I seen the U-Haul, I said, "Praise the Lord, praise."
That is
But
so funny.
girl, I'm gonna let you do your hair, and we can relinquish these people so Klaus and World won't be talking about us. Y'all still lying?
Okay, I know, right? Thank
We
y'all for
had look,
coming. This
we
was
having
so
them lead
fun.
lives. Y'all remember
And
when
we
lead
had
used
to
to go
make up for
live
the
for six
times that
hours?
we missed. We missed a
Yeah,
few.
that's what we be doing. That's what we be doing, making up for stuff,
So,
making up
yeah.
for stuff.
So, we're going to be
But
live next week on Diva's channel
yeah, it's on Sunday at 11 in the morning. We'll
at
be
11
live.
in the morning. If the Lord stay the same. We're going to see
Hello.
different.
So we will see y'all later. Thanks for dropping in. Y'all have fun.
Have a good week. Peace.
Bye.